simulcast running. Y'all know the drill. Got to make sure everything's up and running. There that goes. Come on. I'm not dropping any packets. Nope, we're good. Okay, so we're set there. Let's pause that. Don't need to watch it anymore. Let me refresh here and make sure this is set correctly. No, we got to change that to just chatting. Just chatting for now. We'll do some games in a bit. Got some stuff to do in the background, but we got some great videos lined up. There we go. That's all set. Okay, we got all that set. We're up there. All right, now let me just test in the chats real quick. Testing. Okay, very good. All right. So we're going to start off with Bellular News about some gaming news, and then Phoebus sent us some amazing videos on some AI stuff, and you guys know I like geeking out about that. So let me just post in the Discord channel, and you folks can join the Discord, see some more of the behind-the-scenes stuff if you want. There's a link at the bottom of the Twitch page. I think you just need to click it. If it doesn't work for you, let me know, because I think it's set up so you should just be able to click it. Anybody can click it and join. I posted a bunch of background stuff. I posted all the cooking and stuff that I did today. Made some donuts and some dinner rolls. Okay, just gonna let everybody in the Discord know that I'm going. I think it's gonna be a long live stream tonight. I think it's going to be another long 24-hour-ish stream. I got to get to get my schedule back where it needs to be. Got a lot of stuff to work on. Phoebus sent a bunch of great AI videos to check out. Let's get this party started. There we go. And let's put the link to the Twitch and the YouTube. All right, cool. So let's check out Bellular News. I don't know if you folks have been following the stop. Ooh, let me make a note about that. How much time do we have left on the Stop Killing Games? Let me ask Bob. How much time left on it? How much time left to sign the Stop Killing Games EU petition? Like, I can't sign it because I'm not in the EU. I'm in the US. Because Puerto Rico is a US territory. Did you know that? Roughly 28 days. Okay, good. So I started talking with Swifty. We had a good chat today, a nice long chat, and we're going to start working on some things together, but I need to put together a plan. But one of the things will be to promote the should make a Stop Killing Games video and post it ASAP. I will help write it up, and it can be the first collab we do together. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make a note of that to get over to it. All right. So yeah, they're basically saying, like, if you pay $60 for a game and you get a disc, and then the company decides that they don't want to upkeep the servers running anymore, like, release the server software, let the community run their own servers, basically, instead of just killing the thing. Because it would be like, think of like physical media or like a physical game. Imagine if Hasbro just decided, okay, we don't want to make any more Monopoly boards or versions, so they send somebody to your house to take your Monopoly board so you can't play it anymore, right? It's like that's a bit of an extreme example, but just because if a company doesn't want to support their product or anything, let the community do it. There's people out there, there's smart people out there that'll run some server software so you can still play your game. it's I think it's a good petition. So if you folks are over in the EU, go check it out, because you folks need to sign the petition. And if you're in the US, don't sign it, because it'll get scrubbed. We don't want we don't want some false to give a false sense of completion, because people who were invalidated got scrubbed off, and then it didn't meet the signature goal. So don't sign it if you're in the US, but if you're in the EU, definitely go check it out. Let's see if he oh good right there. So he posted the link here. Let me go ahead. That's loading up. It probably won't load for me because I'm in a US territory. Yeah, stop destroying games. This initiative to require publishers to sell their licensed video games to consumers in the European Union. Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement of the side of the publisher. Imagine if all the games that used to use GameSpy, GameSpy went under, and then we can no longer play those games. Like that's an equivalency here. They only need 100,000 more signatures. So like I said, if you're in the EU, go check this out. Let me post it in chat here. Okay, and then let's see what Bellular News has to say about it. Let me go ahead and give him like, and you see I'm subscribed. And if you like the video, go check him out. Let me put a link to his channel here and a link here. There we go. Bellular News, please don't sue me. I love you, man. I'm trying to get the word out about all the great content you make. I don't want to be construed as if I'm like stealing your content, but I do have a bunch of stuff to work on today and do some research on. Some of it is actually doing some research to start working with Swifty on some stuff. And then I've got like a bunch of paperwork to file. So like I can't actually share my screen because there's going to be a bunch of private and personal info in there. So I rely on guys like this that are making great content to kind of keep things going, because it helps me concentrate while I'm streaming, because like I'm on task. I've got really bad ADHD, and I don't like taking the medication. So I have adapted all of these strategies to like focus on things, and this streaming to you folks and talking about what I'm doing, and then keeping something on the side, and then talking about that is really helps me focus, believe it or not. If you got ADHD, you might know. So let's see what he's got to say.
Okay, this one's going to be fun. So, the Stop Killing Games initiative is almost over, and the last time we covered it, the European Citizens Initiative, which is the part of it that matters the most, had just opened. And as of right now, you've got just days to join it, meaning that this is your last chance to make your voice heard and hopefully prevent the games that you buy from being destroyed. But here's the thing, until last week, it really did seem to be rather doomed. They needed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, over 500,000 more signatures. But, well, right now, it's getting thousands an hour. The reason why is quite funny. So here's what happened. They needed to hit 1 million signatures, but after months of stalling, they only had 450k. But then, over the horizon, a savior came. That savior is Pirate Software. And that's because his opposition, plus a few pinches of World of Warcraft, sparked a drama that is now surging signatures to the tune of over 240,000 in just 7 days. So, time to get you up to speed. It all began last year when the darlings at Ubisoft shut down The Crew. Now, they didn't just shut down the online features, they shut down everything, because as it turns out, even the single player required the online component. That basically meant that your copy of The Crew was, no longer a thing that you could really do anything with. So, Ross Scott from Accursed Farms was not a fan of this, so he started a movement. Now, you may know Ross from things like Freeman's Mind or Dead Game News, and his plan, right, was to use the law, not change.org, to actually change things here. And it certainly seems that now, a year on, he actually may succeed in a way. So basically, right, Ross believes that consumers bought a product with games like The Crew, and that product was then taken away. But from Ubisoft's perspective, it's rather different. They argue that they sold a license to a live service, a service that they could simply end whenever they wanted. So put simply, what this movement aims to do is to address this grey area so that, at the very least, people would get formal clarity on what they were actually buying. Best case scenario would involve something basically with more teeth. Now, this was all multi-pronged. There was a UK campaign that hit problems early on with the government claiming that existing laws already covered the issue. As for the US, well, basically, it was never an option because of already settled law. Now, because of this, stuff looked grim. But last summer, another path opened, and that path was the EU Citizens Initiative. So, this lets EU citizens propose legislative agendas, and this proposal was very simple. Stop destroying video games. And what it would require certainly does sound simple. It's that any game sold in the future would have to prepare for the eventuality or the possibility of server shutdowns, that they would need to remain in a functional playable state. Now, this could be through, say, single-player access, maybe through peer-to-peer connections, opening up private server stuff. You get the point, right? But actually, what's key right now is that at this point, the implementation details are actually not required. The way this works is that if it is successful, the EU will then have 6 months to respond, and if they say yes, then they will adopt a resolution. And that would guide EU activity, but it would not instantly mean a whole bunch of new super hasty laws. But make no mistake, it would actually matter. And that's because EU policy has got global impact. I mean, it's pretty obvious now. Just look at Apple and Google for one example. Now, for this, all that's needed is A, 1 million signatures, and B, a minimum threshold being passed in at least 7 EU countries, which basically just exists. So, I don't know. If the French all get together and want something that nobody else wants and only one country passes, then hey, the EU's safe. Anyway, you get the point. That is the challenge. Those are the stakes. So here's what happened next. Going through the requirements, the regional thresholds do seem to be quite manageable, right? Now, the million signatures is quite a lot. I mean, a hell of a lot. And success there would require a multilingual international campaign, one that's actually centered on EU citizens. Who is leading it? Well, an English-speaking YouTuber with a cult following, which I mean in a positive way, just so I'm being clear. But basically, it's not a huge number of people. Now, this story obviously did cut through. Loads of people covered it, us included, and the early momentum was really strong. Until it wasn't. Now, this is because some things fell through, one being a planned feature in GOG's email newsletter that was tanked by that company having layoffs. Even Heineken, yes, Heineken, the beer people, wanted to include the campaign in their marketing, but only after the petition ended. But there is another one, and I think I know it's the one you want me to talk about. It's the pirate. Okay. TLDR, Pirate Software opposed the initiative. This is back when it all kicked off. So what I'll do here is boil down what I essentially think is the best case, or like the best faith version of his argument, which is essentially that in very many cases, over-regulation often actually helps the incumbents. In this case, would help the AAA companies. The reason being that they would be the only companies with the resources to actually overcome the regulations. That is actually a fair enough, reasonable argument, but I think in practice, it's fair to say that Pirate Software, in his 2 videos, was not really steel manning his opposition. There were some errors, wasn't really a great situation. But really in this story, there's a key thing to remember. The initial, I'll say drama, let's just say hot public disagreement, that with Pirate happened when, let's just say, his internet stocks were in a slightly different and altogether more healthy place. Since then, he was involved in a major World of Warcraft drama, which I will cover shortly. I don't like doing drama, but in this case, it does actually inform how the news would play out. As for the initiative, well, by the following April, signatures were just sitting at 425k. That's not even halfway, and only 25,000 signatures had been added between April and last week. So it basically was dead in the water. Momentum from the previous summer had completely fizzled out. But then, with only weeks to go, Scott posted his video, and everything changed. The end of Stop Killing Games. It's a fairly dramatic, somber title for a video, and one that is fair. It absolutely did appear to be dead. It was a final plea and an explainer made by a very, very tired-looking man. It was clear to me that the campaign had taken its toll. Scott admitted as much. One choice quote, "It's like asking someone with severe dyslexia to write a book report on war and peace. I am the wrong person for that job." And I think that does speak to the absolutely mammoth amount of work that doing anything like this would actually require. But it's not all that Scott said. He took aim at Pirate and he explained point by point, right, how Pirate's coverage was, in his view, not at all a fair representation of the overall initiative, its goals, its specific language, and I would say from my read of it, I think Pirate almost immediately jumped straight to some worst case outcomes of a maximalist version of the campaign. Of course, we can add to that an interpersonal level to all of this, you know, the usual emotional reactions, hot words. But if it was just that, if it was only that, well, what happened would not really be what has happened. So let's talk about World of Warcraft. As I said, I hate covering drama, but today it is actually relevant because basically it is the kindling. I think what we're seeing with this initiative would not really have played out if these World of Warcraft related events didn't play out the way that they did. Because basically this is why people were ready, willing, and even excited to hop back into the fray and to pump all of this up. So here's the TLDR. OnlyFanked is a WoW Classic hardcore streamer content guild. That's a lot of words, but basically think of it as a reality TV show where dozens to hundreds of hours of gameplay are at stake, because when a character dies, it is dead, just that that character has got lots of fans in Twitch chat and some sort of big name behind them in the form of the streamer. Pirate, along with other streamers, were doing a dungeon in this game. And that dungeon went poorly. People died, and of course, whenever they died, that means they lose their characters that they progressed. Now you might be thinking, so what? A World of Warcraft dungeon run went bad and people lost their characters in a hardcore server. Why is that a news story? Well, there absolutely is a reason why. So it was broadly seen that he went very much every man for himself mode, trying to save his own character and really to the detriment of his teammates, a few of whom died. Now at the time tensions were high, and those tensions were pointed at Pirate Software, both from viewers and from his fellow party members. And what followed was, I think, to put a very messy thing in simple terms, in an emotional sense, the opposite of saying, shit, my bad, I'm sorry, I absolutely could have done more there, my bad. Basically owning the L, doing so in public, and doing so in a way that feels authentic. Of course, feels authentic because it actually is authentic. So if you ask me, what actually happened is a common downfall of very smart, very rational people. That's because very smart, very rational people can rationalize how they are very, very right and others are very, very wrong. And from that place, it's very easy to disregard how other people think and to not have a holistic view of a situation. I mean, to put it in very simple terms, people thought he came off really defensive. And what all of this meant was fuel for the fire, an abundance of fuel. And I've got to imagine that from Pirate's point of view, it really must have looked like the entire world was against him. And I mean, in a few ways it was. It was a total mess. Or, per the dynamics of Twitch, it was an incredible content event. And the reality is that once people are against you, it's very hard to change minds. Especially when, as I think Pirate was, you're feeling quite defensive and you're very much feeling the toll of thousands of angry people being very angry at you in just about every way they can. Meaning that, yeah, some people were, let's just say, going beyond having just a civil disagreement. Now, after that point, some aftershocks followed. There was a clip of an Ashes of Creation raid pool that sparked a bit of a drama. There were then accusations of pre-watching games in order to look better on stream. There was critique of his Blizzard credentials and a whole lot of different things.
Sounds like they started dogpiling on him. You know how the internet goes, right? Somebody does something that's, not exactly popular, and then there's just the dog pile, and there's that content. Like, I'm so surprised he's actually covering this angle, because this guy, he does stick away from all the drama. But I appreciate the way that he's covered it. It's very neutral. And he's just explaining what happened. I mean, the whole petition basically blew up because there was suddenly, I hate to frame it this way because, like, I don't have anything against Pirate Software, but like, he basically became the villain, right? And then now that there's all this attention and stuff around it, the petitions only needs 100,000 more signatures. So it'd probably behoove of him to just say, yeah, I started acting like a douchebag, so there would be get the petition more eyeballs on it or something. Probably a little too late for him to take that out now, but it probably would have been an option.
Basically, he turned into somewhat of a punching bag. Now, to, I suppose, try and work through some of this, he did a session with Dr.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is like it got blown completely out of proportion because of like the outrage content cycle, right? This everybody's mad at this thing. Make videos about this thing, blow it out of proportion. Use hyperbole, that kind of stuff. It's one of the reasons I like this guy's channel. Is he's not piling on. This is more of like just kind of reporting on the things that happened, because it is now, the drama is part of the story, sadly. But he typically steers clear of this kind of stuff, and so do I.
K. I think it was a pretty enlightening one. It certainly is, I'd say, a good listen. It essentially did get into why he reacted the way he did, the way that he actually felt. I'm not going to paraphrase here too much beyond just what I've already said. That's my takeaway. So I'd recommend, if you want more texture, more understanding of this story and the social dynamics that made it play out, give Dr. K's video a watch. But as it pertains to the Stop Killing Games movement, I think you can see how, well, whenever there was the initial disagreement of Ross, pirate stocks were looking pretty good. But then he was involved in several major dramas. These dramas led to hundreds and hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people maybe finding out about him or having a changed opinion of him. There were a lot of videos talking about, mistakes, examining everything. And that's why right now, before this video, when I just searched for pirate software on YouTube, here's what I got. We've got the pirate software unraveling featuring a game developer, 211k views. A Josh Strife Hayes reaction, 204k views. An Axeman video, 586k views. An Upper Echelon video, 266k views. One from Moist Critical, 3.1 million views. And that is just the top few search results. We're talking about millions of views here. Now, while so many of these were rooted in the dramatic aspect, obviously they were related to Stop Killing Games, and they all painted Stop Killing Games in a positive light. And what that essentially meant is that now you didn't need to be a game preservation enthusiast to know that Stop Killing Games exists. All you needed was a passing interest in one of the larger ongoing dramas, and of course, even if you didn't have that, social media algorithms do know how to find you if you could be interested in it. All of that means a humongous megaphone, and so far, it absolutely seems it's done the trick. We've went from almost certain failure at 454k signatures to, at the time of writing this video, 714k, and at the time of recording, which was only a few hours later, 737k signatures. Now that basically means that they need 263k in about 30 days. And obviously, if this rate holds just a little bit longer, they'll absolutely make it. Or will they? Because here's the thing, they do actually need consistent, legitimate signatures. The reason why is fairly simple. Fake ones could be stripped out. Overexcited Americans having fun with a VPN, I don't know, could probably try to sign up for this. Wouldn't help the initiative, it would probably get scrubbed. And, well, if you're in America, you can't sign an EU petition. So it's not a guaranteed thing just yet, but it certainly is looking like it's going to pass 1 million. Now, what happens if it succeeds is basically this. The EU Commission will consider further action. That could be legislative action, or it could just be guidance on existing consumer laws. Now, no matter what, the industry would have significant input, but regardless, we would get a formal statement on the matter and its legality. And that's actually a powerful starting point for future conversations and new laws. But here's the thing, it gets even better. Because those conversations have already begun, and we've already started to make progress. Through all the noise and all the drama, the core problem is fairly simple. That audiences often think they're buying a product when they buy a game, but in reality, they're actually buying licenses. Now, since October, Steam explicitly states that all purchases are licenses, that it's not ownership. And that was always the case, it's just that now it's no longer hidden in their EULA. And Valve's timing was, let's just say, curious here. That's because California signed AB 2426, stating that any media that you can't permanently access offline must be labeled as a license, not a product. Now, another side to this is companies seeing PR opportunities, and there's a beautiful irony. Ubisoft. Yes, the very company that started this whole mess is actually taking action. That's because they're testing offline modes for The Crew 2 and Motorfest, and I think it's fairly clear that the Stop Killing Games movement inspired this. So, you know what? In certain ways, it's already winning. Now, another thing that could inspire this was an actual lawsuit, specifically a Californian one about the closure of the crew. But that lawsuit is actually facing some problems right now, and that's because of a Final Fantasy XI related precedent that lets companies remove users from games because, well, as a user, all you've bought is a license, and that can be revoked. That's a ruling that obviously plays to Ubisoft's advantage in that lawsuit, but looking at the big picture, we actually do see the developers are choosing to address these issues, and not because they're being forced to by the law, seemingly because they want to. But there are many reasons for that. It could be PR, or it could simply be because they see what way the wind is blowing. Here's something cool. Take a look at Supermove's World of Parkour. This is an indie game that failed. Legal obligations prevent keeping the online functions active, but existing owners can still play it in single player. There's another example. Whenever Blizzard Entertainment purchased Spellbreak's developer, they obviously stopped the game. But months later, they released a peer-to-peer version of the game on itch.io. That's awesome. And before all of this, Valen Studios ended Knockout City, but they made sure that private servers still would work. This is basically 3 indie teams finding a way to preserve their games retroactively. It is good shit. It matters. Now, yes, it is the case that player counts may be in the single digits, but it preserves gaming history. If a bunch of people want to play one of these games together, they actually can. And if Stop Killing Games passes, developers would have to consider things like this, not retroactively, but from day one. And that doesn't mean you can no longer make an MMO. You can still make Helldivers, but you'll need to sell your games correctly. You'll need to label them as what they actually are. Are they products or are they licenses? And you'd need to provide some sort of exit plan whenever servers shut down. And nobody is saying that retrofitting games for offline play is an easy thing, but I don't actually think that's a reason not to try this. Because in many ways, the direction of travel has not been great in gaming. It's often not been great in consumer law, at least until recently. I think making progress in this realm is absolutely a good thing. And I think the idea, why not try? Well, I think that is the attitude that we need. Of course, as for some of the reasons why not, you've likely heard those from Pirate Software. I think most people are thinking that on balance, no, it's actually worth giving this a shot. I think the benefits to consumer awareness, consumer protections, and, well, game preservation are pretty damn good reason why we should actually try. So, it's up to you. My question is simple. Why not give it a try? You can find the thing linked down below, and, well, if you want to see an example of consumers not being treated fantastically, Capcom, you're being naughty and it's time to call you out. You can find out all about it in this next video.
Yep, stop killing games. We're going to switch over to some of the AI stuff that I'm into. Let's see here. This is a bit of a sensational title. The 40 billion AI technique 80% of enterprises use finally explained. But I am super happy to know what this guy has to say, because it could apply to some of the things that I've been working on. So let's find out.
GPT had perfect memory and never hallucinated. That is the $40 billion promise that RAG is making to the industry. RAG is
for those, when he says hallucinate, sometimes a large language model will just make shit up to answer your question. Let's go ahead and give him a like, and then I'll link his channel here in chat. So. And then the other thing that's big in AI is getting it to remember the things that you've already had with it. So ChatGPT recently, a couple months ago, they released a feature where you can give it instructions and it will remember those. Otherwise, you always have to make sure you have what you want in the prompt. You'd have to say the same thing over and over and over again. But when it remembers stuff, you can start getting it to kind of customize to your stuff and your workflows.
retrieval augmented generation. In this video, you're going to get a one-stop shop that unpacks all the current debates, all the current best practices on RAG, how companies are implementing RAG, a few success stories, and, not to be left out, a few places where you should not use.
Yeah, doesn't AI use more power than anything else? Actually, let's find out. What is the find the most recent statistics on the power consumption of AI, and put explain it like I'm in high school. Okay. Key stats. AI now accounts for 20% of global data center power use, and that share could double by the end of 2025, meaning AI could consume nearly half of all the data center electricity soon. By late 2025, AI-powered systems may use 23 gigawatts, equivalent to the electricity needs of the entire UK right now. Yeah, we watched a video the other day where this guy built a data center next to some oil fields because the natural gas comes out while you're pumping for oil, and if there's not like a pipeline near, then they just burn that. That's why you see the flames coming out of the top of the top of the spout that's on top of like an oil rig pump. So he built a data center. And then instead of burning all that gas off, they're like, he's using that natural gas to power the data center. Global data centers drew 500 terawatts in 2023, and OPEC estimates that could triple to 15,000 terawatts by 2030, outpacing power uses of large nations. Wow. In the U.S., data centers time to switch to nuclear. In the U.S., data centers consumed about 140 terawatts in 2023. Maybe we'll finally switch over to nuclear. It's there are these magic rocks that give off energy, and we put them in weapons instead of putting them to power consumption use. That number is projected to rise to 224 terawatts, 5.2% in 2025, and 292 terawatts, 6.5% in 2026. The U.S. Energy Administration reports that data centers currently use 4.4% of U.S. electricity, which could triple to 12% by 2028. Why is this happening? Training AI models uses massive bursts of electricity. Even everyday AI tasks use more energy, and so we're using energy right now. Demand for AI services is exploding. Yes, I lost my job because I got laid off because I set up a bunch of AI stuff for my company, and then after I got everything dialed in and it worked really well and documented it, I got laid off. So, high school science version. Imagine a big I don't have to do this. We get it. The trend drives up electricity demand, especially in the U.S. and Europe. Grid growth in the U.S. hasn't been this fast in decades. If most energy comes from fossil fuels, carbon emissions spike, for example. Yep, that's why we should use nuclear. Experts say efficiency improvements might not help if we use more AI overall. Well, that's going to happen. There's already so many businesses that are taking advantage of it, that are getting an edge over the businesses that aren't. Smart software can time AI use when the power is clean, as some projects report 25% energy savings at peak time. Oh, yeah, there should be. There could be a whole new kind of like job role and stuff that opens up, which is like, how to code the back end on things to use energy at, not use energy at peak times. Building clean energy sources like nuclear renewables, tied to AI centers is a strategy from companies like Meta and Microsoft. AI is like a giant digital light bulb, one that's getting brighter by the day. It already uses as much electricity as whole countries, and soon it'll need power like 50% of all data centers. That's why it's super important to use clean energy, smarter software, and transparent reporting, or else AI could wreck our planet's climate and run up huge electricity bills along the way. Well, I know one person who's happy. Power company. All right, let's go. Let's see what this guy's talking about when it comes to these two things. One, the AI hallucinating, and then two, the AI actually remembering the conversations, questions, and sets of instructions that you give it.
use RAG, because yes, there are companies that have absolutely overinvested in RAG and profoundly regret it. So let's dive in. The problem is
That is ironic, isn't it?
fundamentally that LLMs are brilliant but jagged. I've talked about this before. They have fatal flaws. They have knowledge cutoff dates, so their knowledge is frozen in time. They have hallucinations or confident lies, and they obviously can't access your company's data, which in most cases companies do not mind. So the solution preview is basically RAG plus an LLM or large language model will give your AI a real-time research assistant flavor. So what you're going to learn is how to build your RAG system, how to scale from a prototype up to true scale, like millions of queries, and how to avoid.
Oh, I noticed another thing. Like even my phone got updated with, like, I didn't even want it on, but like they updated my phone with AI. So like, what is it? And my Android device, basically, there's now a button to use AI to like compose a response. And it took me forever to figure out how to turn that shit off.
Avoid the pitfalls that kill so many RAG projects. This is all based on actual deep dives I've done on RAG, lots of research I've done. It's very comprehensive, so bookmark this one and watch it in chunks. First, why RAG changes everything. We're going to actually get into the stakes, and then we're going to get into how it actually works. RAG is currently a roughly $2 billion market, although that's exploding so fast it's hard to measure. It is on track for $40 billion plus by 2035. So many enterprises use RAG. The loose running number is around 80%, and they use it over fine-tuning because they perceive it as easier. So fine-tuning a model is perceived as more difficult, at least right now. And those that are engaging with AI, 73% of them say that they need real-time data access. By the way, if you're wondering, where am I making up these statistics from? I have a list of links in my Substack that you can go and follow up to find all of the actual stories that underlie this. So as an example of a success story, LinkedIn had a significant reduction in support ticket resolution time because of RAG, because RAG enabled them to know their business. So it's like an LLM having an open book exam instead of a closed book exam. And yes, that story is public. So how does it work? What's the magic? Retrieval is searching the knowledge base for relevant info. Augmentation is combining the query with retrieved facts. And generation is an LLM.
Graphene? I heard of that. I've got a buddy that's really big into tech, and he was talking about putting graphene on his phone. Graphene. Oh, well, here. OS. The private and secure mobile OS. Here, let's read the Wikipedia article. That'll have more condensed information. An open source, good, privacy and security focused Android operating system that runs on selected Google Pixel devices. I think I have a Google Pixel. Excuse me. Including smartphone, tablets, and foldables. The fuck is a foldable? You mean, I seen that. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's be a while before those become ubiquitous, huh? Are these outselling the normal ones? Probably not, because they're more expensive. Copperhead OS. The main developer originally worked on Copperhead OS until a schism over software licensing between the co-founders Copperhead Limited led to McKay's dismissal from the company in 2018. After the incident, McKay continued working on the Android hardening project, which was renamed as Graphene OS, and announced, licensing. Oh, okay. So Daniel McKay is the hero here because he was working on some open source stuff, and the co-founders over at Copperhead were like, no, we won't charge money for it. So he fucking left. And then continued to work and do stuff for open source. Wow, this guy's got to be a saint. He should be voted for sainthood. In March 2022, two Graphene OS apps, Secure Camera and Secure PDF, Secure Camera, because like all that metadata that gets added to an image when you take it, were released on the Google Play Store. Also in 2022, Graphene reportedly released Android 12. McKay announced that he would step down as lead developer for Graphene, and as the foundational director in 2024, Graphene's Foundation's federal corporation information lists McKay as one of its directors. Okay. Sandbox and Google Play. By default, Google apps are not installed within Graphene. but users can install a sandbox version of Google Play services from the pre-installed App Store. And Sandbox Google Play Services allows access to the Google Play Store and apps dependent on it, along with features including push notifications and in-app payments. Around 2024 last year, Android Auto support was added to Graphene OS, allowing users to install it via the App Store. The Sandbox Google Play compatibility layer settings adds new permission menu with 4 toggles for granting the minimal access required for wired Android Auto, wireless Android Auto, audio routing, and phone calls. Okay. Yeah, because it's like if you don't have a private, like something like this, then if you give an app access to your microphone, they just turn that on and listen. I remember back in, it was like back in like 2016 or something like that. We were going for lunch with a coworker of mine, and he was talking about how he's got to get a new transmission and stuff like that. And then like a notification from Facebook popped up on his system with like an advertisement for new for a new transmission. And we were just like, they gotta be listening, bro. And then I think it actually turned out that they were. Graphene randomizes Wi-Fi MAC addresses. Okay. Per connection to a Wi-Fi network by default instead of the Android pre-network default. Well, that's great. That's very cool. Includes automatic phone reboot when not in use, automatic Wi-Fi and Bluetooth disabling, and system level disabling for USB-C port, microphone, camera, and sensors for apps. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you can turn all that shit off, and then if you lose your phone, nobody's going to get anything off of it. Additionally, offers contact scopes feature, which allow users to select which contacts an app can access. Oh, good. Yeah, so they don't just like data mine your whole phone. A hardened Chromium-based web. Like I tried to use like some mobile tax software one time, and they were just like, give us access to your whole life. It's currently only compatible with Google Pixel devices. Can be installed various platforms. In discussing why services should not force users to install proprietary apps, suggested Graphene OS as an alternative to Apple or Google. Okay. No, I'm good. Good. There's some competition out there. That's freaking great. Is this a Google Pixel? How do I look at what this thing is? I can't. I got too much stuff tied to this thing right now. I couldn't really actually do the switch, but how do I tell? Like I'm a desktop guy. Is it here? Yeah. So let me pull up settings. And then there's got to be a mode, storage, system. Yeah, let's look at the system. Oh, it's a Pixel 9 Pro. There we go, right there. So I do have a Pixel. Okay. All right. Well, I got a lot of security stuff like tied into this thing already, like authenticators and stuff. So I would really need to plan to migrate over to a new phone thing. I can't lose access to some of the stuff that I've got going on there. I actually just switched off of Verizon and over to Google Voice. It's been working out pretty good. Saving a lot of money too. Review Graphene installed a Pixel 3 after 1 week. A UC called Graphene OS install process straightforward, concluded he liked Graphene OS overall, but criticized the post-install is often not a seamless experience like using an unmodified Pixel or iPhone. Well, gee, I mean, attributing his experience to over-reliance on Google apps and the absence of some smart features like Graphene OS default keyboard and camera apps in comparison to software from Google. Okay, so there'd probably be a huge available. I know a lot of people in the privacy, gigs and security and that kind of stuff. So it would be cool if people started developing apps specifically for Graphene OS. I'm sure there's people already doing it actually. That's cool. Yeah, I knew Graphene was a thing for the phone. I didn't know it was privacy centric. I didn't know it was open source. That's really awesome. Where are we? All right. Let's see what this guy's talking about with the two things they're trying to get AI to do.
Creating an answer grounded in real data. So
I'm actually doing work in the background. I'm filing some claims, and then I got to do some project management work for me and a buddy of mine. And it's just private info right now. I can't be sharing my screen, seeing all the stuff that I'm filing and with personal addresses and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm totally cognizant of the privacy thing. Um, and like checking out news and so we got this on deck, new AI model, hierarchical reasoning models. That should be interesting. And then PewDiePie is more base than you. And a buddy of mine who's a really good back-end developer suggested these. So he has never missed when it comes to the videos that he suggested I check out. So just trying to keep up with the fast-paced world of the IT industry.
how does RAG really work? Number one, embeddings. So text is embedded as numbers in dimensional space, high dimensional space. For example, the phrase refund policy might be embedded as a series of numbers or vectors. And the key insight is that similar meanings will cluster together mathematically. If you've watched previous videos of mine talking about how large language models work, it's the same darn thing. You're taking the words and you're encoding them as numbers in high dimensional vector space. And if you want to know how many dimensions, one of the best practices right now is 1,536 dimensions. That's a lot of dimensions. So if you have the dimensions, you might wonder, is that enough? Can we just feed the text raw? The answer is no. You want to chunk. And by chunking, we mean that you want to break the large blocks of text that you're giving to the system into pieces in ways that help the LLM understand relationships and semantic meaning. Bad chunking ruins so many RAG projects, so pay attention. You have 4 different strategies here. You can have fixed size chunks. That can be dangerous. It can cut off mid-sentence. You can have sentence-based chunks. That will respect boundaries. And you have semantic chunks that group by topic. And you have recursive chunks that group by hierarchical structure. The key is making sure you understand what you want to get from a business perspective and driving your chunking strategy off of that. You should plan to have overlap between chunks. You don't want to have just a 0-0 cutoff, because if you do, then you don't have the chance for the LLM to find something in a similar chunk that it might have run across in the original chunk. And that basically, if you give it a little overlap, you maximize the odds of the AI finding what it needs in a really complicated haystack. So when we're looking at things in vector space, we are not keyword matching. That's often a misunderstanding. People will say, oh, the LLM is looking for a keyword match. No, it's not. It's looking to match meaning. And so it's actually looking for what's called cosine similarity and finding the nearest neighbors in vector space. As an example, how do I get my money back might be a query that a customer types in. That would find, say, refund processing, 0.95 similarity, return policy, 0.93 similarity, and shipping info, 0.38 similarity, not retrieved. That one's not a fit. Now, if you want to think about how you handle retrieval, you can actually re-rank based on how you get actual queries back, and you can boost accuracy for business purposes significantly if you do re-ranking. It's an advanced technique, but in this situation, if you want the system to retrieve shipping info with how do I get my money back, because maybe they need to ship their item back, then you can re-rank and you can get to that in what we'll call post-production, for lack of a better term. Okay, so how do you build a RAG? Very simply, I would recommend go to Llama Index. You can load up your documents, which Llama gives you a way to do from the command line, create an index, and query. And it's easy to get a stack for this. This is not expensive. This is not hard. A simple RAG is quick. You can use LangChain. It's a Swiss Army knife. It's going to do everything. You can use Llama Index. It's optimized specifically for RAG. Other vector.
This is super frustrating. Illidan, could you go to PayPal and see if it loads for you? I'm trying to file some claims here, and I need to be accurate with all of my income because it's unemployment, and I just get the spinning wheel PayPal's not loading for me. It looks like there's been a bunch of problems. What time is it? It's 9. What is today? The 2nd? So it's going to be over here. So July the 2nd reports. They've got 13 reports as of 1 hour ago. So it does look like there's some sort of problem. I'm having problems with login. Thanks for reporting. Close. Okay. Well, I just gave another data point to Down Detector. This is really frustrating. I really wanted to get this taken care of tonight. Try a different browser. Yeah, I'm using Brave too. Brave all the way, baby. But yeah, let me try a different browser, I guess. Let me load up the old Chrome. Let's see if I can get it to load via Chrome. Yeah, there's an update. Got it. PayPal.com. Okay, let me hit login. Okay. Okay, it looks like it's gonna work that way. Actually, did I put PayPal on my phone? Maybe this would be the most secure way to do it. I'm so nervous about this shit. I'm so nervous about getting locked out of something. Losing access to something. It stresses me the fuck out, man. To make your account secure, take a minute or two to verify your info. Alright, well now I have to go through it because it's a security challenge. To continue, we need to verify your photo ID. We'll scan your face and ID and make sure it's you. Okay. Agree and continue. Before we begin, make sure your ID is up to date and you're in a well-lit area. Okay. Okay, driver's license. Okay, while using the app. Okay, let me hit play here while I'm authenticating myself.
DBs, Pinecone, Chroma, Qdrant, they all work. And if you want something as simple as what's the warranty period on a manual or handbook, you're going to be able to get 2 years for EU purchases or a similar answer that's correct very, very quickly. Like this is something where in 2025, it's not hard to build a simple RAG. The challenge is most people don't just want a simple RAG. So if you want a level 1 basic doc Q&A, you can get that one done in like a week or so, right? Even at a company. Simple vector search, single source, couple of seconds of latency, internal FAQs only, super fast. It's basically a slightly fancier custom GPT. Level 2, hybrid search, where you're combining both a keyword match and semantic meaning match. That's a little bit more complicated. You definitely get better accuracy. It can be faster in some cases because you're handling keywords directly. And it can be helpful for handling edge cases. It's much more complicated to implement though. But it gets more complicated from there. All right, level 3, let's say you want to search text and images and video and audio, modal RAG. It can be quite accurate. You can get it to be quick, but you are going to have to put a ton of work in on the data side and the chunking side. You think chunking is complex with text? Wait till you're trying to come up with a chunking strategy for text and images and video and audio. One example would be Vimeo's video search with timestamps. That's an interesting one, right? So level 4, agentic RAG. That's where you actually have the agent go in and do multi-step reasoning and self-improve on what it finds. It's going to be a longer wait. You can get a more accurate response. You not only have to build a full RAG, you have to build an agent over the top. And then finally, if you want enterprise production, there's a lot of security, there's a lot of compliance, there's a lot of monitoring. You have performance expectations around how fast this thing needs to respond and how it handles load when there's multiple queries, and all of that additional software engineering that goes into putting something on a million boxes. That does not go away. That is still complicated. No AI will magically put software that lives on 1 million or 10 million or 100 million boxes easily. Okay. So we've talked a fair bit about data. Let's do a little bit more of a deep dive there because data is the key to a good RAG system. So when you are looking at documents for a RAG, there's a few things that you want to keep in mind as like trusty tool tips that will help you to go farther. Number 1, PDFs often have terrible header and footer pollution. Like they have stuff where like, have you ever copied and pasted the PDF? Like that's how the system sees it. And it will read those little footers and get confused. It'll read the weird header and get confused. OCR for scanned documents. Are you sure the optical character recognition is correct? This is why Mistral released a special OCR tool just for scanning documents. It's difficult to get a good RAG if you don't have good clean text that's digital. Tables are going to need special handling because you have to encode spatial relationships. You need to get to clean boilerplate in documents before thinking about chunking. Do not try to chunk a PDF. Get to clean boilerplate first. Get to clean Markdown first. Okay. Metadata can be a dramatically impactful choice as far as how you handle accuracy. So if you add source, section, and date to each chunk, retrieval is going to be vastly improved. For example, policy updated March 2020. Now the system knows that it's a 2024 update, and if it finds a 2025 update, it's going to probably choose the 2025 update if it understands you're looking for a recency-based retrieval. So what does this look like? 10 steps. Convert to text with the appropriate parser. You got to split it into sections. You have to remove the boilerplate that's like crappy headers and footers. You have to normalize all the white space. You have to extract the section titles. You have to add the metadata. You have to chunk with the overlap. You have to embed the chunks. You have to verify samples, and then you have to iterate. That's how much work it is. And that is for, frankly, a fairly simple.
I got signed in. My heart's in my chest right now because, like, I have a beard and my ID and everything. I'm clean shaven, and I still have hair. Oh, but it took me forever to get the lighting right and get it to scan. Fucking hell, man. I really hate this crap. I get that it's secure and everything. And it's probably freaking out because, like, I've been in the U.S. for a long time. I'm still in the U.S., but I'm in Puerto Rico right now, so I can see why it would freak the fuck out. Counts. Okay, I need to see my transactions. PayPal savings, offers, rewards. Add banks, send a PayPal, send a bank. Get paid, profile and support. How do I see? Pay later, payment preferences. Send and pay. Request money. Activity? Oh, duh. There we go. Okay, thank God. Okay. All right, jeez, man. Oh, this is so stressful. All right. At least I got signed into my account. Where did the... All right. Okay. Okay. Right, the crisis is over. The crisis is over. Let me...
Full exercise.
Keep this
and
going.
this is why I say, like, RAG can get complicated.
Actually,
but we're going to
get this is really complicated. Let's I'd like to know what this guy is saying, but it's something that needs my full attention. Let's switch over to PewDiePie, the prime time. This guy's successful. He's got almost 1 million subscribers. Let's go ahead and give him a like. And then, you know, I'm not trying to steal his content or anything. So if you like the video, you know, definitely go give him a like or something like that. I'll put the link in the chat right there. PewDiePie is like a super big streamer, right? There's like a South Park episode about him.
Ready for some PewDiePies. I'm done with Google.
Maybe you're wondering, why is he wearing that cool hat?
Is 2025 the year of Linux?
It's because the tech overlords are listening. Now I can finally say, Google schmoogle. What do you...
Oh my gosh, is he going to be a privacy advocate? Oh, this is great. Using his platform for privacy advocacy? Fucking yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know about those tattoos, though. I'm not judging. It's fine. It's fine. He can have those doodles if he wants.
What are you gonna do, Google? You're completely powerless now. What's that?
Getting wrecked by Google Schmoogle is so good. It's just so good. Yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Google? Loser.
Google owns YouTube? I would Google that, but I literally can't. What are they gonna do? Censor this video? Demonetize it? Bury it under the algorithm so nobody can find it? You're completely...
You know what's super funny about this? Is him talking about de-Googling his life. And just, what, a day ago? Or 2 days ago, he's no longer...
Didn't Linus from Linus Tech Tips make a video about Didn't Linus from Linus Tech Tips make a video about removing Google from his life? And what happened with that video? I think he got removed. That's why I want to look it up. Because I think he published a video. Oh, let me put my fucking glasses back on. Published a video in August of 2024 titled "De-Google Your Life Part 2 Ad for YouTube," where he explored ways to reduce your dependency on Google. Shortly after, YouTube removed the video for allegedly violating its community guidelines, specifically for sharing methods to bypass ads and download videos, which they classify as harmful or dangerous content, or bypassing payment for digital content. Okay, well, I mean, you know, I do make a little tiny bit of revenue off of online ads, so you know, I don't want to be a hypocrite or anything. I do typically watch the ads, and when we check out other people's channels, if they've got some sort of promotion that comes up, I let it ride, you know, because that's their hustle. I'm not trying to screw it over. But this is rich. This is fucking rich, right? They showed alternatives like Pi-hole, ad blockers, FreeTube, LiberTube, and other front-end apps. Why it was taken down. YouTube's policy bars content that helps user bypass ads or access YouTube content in unauthorized ways. Oh, yeah. Community reaction takedown sparked a backlash. Many users re-uploaded the video on mirrors like Odyssey, Reddit, and Internet Archives. It kicked off a Streisand effect, drawing more attention than if YouTube had ignored it. Good.
Top 10 YouTuber of all time. And there's all these people like, oh yeah, PewDiePie fell off. It's like, bro, dude, he got a family and he's living the dream. What do you mean he fell off? The guy literally is living the coolest life ever. He's making arch videos that are getting like 5, 7, 10 million views. This guy has done more for virginity than any single human being has ever. And now he's going on the anti-Google spree. I mean, this guy has embraced it. He's embraced Arch Linux more than I've seen anybody embrace it.
Powerless Google, you got nothing on me. So the past couple of weeks, I've completely de-Googled. I don't use any of Google's so-called free services.
Yeah, nice.
Except YouTube. I literally can't escape. It's surprisingly hot to wear a tinfoil hat. I don't know if you guys knew this. Well, you never worn a tinfoil hat before? Now, this all started because of privacy concerns. Being tracked with it, literally everything I do just feels kind of odd. Mainly because I wanted to also regain control over my software. And not to be at mercy of what the tech overlords decide to do just one day. But most importantly, I don't want to pay 20 bucks a year for 100 gigabyte storage. Not happening. I realized since...
Oh my gosh, is this literally, this is every single time. This is every single programmer's dilemma. You pay what appears to be a nominal fee, and when you see that nominal fee, you now decide, I henceforth shall never use this service again, and instead I am going to take on the responsibility of handcrafting this service myself. It's a very magical world we live in. For whatever reason, hold on, just give me a second. I'm distracted, so I can't watch this for a second. I just want chat to work. But when you pop out chat on Windows, it completely freezes the computer and might crash my stream. So I'm not going to do that. Just make your own Twitch. Windows being Windows. I know. The problem is that there's so much software.
What the fuck did he say? If he pops out chat, it crashes? Is that what he said?
On Windows,
Wait.
Said I am going to take on the responsibility of handcrafting this service myself. It's a very magical world we live in. For whatever reason, hold on, just give me a second. I'm distracted, so I can't watch this for a second. I just want chat to work, but when you pop out chat on Windows, it completely freezes the computer and might crash my stream. So I'm not...
Bro, you might want to do a little troubleshooting around that. I pop out chat all the time.
Not going to do that. Just make your own Twitch. Windows being Windows. I know. The problem is that there's so much software that's just like only for Windows, and I just don't want to like. All right, I need another driver. I guess I'm going to use some janky ass one off the internet and then upgrade it 90 times and then write software forever. Like, that's
why I'm actually still using Windows. I should do a partition, and I like Ubuntu. I used that a lot for work a couple of years ago. So I should probably do a partition and start using Ubuntu. Or I hear SteamOS is a thing now, and it's becoming a bigger thing. So maybe we check that out.
I'm literally doing what he's doing right here about Windows. It's that I have to make this decision of I don't want to use Windows ever, but I also don't want to write my own software for everything. And now here I am with the PewDiePie dilemma where he's just like, I ain't paying $100 for gigabytes. I could just have gigabytes. Why would I pay money for that?
Swapping to Linux, my life has just been going upwards. I'm practically ascending next step. But I realize there's always...
I do have to make a pause here, though. Began, if you don't know Began, he's a fantastic streamer. Great guy. Hasn't streamed in years, except for just recently. But anyways, Began, he used Arch Linux for his entire life, practically. The autism got him very young. And he used Windows for 3 days and got a girlfriend. So there is something about that. Like, PewDiePie is LARPing a little bit in the sense that he went off and he's like, oh, I got a wife and kids. Now I'm using Arch Linux. And it's just like, well, yeah, of course your life's getting better now. You get to reclaim your virginity while having kids. You know, that's different. It's a very different experience.
It's an open source alternative. And a lot of times they're better. They just don't have $1 billion budget to market themselves. So I went down the de-Google rabbit hole, and I want to share what I learned, because by the end of this, once you know what I know, bro, you're gonna want one of these cool hats as well. So let's go through the de-Googleization. I want to be honest and share what I think you should absolutely change, and maybe what was more hassle than worth.
I've always actually wanted to do a bit of de-Googleization. There's been a lot of videos on this, and this is something that has been fairly interesting to me. The things I just don't understand, like how to get rid of, is something like meats, right? Give me the meats, boy. But seriously, like, how do you get rid of something like meats? I don't know yet. I really don't know how to get rid of something like that.
You just need to make an alternative out there. Of course, you know, you're gonna have to pay for all that bandwidth, which is what Google has going for them. They can handle that bandwidth. And you would need infrastructure in place to handle such a bandwidth. But this is a perfect example. You could make a graphene OS meets, right? And since the user base of graphene OS is so low, it could totally be feasible. So yeah, I wish I had all the time in the world and I could work on shit like that, but I don't. And I'm focused on some of the things I do know and the things that I know I need to learn to continue to be competitive. So maybe one of these days.
Calendar with meats. No, not.
I have fantasized about starting up like a private streaming service for like subscribers and stuff. And like you need a password to get in, all that kind of crap. I still might set that up one of these days.
That kind of meats, baby. Phone call, but you can't, dude, I can't be like, hey, man, hey, CEO of Cursor, let's get on a 3-way phone call. Do you remember how to do that? Do you know how to do that? And he's, what? Like, right? Like, that's just not going to work out. I can't get the old menage a trois phone calls going on. That's not going to happen, right? You can't call, it's just not going to happen. No one's going to do that. Hey, oh, you want to make a calendar? Can you send it to my can you just, okay, so I need you to install some software. It's just like not going to work, right? And so I knew you'd watch this. Yes, this is actually something I'm deeply interested in because that's the big one for me is email with calendar that's really nicely like in with also video call. And I don't want to use Zoom, right? Like I don't want to use Zoom. What? Who would use Zoom? Ugh. Like I already use Notion, so we don't use Google Docs. Google Docs is largely a...
Hold on, I want to look up something because I remember didn't Zoom shoot themselves in the foot around the time of the pandemic? Zoom did shoot itself in the foot during the pandemic. Here's a breakdown. Privacy and encryption issues. Zoom claimed it used end-to-end encryption, but in reality, it meant Zoom to server to Zoom client, giving the company access to unencrypted meetings. Yeah, the moment all the developers started using it, and the big corporations that have like a good network security person working for them. They found that shit out real quick. Their iOS app secretly sent analytics to Facebook without clear user consent. Zoom eventually removed that code. Get the fuck out of here. Zoom bombing. With weak default settings, no meeting password, open screen share, trolls crashed meetings showing explicit content or hate speech derailment in classrooms and government calls became common. Institutions like Singapore Education Ministry banned Zoom usage after inappropriate interruptions. Popularity plus negligence equals backlash. Usage exploded from 10 million to over 200 million daily in March 2020. Zoom just wasn't built to handle that scale securely. This rapid growth brought pressure from lawmakers, the FTC, and multiple lawsuits. That sucks. They're almost in a way a victim of their own success. But, you know, that's what you get when you do shady shit like, you know, sending analytics to somewhere else without clear user consent. Feature freeze for 90 days to focus on security. Yeah, probably should have done that a little sooner. Hired Facebook's former CEO as a security advisor. Okay. Released Zoom 5.0 with better encryption, but it was too late. Paid $85 million settlement over privacy violations, like improper data sharing and encryption misrepresentations. Ooh, that sucks. Super popular in high school. That's where all the trolls came from. A bunch of high school kids figured out they could crash stuff, and they did, because I remember what it was like to be in really into computers when I was in high school, and I was a bad boy. Yeah, they really shot themselves in the foot. The tech was solid, but rushing growth without security safeguard allowed hackers, trolls, and regulators to expose weaknesses. That's funny. Why did we get on this subject? Oh, he was talking about Zoom. Let me back it up a bit. So basically, this guy's reviewing a bit. We're doing YouTube Inception while I'm working on private stuff here in the background. He's responding to a video of PewDiePie. In fact, can we just find PewDiePie's original video? I gave dude a like already. Here, let's do this so we don't have stream Inception. We're just gonna watch it. I already gave him a like. Here, let me.
You guys ready
for his shit? Here, let me link his channel. There we go. Like, check this guy out. In fact, let's do him a solid and let's look at his channel. Oh, shut up. We'll check out. They got away with this. It's time to leave. Okay, let's check this video. All right, we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this video. This guy looking at stuff. But what happened to? Here, open that up.
You guys ready for some PewDiePie?
That's PewDiePie, and then I'm done with Google right there. Okay, here's the original video, so it's not stream Inception of me reacting to a reaction of somebody else's video. Let's just watch the original video, and I'll react to it.
Maybe you're wondering, why is he wearing that cool hat? It's because the tech overlords are listening. Now I can finally say, Google schmoogle. What are you gonna do, Google? You're completely powerless now. What's that? Google owns YouTube? I would Google that, but I literally can't. What are they gonna do? Censor this video? Demonetize it? Bury it under the algorithms? You're completely powerless, Google. You got nothing on me. So the past couple of weeks, I've completely de-Googled. I don't use any of Google's so-called free services, except YouTube. I literally can't escape. It's surprisingly hot to wear a tinfoil hat. I don't know if you guys knew this. Well, you never worn a tinfoil hat before? Now, this all started because of privacy concerns. Being tracked with literally everything I do just feels kind of odd. Mainly because I wanted to also regain control over my software and not to be at mercy of what the tech overlords decide to do just one day. But most importantly, I don't want to pay 20 bucks a year for 100 gigabyte storage. Not happening. I realized since swapping to Linux,
I'm only paying like $1.99. Did they change that?
my life has just been going upwards. I'm practically ascending next step. But I realize there's always an open source alternative, and a lot of times they're better. They just don't have $1 billion budget to market themselves. So I went down the de-Google rabbit hole, and I want to share what I learned, because by the end of this, once you know what I know, bro, you're gonna want one of these cool hats as well. So let's go through the de-Googleization. I want to be honest and share what I think you should absolutely change and maybe what was more hassle than worth. Number 1, your search engine. Change your search engine right now. You can do it now while I keep yapping. Just go to your browser settings, find the search default browser and change it to DuckDuckGo. It's a search engine that doesn't track what you do. It just works. Boom. Maybe you prefer everything you do online to be tracked and logged. I don't know. Maybe you're in that ballpark. I think just most people are either oblivious or lazy. So I'm telling you now, don't be lazy. Number 2, your browser. When I told you to change your default search engine, you did not just do that inside of Google Chrome, did you? Say it ain't so. There are way better browsers out there. I use Firefox. It's kind of B tier, but you can lock it down into S tier. A lot of people swear by Brave browser. I never tried it. My point is, this is super easy to change. And have you ever thought why browsers are free to begin with? Why is Microsoft so... Why do they want you to use their browser so goddamn badly, you know? Why do they all make it free for you? Could it be because they track everything you do online and sell or trade your data? What? What do you mean? They don't make this out of the goodness in their heart? You telling me Google isn't just $1 trillion charity? What? I found online that in 2023, Google paid Apple to be their default search browser in Safari. Guess how much? 20 billion! Jesus Christ! They definitely want you to use Google. So just don't. It will take you 2 minutes. Go do it. Number 3, the third thing I changed. Like many of you, I've been using Google Mail for years and years and years. And apparently up until 2017, that's when they stopped scanning your emails to serve you ads. So now Gmail is a little less creepy, you know, but if you think about it, it is probably the most invasive service that they run. And there are free alternatives out there like Proton. I haven't tried it out. I decided to send this bitch and get my own email. I paid a small fee. It was fiddly as hell. But at least people won't think I'm poor and have like Google Schmoogle in my ad domain. Number 4, with me de-Googling lately, I realize it's time for me to de something else. I don't want to say the joke. Anyway, I started working with G Fuel 6 years ago. G Fuel sponsor! We created the greatest flavor of all time, G Fuel Lingonberry.
Lingonberry is out and it's really, really good. Honestly, I'm so proud of this flavor.
Yuzu Slash. Legendary moment. Yuzu Slash, baby. Sour green PewDiePie. So many great memories. So many great slurps. So many great memes. But it's finally time to retire this guy. Sayonara, G Fuel-san. Because we're introducing a new tub! And t-shirt! Same energy, new armor. Get the collector's box. You get the t-shirt and the new tub. You don't want to be tubless this summer, I'll tell you that much. That's worse than having Google in your subdomain. It's available right now. Check it out, link in the description. Finally. Don't miss this opportunity to be part of history. We got many more exciting G Fuel announcements coming up, so stay tuned. Number 5, your phone. I have a Google phone. God damn it. Everything is Google. It's crazy. I didn't realize just how deep I've been swept into this ecosystem without realizing it. My goddamn TV is Google. I thought it was a Sony TV. You know, open up, it's like Google TV. How did that happen? I don't know about you, but I feel like I'm supposed to be enamored by the phone, how amazing it is with its incredible hardware, and how powerful it is. But if it's so great, then why do I feel like I'm the product? Huh? I hate my phone. Notifications just feel like they're there to suck me in, not to tell me anything useful. All these apps and features. I feel like my attention span is just getting mushed the more I use my phone. I hate it. It's just one big giant distraction device. So I have a Pixel 9, and it is a good phone. And I already own it. So instead of switching it out to like a dumb phone or something like that I know a lot of people do, I wanted to install a custom OS on it. There was a lot of them to choose from, but I opted for Graphene. Mainly because it felt like the biggest point the finger to Google, you know? It's an operating system focused on privacy and security. Apparently so much so that even Edward Cullen uses it. Did I get that right? I would Google it, but I can't. But here's the thing, okay? For some reason, I feel like I'm the crazy one. Huh? What? Why do you want to Google so bad, huh? What do you got to hide, huh? This guy got graphene on his phone. What's up with that? I feel a little judged, okay? But after using Graphene, I realized, no, this is how it should be. I'm not the crazy one. There's a few features on Graphene that I really like, and these are just to name a few. Especially with security, I really like how they amped it up, but the fact that I close an app on Graphene and it closes the app. Crazy. A lot of times on your phone, if you think you've closed an app, but in reality, running in the background and still tracking whatever it is they want to, Graphene, nuke that shit. It's gone. Such a crazy concept, right? I'm the crazy one. Number 2, I control exactly what the app has access to. You can use file or storage scopes, I think it's called. And if I want to give an app access to a certain type of files, I pick which folder. Not the entire device, as it should be. Not some vague little pop-up going like, hey, do you want to give them access to this? No, complete control. Number 3, whenever you install an app on Graphene, it asks you before installing it, hey, do you want to give this app access to your internet? Because a lot of times the answer is, heck no, not happening. I realized I was trying desperately to find a keyboard that has Japanese, Swedish, and English. I really like the Swift kind of typing, you know? I just couldn't find an open source alternative, and I was like, what do I do? And then I realized the alternative is Microsoft or Google, okay? And I realized the keyboard that they offer is connected to the internet. Why? Why? Imagine you bought a physical keyboard and it was secretly connected to the internet, sending big tech everything you type. We're not doing anything weird, just trust us, bro. It's so messed up. On Graphene, I still have the option, and if I want to take a Google app, I can starve it, put it in one of those. I still don't like that I use a Google app, but no, actually it's good. Google is at my mercy for once. Feels good. Another feature that I think is kind of obvious and most people would appreciate, but there was a 4th hidden feature on Graphene that I love. That it is not a feature, but for me it ended up being one. Like I talked about in the beginning, it feels a lot of times when I use a phone, it's such a distraction. There are some apps that you probably have to use. Maybe it's for work or because of friends and you want to connect. Whatever, you're gonna have to use certain apps that you don't really want to use. So I decided to put all those apps, and you can do this as well actually, on a different profile. The good thing about Graphene is that on a different profile, all these apps are contained in that profile. They can't connect to anything else on my phone or run in the background or anything like that. That's what's great about Graphene, and that's why, to me, it felt like a good solution with all the apps that I don't want to use. But what this ended up doing was that, okay, now I need to use this app that I don't like to use. It feels intentional going there. I don't even see these apps when I use my phone on a regular basis. And it made it so that my phone starts feeling like it's serving me again, like an actual useful tool that it supposedly is, right? So yeah, huge fan. I'm so glad I swapped out. It's probably the best thing I did so far. But it gets better, okay? I had to ride this couple weeks, I tell you what. Number, is it 6 or 5? I lost count. Anyway, password managers. What do you mean password 123 isn't gonna cut it? I hate password managers. Why? Because they cost 67 pounds. To host a 5 kilobyte size document? I don't think so. This whole videos of me just doxing myself for being cheap. It's not happening. I'm not paying that. I almost had a heart attack when I found out. I'm paying what? But you need a password manager. That's just the reality of today. I thought I was so smart. I was like, okay, fine. I don't need to do this. I'm running Linux. I downloaded a backup. I made it into an HTML, and then I encrypted it. And then I had an alias, so I unencrypt it when I need to use it, and then quickly encrypt it. Is it unencrypt or decrypt? It doesn't matter. Bada bing, bada boom, I saved myself 67 pounds. If I live for, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 years, that's like, I saved myself a lot of money. Multimillionaire is a cheap ass. .mp4, that's what I should call this. But then I realized, I need this file on other devices. I need it on my phone and my laptop, and what if I go abroad? And that's when I discovered glorious SH! Self-hosting. I can just host this on another device. I feel like ever since I did my Linux video, so many comments have been like, just wait until it discovers self-hosting. It's gonna be game over. And yet you were right, okay? I started off on a Raspberry Pi 5. This thing is relatively cheap. It's got Ethernet, it runs on low power, and it's powerful for its size. Can do more than enough for what I wanted to do. I found an open source alternative, which is Vault Warden. You can host your own password manager, basically. The problem was, I have no clue what the heck I'm doing. What is a reverse proxy? What do you mean I can't just put my IP address in my browser and be done with it? The Vault Warden is so secure that it wouldn't let me connect to it unless I set it up properly. Every time I thought I did it, I kept seeing the spinny circle, and I saw that circle for 2 goddamn days. But once it finally worked, magic. I have done it. I had saved myself 67 pounds. Tears running down my eyes. It was beautiful. My first successful self-host. My God. No more subscriptions. No more syncing drama. Just my own secure vault. It felt like I was finally breaking out of the matrix for real. And the thing is, once you start understanding how this works, it's really not that bad. If anything, it became super fun because with compatibility layers like Docker, you can so easily just pick and choose what open source software you want to download, keep trying out different ones. The world is your oyster. Just pluck them from the trees. And everything just works. So I needed a note-taking app. I found one called Yoplin. That's how you say that, Yoplin. It had a desktop app and a phone app, which is exactly what I wanted. But when I installed Yoplin, this is where things got weird. Do not judge me here, okay? This is... You can probably relate to this, actually. Have you ever been so lazy that you try and find another alternative, but then that leads you on a road that was 10 times more complicated than just not being lazy? The image that I was trying to install on my Pi was not compatible. It was 86 by 64. This is ARM-based structure. It doesn't matter. Not compatible. I can just find another one. But I thought, hey, why don't I just quickly install this on something that does run 86 by 64? And I look around and I'm like, oh. Well. My Steam Deck runs 86 by 64. So you may be asking, Felix, did you use your portable handheld gaming console to host your note-taking app? Yes, but it gets worse actually. Steam runs Linux. Beautiful. It actually runs Arch, which is the distro I use on my desktop. Match made in heaven. But I thought to myself, well, it's filled with all this like Steam bloat. I should probably uninstall Arch so I can then install Arch. I don't know what's wrong with me. Don't ask. And I did this, of course, just so I wouldn't have to find another image of my note-taking app. But anyway, it works. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. Now, I got my notes app running beautifully. Number 7 or 8. It was time to say goodbye, Google Drive. Goodbye, Jotaro. $20 for 100 gig? I don't think so. I'm not gonna pay you to hold my data hostage forever. Not happening. What if I live for another 600 years? Think about how much money that's gonna be to Google. No more subscriptions. Redundant subscriptions. Instead of Google Drive, I set up File Browser. The thing that bothers me about all these free online storages that gives you a certain amount at least is that first of all, it's not safe. Second of all, I don't know what they're doing with that. Thirdly, I hate how it's used. I don't know if you can relate to this. Maybe it's just like a me problem, but let's say I've gone outside, I've touched grass, I've taken all these photos and videos, and then I sit down in front of my computer, and then all of a sudden internet goes down, and I'm like, what happened? And then it's like, oh yeah, my Google Drive decided to back up every single photo and video I've ever taken. And it's like, I don't want that. I want certain images. Let me pick those first. And I don't want you to suck up my entire bandwidth. With File Browser, I can throttle the speed and I can do it when I...
One thing, like, I've always been in the habit of like when I install something, I go to like the settings. Like even when I play a video game, the first thing I do is load up the settings and I look at the key bindings and things like that. So yeah, I haven't ever had a problem where like, because I've typically like most of the time I modify default settings and I don't just like automatically grant all permissions to everything. So I haven't ever run into a problem like that, but I get that most users find themselves in a situation like he just described.
I want to, which files I want to. I went a little nerdy and overboard, a surprise. And I wrote a bunch of aliases and shell functions so that I can define push or pull to download or upload, which device, my phone, laptop, desktop, deck, and which subfolder. And I do all this with glorious SSH. It actually solved another problem for me, which is always sharing files between my phone and my desktop. I never know how to do it. Apparently, I didn't know this. I feel like everyone is tuning out because I'm talking about SSH again. But you can run it on your phone. Look, I'm connected. And then I thought, fuck, and now I gotta do an opposite script on my phone. But then I realized I can just connect to my desktop to run the script. It doesn't matter, okay? It's cool. Just trust me, it's cool. Number 9. AI. We have to talk about AI. I don't know about you, but I don't like using AI. It feels like I'm kneeling directly to the tech overlords. And not to mention the goddamn subscription fees. I feel like I'm spoon feeding the machine that has stolen all my data, more of my data. Here you go. Nice and fat. Here you go. Not happening. But I got curious and, you know, I built my own computer not long ago and I spent a lot of money on it. Why don't I just see if I can run it myself? It's a beast. So I set up a local language model called Mixtral. Emphasis on local, which means it runs on my computer completely offline. It's beautiful. Now I can search whatever I want. And I can ask it dumb questions like, why is my left toe bigger than my right toe? And no one knows about it. Not Google, not AI overlords, not even you. Step 10. How many steps are there? And we have so much left. PDFs, Google Docs, calendar, contacts. I was honestly getting a little tired at this point to try and find an alternative to all of these, but that's when I discovered Nextcloud. It's an open source self-host beast, and it does all of this for you. Maybe there are better singular alternatives, but the fact that I can get all of this baked in one was exactly what I needed, and just one quick install and it was done. I was completely out of Google, and it felt amazing. Finally, I'm free. From here on is when I needed to tighten things up a little bit. I actually bought a domain. I know, I paid a subscription fee. But it's worth it. If you're self-hosting, it's actually worth it because you can get a domain for $5 a year. It means I can get better security features and I can put all these services in subdomains. So like docs.mysubdomain.com and password.mysubdomain.com, like all these different things I made, I can access easily. I don't have to type my IP address for each one. And I started to tighten down the security as well, especially because I was looking online. I'm like, I'm getting a lot of bots that are pinging me. I don't like this. Everything is locked in with the password already, but I added another layer of zero trust, so you can't access anything unless you have another login. I locked in my IP address with Tailscale. Beautiful Tailscale. I could make a whole video. I had a fail to ban. It was definitely worth spending some time locking things down. And I think I found a good balance of it being secure, but also not like a huge hassle every time you want to access either. Now, swapping out all these Google services, there's one that I just can't escape. And I don't mean YouTube. There's one that sucked the most to get rid of, and that was actually Google Maps. Because Google tracks you so well, it is so good at predicting traffic. And since I drive a lot in Tokyo, I really rely on that to get to places on time. You can't be late in Japan. It's like a death sentence. The first time I used my open source alternative, I ended up 30 minutes late. And that's when I realized, hey, maybe Big Brother tracking everything isn't so bad. Maybe surveillance has its perks. But I stuck to my de-googling, and the best alternative I found was just using my car's GPS. It has all this Japanese services built in anyway. I ended up using my Pi to replace my Google TV, and I'm running Kodi on that. I haven't really fully set it up yet, so not much to say about it. And you may remember I'm doing all of this on my Steam Deck. I added an extension so I can plug it into Ethernet. That way it runs on less power. It runs completely headless, and I can monitor all of it on my safe network system that I have. But then I thought it'd be kind of cool to use the display so I can use that for monitoring. I ran Tmux and BTOP on it, and it looks so cool. You know, this all started because I wanted to de-Google and try what that was like. And by the end of it, my Steam Deck looks like it's a detonator for a bomb or something like that. And before you ask, yes, I can still game on it, all right? It runs 2% of my CPU. It's like this weird home lab abomination at this point, but I love it. I love looking at it. I got it sitting next on my desk. It's just a vibe, man. Every time I see it, I'm happy. Another fact that I like using my Steam Deck is the fact that I can just use whatever I have around me. People have these like super sick home lab setups, which are awesome. I get it, but my point with this is that if you wanted to de-Google, you can use whatever you have at your disposal. It shouldn't cost you any extra money. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that Steam Deck is the ultimate self-host device. You're probably better off using a Pi, but maybe you have some device laying around at home that you can run Linux on. Bring it back to life, you know? Instead of throwing it away, and I hate to be that guy, but it's better for the environment. Yes, it's a lot of tinkering, but you learn a lot, and by the end of it, it's done. Like, I don't have to touch it. Google's mantra is don't be evil, but I still think they have a lot to do to qualify for that title. I feel like on your phone you have all these settings with privacy and give permissions and all these things that they ask you. But it kind of feels like one of those toys that Björn has that it's just like a bunch of buttons that doesn't actually do anything. Unless you go all the way with privacy, it doesn't mean anything. Don't call it privacy. And for me, it's not even necessarily about Google. I think it's more about big tech in general. I hate where software is going. Unnecessary subscriptions, ads, locking, updates changing the entire UI because you're more prone somehow to get more locked in. With YouTube, you know, it's been constantly changing for years and years and years just because they figured this is the best way to suck you in. If I host my own apps, there's none of that. So now I got my own home lab abomination and I love it. I'm finally free from the tech overlords. It was 100% worth it. And look, bro, I made you one too. You've earned it. Here you go, bro. This video is sponsored by Saily. I am a huge fan of Saily because it genuinely makes traveling for us so much easier. This time when we were on our way to Savannah, Marty asked me about it and we literally set it up on the flight because it had internet. For those of you who don't know, Saily is an eSIM app, which means electronic SIM. So if you're traveling almost anywhere in the world, over 60 countries, you get access to internet through this app. Martin said just open the app, pick the country, picked how much data she needed, and of course, use code PewDiePie, which gave her a 15% discount. And bada bing, bada boom, instant internet as soon as you land, which is what I want. The first thing I want when I land is internet. I genuinely hate standing in line when I land renting a Wi-Fi box. How is that a good solution? You just have to carry another thing when you're traveling that also have to worry about being charged. Or if you opt to just buy a physical SIM while you're there, you still have to go and actually find where to buy it, set it all up while you're there, and you have to worry about losing your original SIM, at least I do. It's kind of important. I don't like removing it. Saily just solves all the problems. It's an amazing service and I highly recommend it. You can use the QR code to download it or use the code PewDiePie at checkout for 15% discount. If you're planning a trip anywhere, you can download it right away, set it up all now, and don't even have to think about it. You need internet when you travel, so I just love that it removes that stressful element to me. So thank you, Saily, for being an amazing sponsor, and you guys are welcome.
Okay, I think it's really cool that PewDiePie is exposing people to like de-googling their lives. I use Google for a lot of things, so I guess I'm kind of a hypocrite. Same thing with like Windows. I have to use Windows because I don't even think they have a Linux version of some of the editing software that I use. But that shouldn't stop me from creating a Linux partition and trying that out. So I think that's what I'll do. A friend of mine, Phoebus, suggested that, so we'll give that one a shot. I'm just got kicked out of the Florida Claims website that I was in because it looks like they're running maintenance on the site. So I'm gonna wait like 2 or 3 hours. I think I'll try to get in an hour or so, about 11:15 my time. I'll try to sign back in and pick that up again. Okay, good. So I just got done completing that order. Okay. We're all set. Let me go ahead and yeah, everything's done there. Okay. So I had a chat. Good news is I had a chat with Swifty, and there's a bunch of things that I need to look into for he and I to start collaborating on some stuff. I like to have a plan. So I'm basically going to start working on that here in the background, and then we'll do some gaming a little bit later. In the meantime, this one's really involved. So actually, I'm going to watch this when I'm not distracted doing stuff on the side. But this one's talking about next gen AI models and stuff. So hierarchical reasoning models, HRM. That sounds super interesting. The name pretty much says it all, but it's all in the nuance and details of like how the hierarchy is set up for the reasoning. So I'm super interested to listen to that. And what I'm doing right now is I have to get up and do a bio break, but I am going to put this on my earbuds so I can listen to it on the bio break, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay. Let me sign in there. Check 1 2. Yep. Okay, so this is from the Discover AI YouTube channel. They almost got 100,000 subscribers. Let me go ahead and give this video a like, and then if we like this video, I'll check out this catalog here. So here we go.
Community, so great that you are back. Yes, it's summertime in the northern hemisphere of our planet, and therefore we have time to look at new.
Oh, why editing software do you think is not available in Linux? There's that, and then there's that. Okay. Let's see. What's the software called? I'm having a bad day. DaVinci, duh. DaVinci Resolve Studio. That's their hardware. Let's just check. Does DaVinci Resolve have a Linux version? Oh, it does have a Linux version. Officially supported, maintained. DaVinci Resolve 20 supports Linux and was released. Oh, it just came out. May 28th. That shit literally just came out. Yeah. Just now. Okay. So I think I will do what Phoebus suggests, and I got to get a couple of things crossed off my list first. But I will make that Linux partition like he was suggesting. And I will make the jump. We'll make a whole deal out of it. We'll do some videos and that kind of stuff. I'm gonna go make an offering to the porcelain god, and super interested to hear about this new model. And then I'm in the so I just got kicked out of the job website, and I missed an email from a recruiter for a project management job, and I feel fucking terrible about it. And I just found out about it when I was following up for filing unemployment benefits, and there's just so much it looks exactly like the spam headers and stuff. So I reached back out to him and told him I lost it in the shuffle, and told the Florida Claims website that I'm waiting on a response from him, and that I'm hoping to reconnect. And then the site shut down for maintenance. So at least I have until tomorrow to finish filing all those claims. Fuck, man. Why do I have to be so stressed out over all this stuff? All right. Let me run this. Let me use the bathroom. I'm going to be working on stuff for a while. And I might just stay up to try to fix the schedule again. Yeah. I got plenty of work I need to do. So And there's plenty of stuff that I need to do. So we're just going to keep going.
AI architectures, the next model that will come out here later this year. Let's have a look at the breakthroughs. Now, you remember in my last video, I talked about your neural graph architecture, complete new distributed neural architecture instead of our transformer networks. And you noticed there was a little paper in the background that I told you a little bit later on. Huh? Now is the time. Now we do have the time to look at this particular paper. And of course, we start here. We have to understand what are the limitations we want to tackle, how we want to optimize, what elements we want to optimize. Therefore, let's have a look at the cracks in the LLM facade. Shallowness. Our transformer has a fixed and relatively shallow number of processing layer. Not really great for complex multi-step algorithmic reasoning, no? Yes, we can make it wider, but this doesn't really help, no? And we can't make it deeper, but this also hits a wall. Also, our chain of thought kind of works now by externalizing here the reasoning process here, but it's rather brittle reasoning and it struggles here with problems that require more complex reasoning. And in plus, for the training, we have an extreme high data inefficiency, which would require massive data sets. So what about a new idea by this company, Sapient Intelligence in Singapore? I am not sponsored or I don't know this, I just encountered it the first time. But by the way, they are hiring, so if you're looking for a job in Singapore and the San Francisco Bay Area, there are job openings over there. And I have to tell you, their paper is really interesting. Also a little bit confusing. Let's dive in. Now they start telling us, hey, look at our models. Here in blue, we outperform everything. We have here AGI 1 benchmark data, AGI 2 benchmark data, but just look here when all the other models from an O3, a Claude, a DeepSeek R1 have exactly 0 performance. Look at our benchmark data for a Sudoku 9x9 or 30x30. Look at this just with 1000 training example. We have some excellent performance. And you would ask, how is this possible? Now, the basic idea is relatively simple. Yeah? You have 4 learnable components. You have an input network and an output network. Great. And we will talk about the functionality of both. And in the middle, so the main workhorse, you have a recurrent module for a low-level computation and a recurrent module for a high level. And we just talked about modules here in a sequence for a path in my last video, so you are familiar if you have seen my last video about the module thematic. Recurrent simply means RNN, recurrent neural network, LSTM, whatsoever. Now you know, as a subscriber of this channel, that standard RNNs have a fundamental limitation. They converge far too early. This is not really what we're looking for. And now this new methodology has a simple fix if you want. They say we have 2 interwoven loops. We have a cycle with here a L module. This is an RNN, as they tell us here, as this is a low module, and then we have an H and high module, and somehow those 2 modules here interact here in an interwoven 2 loop state. And this is the solution, that we do not have this immediate convergence, but we have a hierarchical convergence. This is much more powerful. Sounds easy. Here you have a screenshot. This is the explanation. You have here in this new methodology an input vector, and you have an output prediction vector. This is it. And you just have to learn the in-between. And here we have, if you want, here our low component, and here we have our high performance component. And this is it. This is the update mechanism. And here, why this is exactly here our output function. So you say, could not be easier, no? And you immediately see here, okay, 0 modulo t. So if I has certain multiples of t, then we have an update process. Otherwise, we go here with the old value here of the state function. So this looks simple almost, yeah? So what it does here is a little bit more advanced. And if you read the paper, they jump into a high detailed discussion. So maybe you are not really that you say, okay, I understand here the details. So I want to produce videos that you can understand the idea right from the start. So I show you now a different perspective of this paper that is more easier to understand. It starts here from the beginning and gives you some introduction, and then we can have a look at the implementation details. So what it does, this new methodology from a hierarchical reasoning, a sequence of distinct, stable, but nested computation in multiple loops. So our high module directs here the overall problem-solving strategy, and you think, hey, this is like an agent, no? Our coordination or orchestration agent. And then we have a low module, like a worker module in the good old times, and this execute now an intense search or a refinement required here at the step. But the real intelligent way is now to combine this in an interwoven loop process that the hierarchical convergent benefits here are somehow integrated here in the loop structure. It sounds complex, but it's not really. However, if we look now at the three models, no? In black we have our transformer model. Here we have the depth or the transformer layer that are computed against the accuracy that we achieve. And you see with a classical transformer, 256 layers, beautiful. With a recurrent transformer, it's a little bit bigger after a threshold, and you see we're here. But what we are talking now, this new model, this is here the blue one. Look at this. This looks now really interesting with the performance reaching 100%. So let's have a look at this two loop cycle or this two element cycle, this two module cycle. The trick is relatively simple now. You see here, if you look at the forward residual and at the number of steps, so the H module, this is here in orange, the H module steadily converges. Beautiful. While the L module here in blue, you see the spikes, the residual spikes. Before it converges, then it's get another input from the strategy, and then it converges, gets another input, another. So this is here beautiful. You have here the strategic dimension if you want, and you have here the work dimension where it's tried out and optimized and tried out and optimized. And then the strategic worker looks at this, implements here a new strategy, and the worker is implementing this and is getting better and better and better over time. So it's an easy idea, no? Well, the problem is now, of course, here in the implementation, because our recurrent models here, no, they typically use here BPTT, the backpropagation through time, to compute the gradients. And this is everything else than an easy forward task. Now, there's now a trick, I would call it, that in our new HRM model, we have a one-step gradient approximation. Mathematically, they derived it from a deep equilibrium model, which employs the implicit function theorem to bypass this. But if you're interested, you'll find all the mathematical formula in the paper. However, what is interesting is that this HRM is, if you want here, on a high abstraction level, absolutely a recurrent system. It maintains hidden states that are updated iteratively over time. So we really do have a recurring dynamic that allows the model to perform here a variable number of computational steps and achieve computational depth. And this is what we're looking for. Not just 12-layer deeps. No, whenever the strategy tells us, hey, I'm not satisfied, go deeper. The worker does it, comes back with the result. Strategy says, not really satisfied, go deeper. This is where we get additional depth here. So you see, it's a simple idea. However, if you implement it now on the architecture level here in the update engine itself, if you read the paper, and this confused me at the very beginning, so the first 10 pages of the paper, thinking about RNN, in reality, it's not an RNN, it's a transformer block. So this is something, be careful, I just want to tell you this. So when you look inside the recurring loop, and the function that actually computes the next state for the previous state, you find here a transformer block. So careful, we are not operating on RNNs, we are operating with the idea, the abstraction of RNNs, but we implement it in a transformer block. This is our module, and this is our path forward in the GraphNet.
Okay, this is one of those things I need to watch and pause and look up some definitions and then make sure I actually understand what the hell he's saying. First takeaway is that, like, with stable diffusion, you have like the base model, and then you have a LoRa, which is like a refiner. It seems like there's like this HRM is like almost a refiner for the output of the LLM. But like I said, I don't. Most of this is going over my head, or just I have so many questions. So this is a great video, and I'm going to keep it up here, and we will go through it, and I will pause it and make sure that I will spend some time looking up what it's saying, asking questions, and going through it and kind of translating this for everybody, for folks who aren't in super technical stuff. So let's hang on to this one. Same thing with this one. I got to watch this and give it my full attention. These are both very technical. It's not something I can just follow along with while I'm working on something to the side. And I am interested in both of these videos, very much so. But this we'll check this content out after I get some more things done. I'm still trying to cross things off my list today. I started late. I've got
so this tweet is
as far as like filing some claims with the state of Florida. I got to do some job hunting stuff, and until those things are done, I can't really give something a lot of attention. But doing these streams helps me concentrate, because it keeps me on task while we got something going on in the background. So it was cool seeing PewDiePie switching over to Google. Here, let me copy this link. Let's see right there. I'm gonna send that link. I'm gonna send that link over to Swifty. Okay. All right. Let's see here. We were checking out this guy's channel. He was actually reacting to PewDiePie's video, but I didn't want it to be YouTube Inception, where I was reacting to a reaction of another video. So we just watched the original video. Now he's clearly responding to somebody else's video here, but let's give it a shot, because that seems like the majority of the content that this guy's doing here.
Secret sharing. It's 3 a.m. Only good things happen at 3 a.m. Okay, my mom told me that when I was younger, and I wanted.
Oh, pause that. Yeah, Rust for Linux gets an amazing update. Okay, so this guy's got some interesting. OpenAI is actually terrible. Yeah, kind of. I will not write Rust again. Well, that was quick. Wait, a month later. Okay, I guess you got to make the sensational headline. All right. Well, let's check out his video here. He reads a lot of articles. Yeah, no, let's check the channel out. I've never even seen Primetime, but he's doing something right. He's almost got 1 million subscribers. So let's give it a shot.
Nuts, man. It's actually pretty Did you see my response on it?
I did see your response. So I actually haven't.
Is that? Oh, that's the green screen. Here we go.
Read it right when I saw this and I saw yours. I was like, a great one to read through, because I did read yours, because you. Okay, so hold on. Do you want to read it, or would you like me to read yours? Yours is just mind blowing.
Yeah, I'll read mine. I've told this story before too, but basically, just so you guys have context, there's a person who said that they had a very rough time at Blizzard, and explained all of that with their entire story, and it's a massive story. If we look at this, it's like just a bajillion posts long, like outrageous amount of stuff, right? So what I did is I responded with one of my own stories, and I'll read this off here. So I said, working at Blizzard was easily some of the best and worst experiences I've ever had anywhere during my career so far. And I worked there for 7 years, for context, from 2009 to 2016. And I grew up there as well. My dad actually worked there for 23 years as a cinematic director. So I have been with Blizzard since the beginning, since it was Silicon and Synapse, and then Chaos Studios, and then Blizzard Entertainment. So I've been there since the beginning, right?
Can I interrupt for one quick second? Yeah. So as it became Blizzard, and this is like Warcraft 1 to Warcraft 2 phase, like right in there, there was such motivation for me to learn programming because of how much I looked up to Blizzard. So like
I understand.
During those days, like it's like just even you saying these things, it gives me goosebumps, because like you lived the life I wanted to live. And then when I read this, it's shocking. So keep going. Sorry, I just wanted to put that in the minds of everybody who grew up in the 90s. Blizzard was like the place. If you were going to go as a programmer, it was the place.
Not all that glitters is gold, man. And I think that's the part that really sucks here. So I said a number of the issues you've described here are not unique, which is the real nightmare in response to his negative story. And I said, when I was on night crew in QA, which was my first job at Blizzard in 2009, as that's where I started night crew QA, and we worked all night and then I slept during the day. I was paid $10.50 an hour when starting, which the starting rate for a grocery bagger at Trader Joe's at the time was $12 an hour. So in Southern California, you can't live off of that, right? You can barely even rent a room.
For those that don't know what Southern California is, just so like a little context, what was 2009 rent for a studio? $1,500?
Yeah, something like
18?
that. I couldn't afford that. I lived out of a room, and then eventually I lived out of a room for.
Southern California is hell on earth. It's super hot down there. A lot of the households don't even have AC. I can't. I lived there for a little while. I cannot recommend it. I mean, it's a nice place to visit. Yeah.
From a lady that basically made halfway houses for younger people that couldn't afford to live anywhere else, and she
halfway
had converted,
houses for people that don't know is people who are usually getting off drinking and trying to reassimilate into working life.
And she did that specifically for younger people that just could not make enough to live in California was the problem. And she was able to do that kind of thing for me, which is great. And I had another buddy who I met through there, and then like I think there was like 6 of us living in that house because it was a converted old folks home that she had bought and then did that, which was awesome.
Wow.
So that's how I survived, right? So the grocery bagger at Trader Joe's started at $12 an hour. I said, this is impossible to live on in Southern California. It makes no sense for one of the largest gaming companies in the world. One day during our shift, we were told a critical task had come in and we all needed to be on it immediately. The task sheet was a piece of paper and they handed it out to all of us and it had like 30 or so steps on it. We were told to read the entire thing and then perform the task. So I read through it and like about halfway through in the middle of the task, it said, turn off your computer, get up from your desk, leave this behind, leave the room. And I read the rest of the task to make sure that there wasn't anything more because it said read the entire task, and I left the room. The last 2 people who left the room got fired. The rest of us went to day crew. They were dissolving the team. That's how they lost their jobs, because they took the longest to get to that point in the test. That was it.
Oh my God. So I didn't even read that. I like misread that. I didn't realize it.
Must have been the first time he was ever exposed to that.
It was a race to whoever just left the room or last.
I remember the first time I was exposed to that test was at summer camp.
Yep.
I was 15.
And the way that they posed that was those are the people that don't know how to read tasks. So you're going to day crew. Everybody else is getting fired, and that was it. And
imagine
when I
getting fired for being meticulous like that as a QA. Like
it's even worse too because after I went to day crew, they didn't even talk to me about like the pay increases or anything like that. They're like, "Hey, you're going to day crew now," and I noticed my next paycheck was smaller, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And they said, "Oh, yeah, you lost 50 cents an hour. That was a night crew differential." That was it. I just lost $1,000 a year because I went to day crew, and that was it. You know.
And during that time, 50 cents, like, I mean, if you're going from 10.50 to 10, like, that's a meaningful difference.
Yeah.
That's the difference between getting an egg in
Yep.
your ramen or just ramen. Like, that's like real difference.
Yeah, no, it was horrible. It was probably the worst experience I had in my life, but I was too young to realize that that was like really not okay, right? I didn't learn that until much later because this was my first big job. I had been working freelance before this, so I was used to kind of shitty environments. I was like, okay, I guess this is just how this works. And I didn't realize that this is wrong until I think halfway through StarCraft 2. We had our manager, like our lead of QA, our director came down. And morale was really low because we had been on StarCraft 2 for over a year at that point of overtime. And we ended up doing 2 years of overtime because the team had this the lead of the team had this weird idea that QA could get ahead of development. So we just worked crazy hours on shit that was not ready for test. It made no sense. Right?
Hold on, can you just like give me like what's a 3-sentence argument for how QA can get ahead of development? Can you just like
none.
throw that out
There's
for me?
None. There's none at all. They never had an argument. They're like, yeah, we're getting ahead of development. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. They're like, we're doing it. And I was like, but
What are we testing if we're ahead of them?
So we would end up testing stuff that just wasn't ready and then punting it back to dev. And then dev would be like, why did you test this? And then punting it back to us when it was ready to test. And we just kept doing it. We're just spinning our wheels doing nothing. It made no sense. So
that sounds so emotionally painful, testing things that are already like pre-known to be broken.
Yep. It was awful. And so while this was going on, morale just shot through the floor. People were losing their minds. Actually, I watched a couple of people get divorced on that team because they weren't home all the time with their spouses. And like it started to collapse, right? People's morale went nuts because it was over a year. So after this happened, our director had to come down to like rally the troops, right? And he comes down and we're all sitting in front of him in chairs and he's trying to give a speech to everything. And halfway through the speech, he stops and he says, "But I want to let you know that you're not the rock stars, that the devs are rock stars, and any of you could be replaced at any time." In the middle of this morale boost speech, this was the first time I'd met the director for our department. And I'll never forget that shit because my lead, because I was on the editor team in QA, my lead got up and walked away, and he motioned for us to leave too, and then everyone started to leave. They bailed on him in the middle of his speech. And he was like, "Well, what's going on? What did I do wrong?" And HR got so many complaints that he had to come back and apologize. And during his apology, he said it again. That was the second time I got to meet him. And it was just, it really set the stage for me to be like, wow, QA is really treated like shit, right? Like I'm not treated like a person here. And I did everything I could at that point to leave the department. And over the next 4 years, I eventually got my chance. And I actually gave a document to Ali Vitani to build, he was the director of Battle.net at the time, to build a application security team for all of Blizzard's websites globally. And I got that job. They made the team and I became the lead of application security. And there's my Battle.net coin, man.
So, can we roll that back just a quick second on that last one? Because you do say, because we've had a brief discussion in the past, a couple of these like online banters about QA being considered engineering or not. Is this really like the turning point where you feel like QA has to be treated like engineering because, or else, I mean, that however inhumane that was like the turning point?
I'll give you an example of why they should be, right? I am a special exception. I have a lot of skills for things that general QA normally wouldn't do. But as an example, I saved 30,000 hours of tester time on Diablo 3 console because I built custom hardware to allow us to do automation on the console itself. It was a bridge from the PC to the console that mimicked inputs, the controller inputs, and they wouldn't allow me to use anything, so I had to use AutoIt to do it. But I actually wrote custom firmware to get that done in the first place and built the devices myself out of parts that I bought from China. So I still have those. They're called Bifrost because it's a bridge. So think about that on, I think at that time it was about $11 an hour, right? And they didn't even reimburse me for the parts, so I still got the damn things. So you look at something like that and you see, okay, yeah, let's just treat them like monkeys with keyboards. Let's pay them an unlivable wage. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Now, I'm the exception there. Not everybody was able to do those types of things. But you have people that they are so knowledgeable about the games. They know absolutely everything ins and outs for it to be able to test these types of things and report these critical issues and discern what is actually going on so the other development side can actually fix this. So yeah, QA is dev. And the best thing that I ever saw was when they started doing embedded QA, which I saw for Overwatch 1. Yeah. Overwatch 1 was phenomenal for that because they had a development team and they had an embedded QA team and they were efficient as shit because of it. It was awesome. It was great to see. And I had hoped that would spread out to the rest of the business, but it didn't. And a lot of it came down to fears that QA would, God, what was the term? It was like a fraternize with the enemy kind of thing. Like they're going to abandon ship and join development and all this. It was this weird military brochacho shit that made no sense. It was really, really strange. And I will never understand
fraternize or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the strangest word to describe
it was
making
really
a product good.
It was really, really weird, and it pissed me off like you wouldn't believe. And like outside of that, there were also things like QA generally looks down on, right? Like people look down on them. And at the time when I first started Blizzard, we had different colored badges for different teams. So Night Crew, we had brown badges. QA had yellow badges, and everyone's like, "Oh, I got to get a yellow badge because it's like a status thing. If you don't have a yellow badge, you're just like kind of worthless." And I remember talking to a guy who had a blue badge, which was development side, and he was talking to me. He was really interested in my ideas, and then I saw him look down, look at my yellow badge, and disconnect the conversation. And that happened a lot, dude. And it was literally just like this weird kind of like class-based badge environment. And to Blizzard's credit, they eventually did away with the different colored badges because it became very toxic. That kind of environment became super toxic, you know?
It's like a Brave New World almost. You're the beta class and this is the alpha class and you're just forever a beta because of it.
Yep. And they eventually got rid of that system. They switched over to blue badges, but I had to live through.
That's just poor shitty management. Like if somebody who's on the front lines like a tier 1 support person would come up to me and they had a problem, I took them seriously. So some of those people were having problems with stuff because they didn't have the right tools. And then I started looking at the analytics at how much time they were spending, like going around in circles and shit. And because they reported something to me, I was able to get them the right tool. And we ended up saving the company hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of hours. So they could focus on something else because they finally got the tool to fix the thing that the rest of the company didn't even want to listen to what they had to say. So, you know, that's I've encountered that myself, and finally being in a position like project management, my door is always open to anybody
through that, right? And I know a lot of other people did too. And that stuff sucks, man. Like that stuff sticks with you. And it stuck with me. And it's the reason that I run my indie studio in the way that I do, is to make sure that this kind of shit never happens to the people who work for me, ever. And I have kept to that every single step of the way.
So let me ask you a question.
Just taught me what not to do, you know?
Since you saw obviously you see everyone should see the value of QA, right? There's no amount of automation, blah, 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 that you can really replace QA with, right? It's very important to have that. But you obviously you were very technical to begin with. You were able to make these things, which a lot of people, even today, even in my chat, even in your chat, that are all developers, that would find it extremely difficult to do, building firmware, making these auto clicks, saving all this time. Do you make room? Do you allow paths? Do you encourage QA that you have today to also wear the mantle of a dev, but in the realm of automation?
They should.
Do you give them the working
and
space to do that?
Yeah, if I had more people on here, if I had a need of more of QA to do that, I would absolutely do it. There'd be no reason not to. Invest in those people, because I'll give you the best option for this, and this is gonna be kind of a weird call out. Amazon Game Studios was the best place I ever worked for anything related to that, because they have a really good structure for QA for Amazon Game Studios. So like at Blizzard, the way that it worked is you could become a QA, and then once you got to a certain part of your career, you had two options: become a manager or become a producer. There was no path forward for QA. If you were an amazing tester, you suddenly had to be a manager. You needed people skills. What if they don't have people skills? What if they're just a really good QA person? What if they're just amazing at testing and building test plans and doing that, right? There's no route. So you lose that asset into a role that they probably aren't going to be as good at, and also they have to do it because they want more pay. That doesn't make any sense. So Amazon Game Studios, they structured it differently for you could basically stay a QA your entire career. And those jobs ended out at like $250,000, man. Like they were not like small chump change kind of QA jobs. They were big deal QA jobs for that kind of stuff. And yeah, it was huge. So I saw that and I was like, what I realized then was, I don't want to work for a AAA game company. I want to work for a company that owns a AAA game company. Yes. And it showed me very quickly, like, this works because Amazon is a business and they own a game company. Yes. And that's my hope, was with the acquisition of Blizzard, that we'd see the same from Microsoft, because now they're under the same kind of situation, and their first action was to fire 1,900 people. And it just devastates me, dude. Like, because you're not going to get that talent back. A lot of the people that got fired, man, they're all over my Facebook. They're people that have been there 10 plus years. Buddies of mine that have been there like 13, 15 years got fired in that wave. Where are you going to get that talent back? You're not.
Yeah. That's such a brain drain that you can't redo. And the worst part is that Blizzard...
You'll never get it back.
It was magic 15 years ago. That was like, in my head personally, that's where like the magic was coming to an end as far as like my love for their games. It's kind of gone down since then, but it's just like you're losing that group with whom had the magic still. Yeah.
And it's so devastating, because I can understand, we look at it as a business, right? We look at it as a cost.
Yeah.
Games don't work that way. Games, you have a name of you bought a name, Microsoft. You bought a name. Yeah. And then you fired the reason that name was special. And that's not coming back, man. Like, you can't get it back. And that's why you see so many of these other studios. Like, if you look at, you remember when Hearthstone launched? Massive sensation, right? Did amazing.
Yeah.
Reason it was doing so well is Ben Brode was the game director for that game. He loves card games. He's so invested in that. He wanted it to be all as amazing as he possibly can. He built the best team for it. Awesome people that all love card games, right? When he left Blizzard, he went off to go make his own company called Second Dinner. Second Dinner's first game, Marvel Snap. That's why Marvel Snap exploded and did so well, because he loves card games. And now Hearthstone is in a state where a lot of people don't really enjoy it, right? And it shows very quickly that when that passion leaves, you still got the name, but you don't got the game. And that's...
You
rough,
saw
dude.
that when they had the Diablo 4. They had the devs on there, and they couldn't even really play the game well. You could see that they're disconnected from it. And you can also see that with Elden Ring. Elden Ring is created by a guy who wanted to create a game that he would love. And like that's it. Like that is Elden Ring, is the game he always wish he had. You know, or I mean, technically it's Dark Souls, but you know, like go all the way back. But that's why those games do so well, is it's because it's created by someone who loves the thing itself. They're not there to make profit. They're there to make the thing they've always loved. And profit usually follows when you make a really good game. But still, there's magic there that you can't get back. Yeah.
There's two things that there's three things that I always say pay off: being passionate about the thing that you're working on, treating your community and your customers with respect, because they matter more than anything else. That you support them, they're going to support you, and treating your employees the same. If you do those things, it's very hard to lose. It is incredibly difficult to lose. You still could, but it's much harder. You know?
I mean, there's always a loser in life, no matter how well they're set up. But you're right. Like if you have people bought in, you have customers that are excited. I don't see how you could lose. Honestly, it'd be crazy for you to lose at that point.
It's difficult. Oh God, Bezos is here. The ad break. No.
oh yeah. You usually take a little moment to do any sort of ad break. We can wait for a quick second and not let anything. Do you want to read these tweets or read through this tweet line? Do you want to go through that
Sure.
Because I don't want to interrupt what you're doing. I didn't realize you were. I mean, I knew you stream most these days. I just don't know which days you stream these days.
Yeah, you're good. We'll wait for the Bezos and then we'll go through it, because I haven't read through all of this guy's stuff yet. I've read through a number of it. And I was like, this is rough, dude. Because, like, I get it, and I saw it, and I experienced the same stuff. So I am unsurprised.
I've seen this gay fake promotion, and then hearing you getting the daytime shift, learning that you quote unquote got a time promotion, but then lost money.
Yeah, no, it's rough, man. And that wasn't the only bad experience I had there. It was enough that, like, I eventually left, and I didn't want to leave, even though I found out I was paid 36% of industry standard, even though. Even though the conditions were terrible, I didn't want to leave. I had to. And that's a very awful kind of a thing, you know?
I do want to highlight one quick thing, though, that you said, which is really, really funny. In the dev world, one of the worst companies you can work at is Amazon.
Yeah.
Which
that's interesting.
I think goes to show how bad, at least this is my perception, I could be wrong, but how bad the gaming industry is that in the web dev world, the worst place you can go is Amazon, and your best experience was at Amazon.
Yeah. I think
there's definitely a disconnect. It could be, how local, there's like a local vertical. Sometimes they're much better than, like, say, the company as a whole. So that's like a real, that could happen, but it's also just funny that exists.
There's a reason for this, though. I got 8 seconds left on ads, and then I'll tell you.
Okay.
Waiting on it. All right, there we go. Bezos has receded. So yeah, the reason why I had such a good experience at Amazon Game Studio was actually because most of them were former Blizzard. A large amount of that team was. It was people, we joked it was Blizzard refugees, man. So a lot of people had left Blizzard because Amazon Game Studio is 4 minutes away. By car. It's like right there next to the Irvine campus.
That makes sense. Yeah. That's a great change.
Yeah, so we all left and we got like way more money. But I remember the reason why I had such a good time is my boss was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And in the first month that I was there, I went to him and I was like, hey, I don't think I'm doing a good job. Like, I need to have a talk with you. I don't think that I'm, excelling in the things I'm doing. I don't think I'm doing very well. And he said, go home and take tomorrow off as well. It was Thursday. He said, take tomorrow off as well. You're going to get a 4-day weekend and it's not coming out of your PTO. And I was like, what's going on? And he said, you were so overworked at Blizzard that you don't know what it's like to work a normal job. You're not used to a normal human pace, so you think you're underperforming. You need to reset. And he was 100% right. And he knew, because he was also former Blizzard. And it changed everything for me, man. Absolutely everything. It reset everything for me, and I was able to go back into the workforce and actually kick some ass and not worry about that, because he was right. Dead right.
Dang.
Because it's an awful environment, man.
It's so wild to think about how much influence a good manager has and how hard it is to realize how much influence a bad manager has.
Oh yeah.
It's funny that you would think they're both equally obvious, but it's clear they're not equally obvious.
No. It hit me really hard. And like, I think that kind of set me up for success there, and I was able to like go forward and be like, no, I'm doing good stuff, and I was able to focus on doing the work instead of doing the job, which is like to me a very different thing. The work and the job are generally very different. So yeah, no, it was great. It actually was awesome from there. I'm talking to Primogen, by the way. The Primogen. By the way, are you going to the Streamer Awards? You doing it?
Dude, did you not look at the seating arrangement?
I did look at the seating arrangement. I want to make sure you're showing up.
Yeah.
You know?
Who's rubbing shoulder to shoulder at the there?
You're gonna be able to see me shit my pants live, like within 5 feet away. You know,
not even. I will be able to pat your back as you shat your pants. I'll be like, good job, you got this.
There's two ways that I shit my pants at the Streamer Awards. Either I win and I go up on stage, I trip, shit my pants, and cry. Right? Yep. That's one way. Or I don't win, but I'm standing up because I think I'm about to win, and the light goes over me to someone else, and then I shit my pants and cry while standing there. There's two ways that this happens, right? There's no other way around it, frankly.
The spotlight hits you, you stand up, and then it goes to Doug, and you're like, nah.
I was on Doug's stream the other day, and I messaged him on his chat, and I said, I hope you win so that I don't have to go on stage and shit my pants and cry.
Well, worst of luck to you. I wish you the worst then.
Thank you. It's too late. Right. It's too late to unvote me. So it's, if it happens, it happens.
It happens. Well, I hope you prepare. You know what the best part about doing any of these kind of awards things is you have to go on stage. It has to look low effort, and you have to be funny and spontaneity. A lot of spontaneity going on.
Yeah.
But you have to pre-plan all of that.
So good luck. See this.
Good luck on that.
I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be great. I'm just gonna wing it. It's gonna go up. If it happens, I'm just gonna wing it. I'll be like, "Hello, that'll happen, and then it'll be great."
At least you have a lot of practice talking. At least words will come out. Now, whether they're coherent and well thought through, probably not. But at least words will come out.
They will. I hope. I hope it's words.
All right, shall we read this? Because I haven't read this yet. You want to read this?
Yeah, I'll read it. So he said, So enough time has passed now for me to talk about why I decided to leave Blizzard. A mixed year with great teammates, but a management that mistreated, lied to me, gaslit me, gave me a fake promotion, and HR that refused to help. Buckle up, friendos. So this is going to be rough. Oh, by the way, that whole thing of there and HR that refused to help, HR is not there for you. HR is there to protect the company. Never forget that.
Is that true universally? Because that's been my experience universally, has been HR's there to protect the company, never to help
HR is there
you.
to protect the company from you. That is how that works. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I want to start by saying that all of the people I got to work with on Team 4 Overwatch 2 were incredible. I can agree with that. Team 4 is awesome. 100%. They were warm, welcoming, fun, and friendly, and so goddamn talented. There were so many great people on my team championing for me, and I'm grateful for their support. Unfortunately, however, I spent most of the year stressed out of my mind, working for 4 people's jobs at once, and having management make promises they had no intention of fulfilling, and I ultimately felt like I had no choice but to leave for my own mental health. Yep. In July 2023, I was invited to a meeting by art leadership and production to let me know they were interested in promoting me to lead VFX artist of the cosmetics team, skins, emotes, POTGs, etc. So plays of the game. I had only been there for 6 months and told them basically, if you're sure, lol. And yeah, that's a fair assumption at that point. It's like, I've only been here 6 months. Why are you giving me so much, permission? Like, what's happening here, right? I'd be wary of that as well. Said, but before accepting, I was adamant that we were all on the same page about the full role, what it meant, what I would be doing, and also what the promotion would come with, pay increase, title changes, and confirmed all of those details before going further. These conversations included other lead VFX, art directors, associate art directors, production directors, and also HR, and we were all happy. And I started the job effective immediately, with the details to come at the end of the week in writing. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
No, you don't do that. So there is a very similar situation that happened with me when I was in IT on a senior red team position. They wanted me to move over to a new job that was dealing with specifically finding all the botters because I was very good at it. And they refused to give me any of the information about the pay or the role until I started the position. And none of it was in writing yet, and I left instead. And the reason I did is because the moment you start that position without it in writing, they can construe that as maybe you've accepted the position already and you're just accepting all of the terms, and there's all this other kind of weird bullshit, and then it turns into a legal battle. It turns into a problem with that. So I said, no, instead, I have all of my paid time off saved up, which I had the maximum, and I cashed that shit out at my current rate, which was a much higher rate, mostly because I had friends in payroll and I asked them what the job was going to be, and it was a lot less, even though my manager wouldn't tell me. Ooh.
Really? That's wild. They tried to give you a downgrade. Like I don't really often hear about downgrades. That's kind of wild. I've had a very similar thing because I worked my previous company before my current one. It was, I would say it's akin to game stuff because I was working somewhere between 60 to 100 hours a week. Like every week I'd work 14-hour days, just nonstop.
Feel it.
Dude, it was a rough time. It was a rough time. Me and my wife were first year married, and I'm working every hour of the day, every day. And I remember during that time, I was, oh yeah, you're now team lead. You're now doing this. You're now doing this. And, there was no change. And then finally, I was just like, okay, this is getting kind of weird. I've been doing this nonstop, and I'm getting absolutely nothing from this. And so when I finally was like, by the way, I'm leaving. I'm going to Netflix. They're like, oh no. Hey, let's like get your pay up. Let's do all these things. I'm like, no. I know how this works. Like that's not working because you didn't do it to begin with. It doesn't mean you're going to keep on doing it going forward. You weren't honest to begin with.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what it was. It was like because I'm a hacker, right? I've been a hacker for like 20 years, and you start to get a lot of bullshit detector when you're a social engineer, and like part of my big part of my job is being a social engineer, right? So like my bullshit detector was going off the charts. I was like, dude, no, this is one of those like fight or flight responses where it's like I know they're ripping me off. I need to reach out to my contacts. I reached out to my contacts. I found out they were ripping me off, and I was like, nope, we're gonna screw you right back and leave, and just did it. And I didn't actually have the job at Amazon lined up for that. So I took that paid time off money, which was paid at the full rate because I hadn't gotten the other role yet. And I used that as runway to go get the job at Amazon while I was sitting at home. Awesome.
Yep. So did you know you wanted Amazon, or did you actually leave the job going, I don't know what to do, and then Amazon just like fell into your lap?
I left the job saying the best option, because I never anticipated leaving Blizzard. I never wanted to. I at that time in my life, I didn't have my resume and my cover letter on the market, which, by the way, you always should. If you're in tech, always have your resume and cover letter on the market. Always be shopping, no matter what. And I learned that in that moment.
My general rule of thumb is that if they message you personally, I almost always take an interview. If I get some spam kind of marketing, like you can tell, and sometimes it even comes with underscores and stuff where they meant to put your name in, like then at that point I won't do it. But if someone sends me a personal letter, I will minimally give them a 30-minute chat about the job. That's like my general rule of thumb.
Yeah, I don't do that now, but I used to do that. That like when I was still on the market doing that kind of stuff. But now it's like I'm running a thing, so like I don't want to stop doing that.
Well, yeah, I mean, is there any job someone could offer you that you would want to stop running your own thing that's successful to go run someone else's thing? Right? I don't know if that's
no. And the reason why it'd be no isn't like for me, because maybe I could get better whatever at another place, but that would be letting down every. Well, it's not even just that. It'd be letting down every person who works for me.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to ever do that. Like, I don't, an incremental increase for me, but devastating for every other person that relies on me. What's the point of that? Nothing. That would be awful. And no, not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm stuck with you guys
totally
forever.
Feel that. And that's the thing is that as you build out what you're doing, you get to be that manager that you didn't have. You get to be the team lead that people didn't have. You get to have all of that stuff, and you get to be that guy. And so you get to, pull a bunch of people out of something. And so it's like, how do you replace that?
Yeah. You can't. And that's actually, I've implemented a couple of things that I saw at Blizzard that did work. Like we had this thing called Email Mike, where if the system completely failed you, you could actually send an email to Mike Morheim as any employee in any position anywhere in the company, totally discreetly.
Who's Mike? Who's Mike? What is his position?
Mike Morheim. He's one of the founders of Blizzard. He's CEO, man.
Yeah, well, you got to say those. Not everybody knows.
You don't know
Blizzard.
who Mike Morheim is? Oh, my
I said not everybody. Okay, my goodness. Come on, Thor. You think everybody in your chat knew who he was? I bet you there's one person who refuses to say that they don't.
That's probably true.
they're just like, oh, yeah, totally Mike. Yeah, so come on, co-founder. What are you, a loser?
Mike Morheim is one of the founders of Blizzard. So he's CEO, and he cares very passionately about the company. Very, very much so. And so he had a thing called Email Mike, where you could send an email at any time to him, no matter what position you were in the company. You could be CS, you could be a janitor. It doesn't matter, right? And he would accept your email and he would talk to you. And he did it all the time. And if it was very serious, he would handle it. And I had to send one of those at one point, and he did handle it, right? So like those types of things do happen. And so I implemented the same thing in our studio, where I have a ticket system that any employee of mine can go and send in a ticket directly to me, goes to nobody else. It's just me and them. and that's totally fine, you know. And I want to have things like that I knew worked, even at that kind of crazy scale, very massive company, you know.
That's respectable.
And put that
We
in
have
there.
something similar at Netflix where we have something called the Open Q&A, which is a Google Doc, and you get to ask a question, and then one of the C-suite or sometimes a VP, like someone really high up that's particular to that specific strategy that you're asking about, will write a response, and then the history goes on forever. So we have like Open Q&A for the last 5 years, all the doc questions ever asked, all there. So and if you just don't understand something, or you want to say, why aren't we doing this, or why does this happen, you will get an answer. It's a good system.
I have a horrifying story for you in that line.
Let's hear it.
So Blizzard used to do the same thing at like Christmas parties and stuff like that. They do these Q&A sessions, and sometimes they do these big meetings where they'd get like a big hall and everyone would be in there and we'd all be talking, and you could go up in front of everyone with a microphone and ask questions, right? And
I love where this is going.
It's just like an open mic thing. And so we were having all this internal discussion about Here's the Storm, because Here's the Storm was built on the same stuff as StarCraft 2, and as such it was just as uniquely vulnerable to map hacks. It was exactly the same vulnerability. In fact, you could take a map hack for StarCraft 2 right off the market, change the memory address locations that it would point to, and you had a working map hack for Here's the Storm. And if you don't know what a map hack is, it shows where all of the opponents are on the map, even if you're not allowed to see those opponents, which gave you a significant advantage. Think League of Legends, but you can see the whole map at the whole time.
Yeah.
Awful, right? Horrible. So internally, the security team and the risk team, I was part of the security team at the time, the risk team, we told them, like, you need to fix this before this goes live, because you want this to be an esport. This can't be an esport if you do this.
Yeah.
It's impossible, right? And they were like, no, you don't know what you're talking about, all this kind of stuff. They didn't fix it. And it was bad, dude. Like, it was really bad. So during one of those meetings, one of these dudes comes up and he asks the question. He goes, well, what are you guys going to be doing about map hacks? And one of the C-suite guys, real smugly, I don't even remember which one it is, he goes, well, that's what we have a risk team for. And the guy said, well, I am the risk team. So what are you going to do about it? And the room just ate it, dude. Like, it was so, because the guy who walked up was a risk team member. And the only solution to that problem is you have to wait for a player to report somebody else that has cheated at the game. And then you have to manually review that game to see if he reacted to something in Fog of War. There's no other way to detect it. It's horrific, which is why if you look in StarCraft at the ends of the seasons, right, you have all these names that are like barcode names, and they don't get banned till the end of the season. That's why, because it's manual. It's awful. There's nothing else you could do with that. Because they're out of process map hacks. Yeah, they're out of process map hacks. There's nothing you can do for detection on that.
Dang.
And why is it even possible? Because they stored all of the location data for all the units on all of the clients, even though they were in Fog of War. But not a great way to do it.
That doesn't even sound like that hard of a problem. I mean, you already are sending down the data probably with TLS, encrypted and all that. So it's not like they can view the network packets.
So
it's just really down. It's just really down to, like, don't store things that aren't in memory yet.
The problem is you have to remember brokering servers. It's run on brokering servers, which means all of that data is on every one of the clients, man. That's
Dang.
it. It doesn't hold anything on the server itself. It holds it all inside of the clients. The brokering servers just transmit the data, and that's it. So F.
Yeah, F's in the chat.
Yeah. What does that mean? So a brokering server in this situation doesn't actually store any of the data on itself. It just transmits the data between the different clients. The clients are always aware of where all those units are, and they have to be based on that infrastructure. The only way to try and fix that is to try and do a client server model where the server holds all of that data and the client is just kind of a dummy, right? Which is how League of Legends does it, which is why you can't use map hacks in League of Legends. There might be a small buffer zone around the Fog of War area where you can't see units, where it is still technically in memory so that they can cache it so when a unit walks out of Fog of War, they don't pop into existence. Yeah. So that's pretty normal.
That's what I would assume. So that way, like, if you did get to cheat, you could only cheat like 4 feet in front of you. You couldn't cheat the entire map. And it's just like, well, I mean, an advantage, but any player with skill would dominate the player without skill, right? We could all go, okay, yeah, we get that.
And someone actually brought up that sounds like peer-to-peer. It basically is, but it's obfuscating everyone's IP addresses because the brokering server stops your IP address from leaking to the other players. It's effectively the same model, but with the brokering server in place.
Yeah, that's why whenever you play StarCraft 2 and one person disconnects and then the whole game gets all gets all crazy, it's because there's that situation going on. All right, you want to keep on reading? Let's hear more about this. Let's go.
So these conversations included other lead VFX, art directors, associate art directors, production directors, and also HR, given the all happy. So we talked about that. The new role was all of my existing responsibilities and workload as a senior, becoming a line manager of 3 people immediately, managing
What's a
our
line
entire.
manager? Just so we understand what a line, because I actually don't. I only understand that in terms of restaurants, so I don't.
So I don't know what a line manager is. I've never heard that term inside the gaming industry. So my guess is that he was a manager for 3 people. Like maybe that's what they're using supervisor for. Because in the teams that I was on, we had a thing called a supervisor, and a supervisor was like a baby manager that was like a manager to like 3 to 5 people. So maybe that's what that is.
Such a
Yeah,
strange
you get direct reports as a supervisor. We called it a supervisor. So I guess his was just a line manager was his position for it.
Okay.
Yeah, like kind of like a team lead, but not paying you like a team lead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Managing our entire outsourced VFX pipeline in China, that's a rough
Yeah.
one. That's a team job.
That's
frankly.
nighttime. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
nighttime job too.
Yep. Because you're going to be at the wrong side of the world for that.
Perfectly, in
zone.
fact.
Yep. So plus additional lead things, planning much more meetings. Friday of the past week comes. Nothing but the production director does announce my promotion to lead to the whole team on the Thursday. It's official. It's happening. The whole team knows. I even tweet about it because I'm so excited. We're all Gucci. So he actually tweets it out here and he says, "Oh, they sent an email about working, announcing my promotion." He's so excited about it, right? Said, "On my first week as lead, my new manager tells me that we are going to have to fire one of my new reports because he won't RTO."
RTO means real-time officer.
RTO. I don't remember these damn terms. I've been out of pocket for so long. Return to office policy. That's what it is.
Oh,
So that-
yeah.
That's spamming it. Return to office. So when I guess during the pandemic, everybody went to go do that, and this guy doesn't want to return to the office. He wants from home. Wants to keep working from home. He won't RTO. Won't return to office. Fire him. This happened to a lot of people. So I hate acronyms, by the way. So he said, he's waiting for medical accommodation because he is a carer for his parents. Them, yeah, laughing. We're not going to do that for a junior.
Ooh.
That is a lot more normal than you think. And I hate it. I hate it a lot. Like,
is it just is there really like a culture of like looking down on every experience rung?
yes.
Is that why
exactly
there's so many titles like assistant director or associate director versus a director versus a team lead versus a supervisor versus a manager?
The way that I felt about it is high school never ends, man. And it was like that through most of my career there. It felt like I was working, a lot of the times it felt like, not every team, mind you.
Yeah.
But a lot of times it felt like I was working with a bunch of people in high school. And there were a lot of cliques. There were a lot of bullshit. There was a lot of looking down on other teams. There was a lot of group culture kind of shit. And then I went to Amazon Game Studio and that was all gone. And I was in a room with a bunch of adults. And it was night and day, man. Like
so
night
can
and
I
day.
ask you a quick question? Because
Sure.
this Mike fella sounds like he didn't really, I guess, subscribe to that kind of model, and he was one of the founders / CEO.
Yeah.
Then how does that type of culture bloom if you have somebody that is opposed to it so high up? Like, was he just
Because
not
they
firing the people high enough up to like prevent that?
Yeah.
Because culture flows
So-
downwards, right?
It can. Once you get to too large of a structure, it creates these festering pockets, right?
Yeah.
So what ended up happening in this case, and I remember when Blizzard got sued by the state of California for all
I
the,
don't
the
remember. They've been
wrongdoings.
sued a lot of times. But
Yeah.
was this the
They
one
got
with all
sued,
the
but-
marches and everything? And there's, I think it was
Yeah.
like something with sexism. Was that what it was?
All
I
of that
can't
stuff. And it was bad, dude. Like, it was
Yeah.
really bad. There was a lot of horrible stuff that went on. It was awful. When that happened, I'm actually in a Facebook group called Blizzard Alumni, which is all the old, people who used to work at Blizzard. And Mike and his wife actually wrote like a big email to everybody, like a big message to everybody, apologizing to all of them because he didn't know. A lot of the wrongdoings that were going on, he was insulated from because middle management would trap it in there. And
Yeah.
I saw the exact same thing when I tried to report things up that were awful. And I eventually had to do an email Mike. And when I did an email Mike, it was handled in 24 hours when I had been waiting weeks before that. And they gum it up in middle management to protect people that are, inside of their group. So you get these bad little pockets where not everybody's bad, but this pocket is bad and it festers.
And it insulates it, yeah.
And
And then
it-
you
and
have
it
this
ins-
buffer zone where the person upper can't even hear it or see it because it's fog of war. You have fog of war, and they don't have map hacks.
That's exactly what it is, man. And it's really devastating to think about. And
Well, welcome to working in the business world.
there's what I learned from that and why I run my studio the way I do. I run my studio like a D&D team, 3 to 5 people. That's the development team. If it's the right size for a Dungeons and Dragons team, you don't have miscommunication. You can all sit at the table
Agreed.
together. The whole team that's working on whatever it is you're working on, you can sit together and work on a game together. And that's it. Because once you start expanding beyond that, these types of things can happen. Doesn't mean they will, but they can. And you need to have a lot of other checks and balances in places to stop these sort of festering hives from growing, right?
Let me ask you a quick question. Were the VPs, like, I think a very healthy thing that you can see in orgs is that VPs and like super high up people meet with individual contributors like once a month or once a quarter, right? So there's this kind of reaching down that reaches across if you will, the blood barrier to go into an area in which they don't get insight into. Was that happening at Blizzard where people higher up were crossing boundaries?
So Mike did that. Mike Morheim would do that.
Yeah,
so what he would
obviously
do is
Mike did that. He was good at that. But anyone else?
He would do things. No. He did this thing called CS for a day or QA for a day, and he would actually go down in the trenches and do their job for like 24 to 72 hours and just fix everything. And like he'd be like, "What? This doesn't make any sense. Fix this." And it would be things that like CS would be complaining about for like 9 months, 10 months. And it got fixed in a day because Mike Morheim stepped down and did their job for a day and was like, "This is inefficient and stupid. Stop it." You know. And
I'm just shocked that he didn't
was the
know
only one
any
who
of these
did it.
things going wrong. Like,
It's hard, man. You got a 5,000 person company.
Yeah,
you can't
fair.
see every piece of that, you know. And it's even building a corp now for myself. There are little pieces that happen in our Discord's got 77,000 people in it, right? Massive community. There are moderation actions that go on every day that I know nothing of because I'm on stream all day. Like I'm running the stream, and the mods handle it, and we talk about some of them later if they're egregious enough. But some of them, they're the only ones who see it, you know. And like that's kind of how that goes. Eventually, that can spiral out of control. You know, it can turn into a situation where maybe one of those mods is cherry picking or allowing toxicity to fester or covering for some people, right? Which is why we have a system in place where any moderator can send me a ticket so I can fix it. If there is a problem like that, I can go and do the investigation and we can handle it, right? So like as your structure grows, you have to put these checks and balances in place. But the larger it grows, the more blind spots you have. And I think that's really what affected Blizzard the most in that regard. And it sucks, but large org, man. The only other way to fix this is you got to have a lot of oversight, ton of oversight.
Yeah, and Discord is, well, I mean, your problem is uniquely challenging because everyone there is effectively volunteers, right? At Blizzard, everyone there was, well, I mean, in the sense that you're 77,000 people there. Those are all people who just want to be, they're interested in what you're doing. And I'm sure, you know, you must have a small set that you're actually working with day to day that are paid. But, you know, a large portion are just people there because they're interested. And so at Blizzard, though, every person there theoretically was paid, I assume, whether it wasn't that good, but they were still paid nonetheless.
Unless you're like an unpaid intern or something weird. Yeah,
unless there's something truly messed up. But you'd think like that feels easier to manage than Discord. Discord is just a Wild West. You know, half the time it is the Wild West. I have to rely on people just to make good calls because you can't, just because there's no pre-screening for you to enter into the Discord. So that requires a lot of just like, you have to trust people to make good decisions. Whereas like at a company, you have
but it's
the
on the
pre-screening. Yeah, that's what just makes it. That's where you're probably right. Like in the sense that I think everyone looks at a problem that's difficult, and if you've never really thought about it and lived it for the first time, it feels simple and obvious to fix. Yeah. And I'm sure like in the actual practical application, it's damn near impossible. And Mike probably truly just didn't actually have control or even have the ability to affect the change. And I still even whenever I hear that, I still think about this. Call me crazy, but it just feels like if I were in that position, I would have to say, okay, I can't affect change. This is clearly continuously going wrong. The only way to fix this is that I have to do like a mass middle management layoff. Like even all the good ones, like I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a dick, but something's wrong. And there's some broken thing in here. We have to try something different.
I think there's a better way. And I think the better way is to hire an outside team to do investigations inside the company discreetly. That's how you'd have to do it.
Ooh, some sort of like almost like some sort of hacking, like offensive hacking, but it's offensive HR.
Yep, you'd have to hire an outside company to do investigations within the company. It's an external audit, so they have no ties to anyone inside of the company. They have no bias in that regard, and then you do that. That's the only thing that you can possibly do. Would it be effective? Maybe, but that would be the only effective thing at that point.
Dude, that's such a great idea, but it's so hard. How would you get, because you'd have to get people organically placed in higher positions throughout the company that are undercut. Like this is like double agent stuff you got going on here.
Well, I mean, think about it this way, right? Like, just think about like Amazon, the way that Amazon is structured. There was no bullshit there. There was no drama that I saw, right?
Yeah.
And I was there for a while. I was there for over a year and didn't see even a lick of that, right? But I'll tell you one thing: their security systems were fantastic. If you went to your desk without badging in, if you tailgated someone, a member of the security team would be at you in 30 seconds every time. And they'd be like, you need to get up out of your desk and go badge in right now. I have never seen that anywhere else. And that shows me a company that is like properly set up. So if they have that level of physical security in place at all hours of the day, all the time, they likely have other set layers of security in place. It's not a mom and pop shop. It's not a massive company run, like that. It's not. It's actually a company.
Okay, fair. All right, we can move on to this next one.
Okay,
it's wild. It's wild though. I could keep talking about this forever. That's why I'm like, okay, we should probably.
Yeah, we
keep
could.
going.
So another lead on the team offers to deliver the news for me because it's my first week as lead, and the person we are supposed to fire is one of my closest friends on the team. He is given until the end of the month to either relocate or leave. We're all distraught. I'm now doing my senior role, my lead role, and now all of the work that this great VFX artist was doing. They then refused to hire on an intern, another one of my reports, who is incredibly talented and we all love, so I add the work they were doing to my own plate. I got ads again. I'm going to wait.
Okay. Oh, you got ads. Okay, yeah. We can wait. We can
Jeff
wait for a
Bezos
second.
jump scared, dude. Yeah, for those who don't know, I run ads on my stream.
Ads too. I have ads too. Do you think they're aligned?
I don't know. Maybe.
Are our cycles aligned right now?
I don't know. We are. We've crossed the streams, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Wild.
I'd say I do.
What day? Yeah, crazy.
Fun, man.
He lives in Bozeman. Oh, fantastic. That's railroad. And it was we actually had the wrong side of the tracks. And one side was like clean and nice, and the other side it was just like welcome to Oakland, right? Like it's just like you cross that bridge or the railroad track, and it's immediately worse. I had a shooting at my job.
Yeah.
I was a lifeguard. We had two girls watching a kiddie pool, and I lived in Montana, so it's a different world. And some people jumped the fence and beat up the girls. And so they said, I said phrase, I'm not making it up, I'm not sugarcoating it or exaggerating it. My boss at the time, who worked for the state, pulled me aside. You got to put testosterone and a switchblade.
I mean, that's nuts, man. Jesus.
Anyways, sorry. Okay, we can go on now.
I'm totally just derailed now. Yeah, no, goddamn.
We can talk more about.
So he's doing all this extra work now. Yeah. A month goes by, and I've now sent an email or Slack message every other day to find out what's happening with the pay increase and title change. So his pay has not increased despite doing all this extra work.
Yeah.
His title has not changed despite it being announced.
And he lost a teammate, so he lost the interns.
That's when that's not good at all. That's really scary stuff. I then discovered that I am earning less than 50% of every other and
something out there. Okay.
I don't know. Like I have sadly worked in an environment like this before, and I know a lot of people that have too. So this isn't anything news to me. I'm glad that he's kind of getting the message out there, and these guys are reviewing it. But yeah, people run shitty companies. You can find out that you're doing the same work as somebody, and they're making 50 to 150% more than you are, even though you're doing the same, if not more, of the work. So yeah, that really stings. That's why you need to work on your negotiation skills. Don't just take what they offer you at the very beginning. It's very important to work on the negotiation skills. I can pretty much guarantee you the reason he was in the position he was in, making all that less money, is he didn't negotiate a higher salary. He didn't do his research as to what the general amount people in his position would make, because you can start there. If he took this long, I'm not trying to like blame the victim or anything, but do your research first. Don't always take the first offer. Anyway, let's see what else this channel has to offer. Wait, let me give that a like.
So this tweet is nuts, man.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Is AI giving you donkey brains? No. You should see how I use AI, and then you wouldn't think that. The decline of usability, the who cares era. Why does software keep breaking? Programming from prison. Keyboard showing that Naughty Meta was tracking users. Ooh, let's check this out. This will be a privacy thing. 99% of all AI startups will be dead by 2026. Yeah, like this is just the it was crypto 10 years ago, and or maybe 7 years ago, and now it's AI today, and then it'll be something else in the next 5 to 7 years.
I hope everybody's ready. We got stuff to do today. Look at this. Local host tracking explained it could cost Meta $32 billion. Watch this. Pre-read, even before looking, GDPR. I'm calling it now. GDPR. Let's go. Localhost tracking explained it could cost Meta $32 billion. You just can't finish off Zuckerberg. That's a hell of a subtitle. You know, I've heard of many different subtitles in my life.
Okay, GDPR stands for General Data Protection Regulation. Is a European law that sets guidelines for the collection and processing of personal data of individuals within the EU. So he was saying that because he is predicting that Meta was in violation of that.
Lifetime, but that by far is the strangest subtitle I've heard. Dude, bro, there's no happy endings for Zuckerberg. Okay, what happened? Meta devised an ingenious system, localhost tracking, that bypasses Android's sandbox protections to identify you while browsing on your mobile phone, even if you use a VPN, the browser's incognito mode, and refused or delete cookies in every session. Is that Meta's fault, or is that Android's fault? I mean, I understand that Meta's like obviously the bad guy here, but the bad guy used something that seems like it was also available to anybody. Yeah, no, it seems nuts. Next, we preview, we preview what may and should become a combined sanctioning smackdown of the century, and then we explain in simple terms, because it's complicated, what Meta was doing. It smells like record fine spirit. Is that a phrase that I'm unaware of? Meta faces simultaneous liability under the following regulations listed from the least to most severe: GDPR, DSA, and DMA. Now, I'm not even including the e-privacy directive because it's laughable. Pre-read, yeah, GDPR. Well, come on, everybody knew. The moment it said the word tracking, everybody knew that. DMA, isn't that just like a drug? Does that mean Zuckerberg's using drugs while breaking GDPR? It doesn't. Wait, hold. Does that mean he's actually breaking it? Oh, let's see. This is why exactly I don't install social media apps on my phone. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No, it's not MDMA. It's just DMA. I'm pretty sure it's the drug. Yeah. That's the dream drug, right? Bro's getting high off people's dreams. Yeah, that's crazy. Just taking all of it. All right. GDPR, DMA, and DSA protect different legal interests, so the penalties under each can be imposed cumulative. The combined theoretical maximum risks amounts to 32. Damn. Euros. That's not even dollars. That's euros. 4% plus 10, 6% plus 10% of Meta's global annual revenue, which surpasses 164 billion in 2024. Maximum fines have never been before been applied simultaneously, but some might say these scoundrels have earned it. Okay, so there's a bit of projection in this article. What does anyone have any other examples of people who have been hit with these fines that are of the same level of? I mean, because I feel like a lot of the tracking that has been happening is of the same level of naughtiness. Just a slight projection, like to think that the maximum from 3 different organizations, as if governments could work together that well. Okay, GDPR will probably charge him. DMA, the dream drug, will probably go off and forget what it's doing, and DSA will probably get bribed underneath the hood. Like, right? I'm just not convinced that all 3 are going to get absolutely full on done. I'm never convinced that things work in tandem like that. Didn't Apple pay a huge fine? Apple's paid some huge fines, but Apple also makes a huge amount of money, and so it's pinned to how much they make. All right. Yeah. If you want to go straight to the breakdown, okay, blah, blah, let's see. Explain it to me. If I were a 5-year-old. Okay, you read, let's see. You're reading zero-party data. Oh, this is the newsletter part. Okay, there we go. What is localhost tracking? Below is a simplified explanation of a very technical process. Rigorous and detailed website set up by the researchers who uncovered Meta's latest research below to the GDPR, to the GDPR specifically and to other regulations more broadly. We'll see. Credit is due where it is. It's ingenious. It's ingenious. Ingenious in the sense of breaking, yet again, the record for privacy-related fine. But hey, it's ingenious. This process through which Meta, Facebook, and Instagram manage to link what you do in a browser, for example, visiting a news site or an online store, with your real identity, your Facebook or Instagram account, even if you've never logged into your account through the browser or anything like that. That's kind of crazy. So I assume it must be because you've installed something onto your phone. Like a lot of Samsungs and a lot of the Android advertising phones come with a lot of this stuff pre-installed. The Meta accomplishes this through 2 invisible channels that exchange information. The Facebook or Instagram app running in the background on your phone, even when you're not using it. Yep, welcome to things running in the background. DMA, DSA, and GDPR are all EU regulations. It'd be like getting prosecuted for 3 adjacent crimes by the government. I assume that does happen. You got to play Rocket League with us. I do enjoy Rocket League. I do, but I enjoy playing it with my kids. Meta's tracking script, the now pulled illegal brainchild uncovered last week, which operates inside your mobile web browser. Thanks to the outstanding human beings who revealed this scandal, Tim Vlumens, Narceo Valina Rodriguez, Nipuna Werasekara, Guns Arkara. Dude, reading names that aren't just like Bob, I am just terrible at. Anaketh Garish. The entire flow of the FB cookie from the web to native and the server is follows. The user opens up a native Facebook or Instagram app, which eventually is sent to the background and creates a background service for listening for incoming traffic on a TCP port, and a UDP port, the first unoccupied port in this range. Users might be logged in with their credentials on an app. The user opens a browser and visits the website integrating the Meta Pixel. So it's not just Meta that's causing this, huh? So it's all those mother French fries who are including the social content as well. So it may not just be. I think Meta might even have a case to argue against this. At this stage, the website may ask for consent depending on the website's or the visitor's location. The Meta Pixel script sends the FB cookie to the native Instagram or Facebook app via WebRTC stun SDP munging. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it uses SDP stuff. I recognize all these words individually. It's just that when you put them together in these 4 together, I don't know what SDP munging means. For those that don't know, SDP is like it's like key value pairs if I remember correctly. I think there's an @ sign in there. I can't remember. I think it looks something like key equals value, right? And then I might be incorrect on this one. They use it a lot for any sort of WebRTC or RTP, UDP over UDP stuff, right? It stands for Stream Description Protocol. I haven't been playing with it for a while. Munging is a wild word. Well, munging, what I assume they're doing is that, this is my current assumption before reading, is that they're actually sending out the Stream Description Protocol because you notice that they open up a UDP port. They open up a UDP port and then probably try to open up a whole bunch of WebRTC things and send the Stream Description Protocol with the underlying information in the Stream Description Protocol. Yes, SDP allows 2 UDP points to know where to connect. Well, it's not just that. It says a lot more than that. You can do a lot more than just that. Like one thing that SDP allows you to do is fecking. So you can actually open up 4 UDP channels if you really, really want. SDP is not logged in the dev tools. That's why it's used here. Oh, that is so smart. Munging sounds like a sex word. It might be. Okay, so I think we see what's happening here. I'll try to draw it out, right? So you open up Facebook or Instagram right here, right? Facebook or Instagram. Good reason I don't open up any of those. And they start a background service that sits here, and they start a server that listens for both UDP and TCP, right? So there's probably some sort of fallback here, but they listen to some known range right here. Some dumb website that you go and visit, we'll just call it the New York Times, for this matter. Oh gosh, that Y sucks. I went the wrong direction. It has a Meta Pixel, which is a little Facebook script that runs that probably attempts to make a connection across here onto localhost, right? And so this local host, it will go and it will make connections, and if it hits any of them, it will send over the Stream Description Protocol, and it's able to log all this information And so that's how it's communicating. That sounds like what's happening here. The metapixel script also sends the FB value in the request. Facebook tier, along with other parameters such as URL, website and browser metadata, and the event type, page view, add to cart, donate, purchase. The Facebook or Instagram apps receive the FB cookie from metapixel JavaScript running on the browser. The app transmits FBP as the GraphQL mutation. Dude, they're even using, dude, okay, now they've gone too far. I think Zuckerberg deserves the full 32 billion. The fact that I'm being tracked is one thing, but being tracked using GraphQL, now that's insulting, okay? That's insulting to my intelligence and my person. Dude, getting zucked. Dude, no happy endings here. Am I wrong, boys? Along with other persistent user identifiers linking users' FB ID visited website with their Facebook or Instagram account. Okay, I'll explain step by step if you're 5 years old. Okay, step 1, the app is hidden intercom. Okay, the user opens up a native Facebook app. Here, hold on. Is there a, if I'm not mistaken, I just opened up the actual, okay, this looks like the actual, this is what I want to read. All right, let's see. Disclosure, convert web to app tracking via localhost on Android. As of June 3rd, Meta Facebook Pixel no longer sends any packets or requests to localhost. The code responsible for sending the cookie has been almost completely removed. Dude, that's crazy. They've been caught. They have been caught. We disclosed a novel tracking method by Meta and Yandex, potentially affecting billions of Android users. We found the native app includes Facebook, Instagram, and several other Yandex apps, including Maps and Browser. Silently listening on fixed ports for tracking purposes, these native Android apps receive browsers' metadata, cookies, and commands from Metapixel and Yandex Metrica scripts embedded on thousands of websites. These JavaScript loads users' mobile browsers and silently connect with native apps running on the same device through localhost sockets. As native apps access programmatically device.
Man, I'm really glad I use Brave browser instead of installing the Yahoo or Yandex app.
Identifiers like the Android advertising ID or handle user identities, as in the case of Meta apps. This method effectively allows these organizations to link mobile browsing sessions and web cookies to user identities, hence de-anonymizing users visiting sites embedding their scripts. By the way, I know, like, all joking aside, I don't know what Yandex Metrica is, but whatever this company is, I do think that they deserve to be put out of business. Okay, I'm going to throw this out here. This stuff is so shady, and, you know, I don't know a lot about life. Okay, I'm just going to be real here. I don't know a lot.
Yandex is a Russian-based search engine, and I use Yandex to search for certain things. Yandex search is like Google search was back in 2005. You could search for a movie that is still in the theater, and the top return will be to a site that has that video, a cam copy, but it has that video. So I use Yandex, but for very specific search functionality.
About life, and love, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And I access it from Brave browser, and I don't install their software.
But but to me, this looks just like Russian. It is Russian, okay. So there is something that's a bit hilarious about the fact, dude. Why does it always end like a movie? Why is every single real life event Rocky IV? Why does this end up like Rocky IV every single time? I don't know. Dude, I don't even know. Russian clone of Google. Dude, why do you got to be like that? Why do you got to, if he dies, he dies. Right, exactly. Scripts. Okay, that's crazy. This web-to-app ID sharing method bypasses typical privacy projections such as clearing cookies, incognito mode, and Android's permission control. Worse, it opens the door for potentially malicious apps. Okay, nice. How does this work? Yeah, let's see how this thing works. While there are subtle differences in the way Meta and Yandex bridge web and mobile contexts and identifiers, both of them essentially misuse the unvetted access to local sockets. The Android OS allows any installed app with the internet permission. Hey, bro, can we use the internets? Let's see, to open a socket listening to a loopback interface. Browsers running on the same device access the interface without user consent or platform mediation. Dude, how was this not obviously going to be a world of exploiting right here? How was this not exploitation obvious? I had no idea that you could do that, but it's completely obvious that if you allow for long-running apps and any browser to just open up a local loopback, brother, does this work on Apple? I don't know. That's a good question. Now obvious. Well, I mean, I think it'd be obvious. The thing is, I didn't even know you could open up a loopback address like that. But this seems very, very simple. I'm sure it was a purposeful oversight. Well, it's also kind of crazy that the moment that it's been reported on, it completely disappears and Meta acts like it never happened. That, I mean, nothing makes you look more guilty than that. Meta should have been like, so what? It's legal, right? What? Browsers running on the same device also access the interface without user consent or platform mediation. This allows JavaScript embedded on web pages to communicate with native Android apps and share identifiers and browsing habits, bridging ephemeral web identifiers to long-lived mobile app IDs using standard web APIs. Nice. Thank you, standard web APIs. That's what I've always wanted. Meta and Facebook Pixel sharing FB cookie. Okay, here we go. The Meta Facebook Pixel JavaScript, when loaded from Android mobile web browser, transmit the first-party cookie using WebRTC to UDP ports. Okay, so this is exactly what we were saying. Okay, so my guess as to what's going on here is right. The only thing I didn't know is that if you just allow the internet permission, which, by the way, I've never once been asked for the internet permission. Right? Does anybody remember this permission being requested? I thought this was just given. Isn't internet permission just on for everything? It's automatic. I feel like internet's on for everything. One would assume that it's automatically granted. All right. We found that Meta-owned Android apps,
Not if
Facebook,
you're using
including version,
Graphene.
whatever this is, and Instagram, available in the Play Store, listening on these port ranges. You know, that sucks, huh? Look at those things. Look at those bad boys right there. The Metapixel uses a technique known as STP munging. Okay, I wanted to see what this was just because I was actually really curious about what it is. Not a guide to STP munging. Absolutely ruining LLMs right now. I just wanted to see what it... Let's see. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to read into this. We're going to get completely distracted. Control-Shift-T. It worked that. I must have been pressing something else. My bad. The Pixel uses a technique known as STP munging to insert the FBP cookie content to the SDP ICE ufrag field, resulting in binding request stun message sent to the loopback address as the following figure shows. The data flow cannot be observed using Chrome's regular debugging tools such as DevTools. How's that not possible? That seems confusing that you can't look at stun requests. The entire flow, I'm just surprised that you can't look at, because it's still data being sent across a UDP port. Like, at the end of the day, I mean, I understand that UDP is not, it's connectionless, and you just kind of shoot stuff. WebRTC is not logged in DevTools for some reason. Oh, okay. ICE ufrag. Yeah, sounds like an FPS kill announcement. It does. ICE ufrag. Frag. You need Wireshark to debug. That's crazy. All right, the entire flow of the FB cookie from web to native and server is as follows. The user opens the native Facebook or Instagram app, which eventually is sent to the background and creates a background service listing for incoming traffic. All right, we knew that. The user opens their browser and visits the website integrating the Metapixel. At this stage, websites may ask for consent depending on the website's websites and visitors' location. The Metapixel script sends. I wonder what it means by consent. I did, as when I went over to the GDPR land, when I was in Amsterdam or Rotterdam, whenever I did anything on my phone, I got hit with those cookie banners. So I assume that's what they mean, but that can't be what they mean. The Metapixel script sends the FBP cookie to the native Instagram and Facebook app by a stun munging, all right, or STP munging. The Pixel also sends the value in the request, along with other parameters such as page URL, website and browser metadata, all that stuff. The Facebook or Instagram app receives the cookie from the Metapixel JavaScript running in the browser. The app transmits this as GraphQL. Okay, so we've seen all this. Okay, so this is their little. Let's look at this. Okay, yeah. So this is. Oh, interesting. So it actually sends it as a stun attribute. Okay. Oh, then it just sends it as a regular ass request. So they're just tracking you even in the open. Okay, so I actually think this is a lot less nefarious than it was. Right, this is a lot less nefarious than it was. I thought at first it was just like, yes, we're so hidden. We're gonna be able to just, get away with this. No one's gonna know what we're doing. And then instead it's just like, nah, they just did it both ways. They're just like, we just want the data. I want to take your data and I don't care what you have to say. The end. Cool. Okay. Very lovely. Around May 17th, Metapixel added a new method to the script that sends the cookie using stun turn instead of stun, or WebRTC turn. I don't know what turn is, instead of stun. The new turn method avoids STP munging, which Chrome developers publicly announced to disable following our disclosure. As of June 2nd, we have not observed the Facebook or Instagram applications actively listening on these new ports. Let's see. According to the Meta Cookies policy, the FBP cookie identifies browsers for the purpose of providing advertising and site analytics services and has a lifespan of 90 days. The cookie is presented on approximately 25% of the top million websites, making it the third most common first-party cookie of the web, according to Web Almanac 2024. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad. See, I do think that we put a lot of onus and a lot of like, hey, you know what's really naughty? Facebook doing all this tracking. But I also have to look at this and look at the other side, which is the top million websites, 25% of them are also opting into tracking you. What do they get out of it? They get ad money, I assume? Better ads for your ass? So they get ad revenue. I'm wondering why my phone thinks it's okay to pre-install all this shit without my permission. Yeah, I know. I know people always make fun of the Freedom phone, but one day I do hope there's actually a Freedom phone, one that is just literally Android without all the tracking crap, because Google's probably doing some deep nefarious stuff as well. Okay, because I put half the blame on Facebook, but I also put the blame on other people as well. This wouldn't be a problem if people also, if the 25% of the million websites also aren't flooding you with this. I also can't feel too bad for the top 25% of websites for doing that, because at the end of the day, they're just trying to survive and make money. So they're, the Wall Street Journal or whatever it is just trying to make some extra money, right? When you go there, there's like 19 ads. They're dying. And so it's just like they're just trying to make money, right? Tracking implies the sites are looking at your dick pics, though. Most of the sites want you to know if you press purchase or not. True. All right. True. First-party cookies implies that it cannot be used to track users across websites, as it sets under the website's domain. That means the same user has a different FBP cookies on different websites. However, this method we disclose allows the linking of different cookies to the same user, which bypasses existing protections and run counter to user expectations. Is this surprising at all? What I'm really surprised is that people thought that by having first-party cookies implies that they cannot be tracked across user websites. You think that you do know that those cookies are sent to servers. Like, of course it's going to happen. Yandex using localhost communication since 2017. Nice. Yandex Metrica script initiates an HTTP request with the long and opaque parameters to localhost through specific TCP ports. Our investigation reveals that Yandex-owned applications such as Yandex Maps and Yandex Navigator and Yandex Search and Yandex Browser actively listens to these ports. Furthermore, our analysis indicates that the domain yandexmetrica.com is resolving to the loopback address that the Yandex Metrica script transmits data via HTTPS to the local ports right here. This design choice obfuscates the data exfiltration process, thereby complicating conventional detection mechanisms. By the way, it is a bit weird that the previous article made it sound like Facebook and Yandex were working together, whereas this is just saying, hey, Yandex does TCP, Facebook does UDP. Facebook uses the more advanced one. How does an HTTPS domain resolve to localhost? Well, yeah, I mean, that's a good question. They have to start a signed server. So effectively, if you have any app running, you can start a server. So it just starts a server, and it's a signed server that can take in those requests. You just have to have access to keys. That means some sort of keys have to come down. My assumption is within the app, right? You have to have your, whatever the two keys are called. Dude, I start an HTTP server once in a blue moon. Imagine these operating systems having something much scarier than this vulnerability. Oh, I'm sure they do, right? They share visitor data. This is the only way. Yeah. But it's crazy because you only have to hide the traffic. Yeah, you only have to hide the traffic. Let's see. It is kind of wild that they're just doing this right here. Look at that. Yandex apps contact the Yandex domain to retrieve a list of ports to listen to. The endpoint returns a JSON containing local ports. And first delay seconds parameter, which we believe is used to delay the initiation of the service. On one of our test devices, the first delay seconds roughly corresponds to the number of seconds it took for Yandex app to begin listening on the localhost port in the last 3 days. After receiving the localhost HTTP requests from the Yandex Metrica script, the mobile app responds with the base 64 encoded binary payload embedding the bridging the Android advertising ID along with other identifiers accessible from Java APIs like Google's advertising ID and UUIDs, potentially Yandex specific, as opposed to Metapixel's case. All this information is aggregated and uploaded together to the Yandex Metrica server. Oh, nice. They don't even try to hide it. By the JavaScript code running on the web browser rather than the native app. In the case of Yandex, the native app acts as a proxy to collect the Android-specific identifiers and transfer them back to the browser. That's funny. So Yandex doesn't even try to hide it. They just go full on. They're just like, yeah, if you visit a website, we're just going to throw it all up there. You're going to get everything. Nice. Very cool. I'm very happy about that. I think starting a local server might need to be a permission. You know what I mean? Let's see. Well, what is the most memory you have seen Chrome use? All of it. They're kind of a monopoly in Russia. Oh, okay. Oh no, Visual Studio crashed again. Who could have seen this coming? Yeah, that happens. All right, the entire flow of Yandex communication from web to native and the server is as follows. The user opens one of the native Yandex apps, which eventually is sent to the background. Okay, so it's the exact same thing. It opens up, except for it opens up HTTP ports. Not even close to trying to hide it. The user opens up their browser. They visit the exact same pixel comes down. It does this exact same thing, throwing down a bunch of stuff. Okay, so it's like literally the exact same thing. Okay, wow. All right. All right, Yandex. Additional risk, browsing history leak. Using HTTP request to web to native ID sharing may expose users' browser history to third parties. A malicious third-party Android application that also listens on the aforementioned ports can intercept the HTTP request by Yandex Metrica script and the first now unused implementation of Meta's communication channel by monitoring the origin HTTP header. Okay, I'm a bit confused on this one. So what they're saying is that because they open up on potentially multiple ports, that if somebody else beats them to the punch, they're able to get this information. Is that what they're saying? Is that there's some other app that knows that there could be these, and so dude, that's even funnier. That's even funnier. So they're saying that because you can't have two applications listening to the same port. One application is going to get that port, and so they're all attempting to race to the port wars. Yeah, this is literally port wars. They're all racing to the port, and whoever gets there first gets the cookies, gets the data. Okay, nice. We developed a proof of concept app to demonstrate the feasibility of this browsing history harvesting by malicious third-party apps. We found that browsers such as Chrome, Firefox, and Edge are susceptible to this form of browsing history leakage in both default and private browsing modes. Brave browser was unaffected by this issue due to the block list and the blocking of requests to local hosts, and DuckDuckGo was only minimally affected due to its missing domains in their block list. While the possibility for other apps to listen to these ports exists, we have not observed any other app not owned by Meta or Yandex listening to these ports. Okay, so it's really just those two ports. I mean, it makes sense. Like if you allow, I would be a bit confused if a browser does not allow for local for local host requesting. I mean, Brave doesn't allow for it, but it's also a pain in the ass. It's one of those things that I'm always so sick of Brave with, which is like I have to constantly re-enable so many things with Brave. I find it to be very annoying. Brave is Chromium, right? Brave is Chromium, but it obviously adds a bunch of extra sauce on top. Due to Yandex and HTTP requests for its local host communication, any app listening to the required ports can monitor the website visited with these traffic capabilities and demonstrate by the video above. Oh, there's a video? Oh, it is a video. All right, there you go. Websites have been visited. Now it's going to go. Let's see. I want to see this. Play games. Playmods.net. Nice. Playmods.net. Opera. Nice. Look at that. Look at that thing go. Okay. Very traffic stealing. Oh wow. Look at that. We're fully in private zone. We're going to go to some crazy URL. Havad Derima. I don't know what that means. Looks German to me. I have no idea. Okay, that didn't seem to show up. I don't see that thing showing up. Uh-oh, the gay bingo. Uh-oh, bros on the gay bingo. It's Turkish. Oh, it's Turkish. Look at this. Gay bingo. Caught. Okay, caught red-handed. According to the Built With, a website that tracks web technologies, Metapixel is embedded on 5.8 million websites. Yandex Metrica, on the other hand, is presented on close to 3 million websites. According to the HB Archive, on an open and public data set that runs monthly crawls of 16 million websites, Metapixel and Yandex Metrica are present on 2.4 million and 575,000 websites, respectively. Wow, that's kind of crazy. That's a lot of stealing that it does. I don't recognize any of these. Tubity Social. I don't know any of these, right? Crazy. Okay. I think we understand these things. Let's see. When did this start? Yeah, I'm curious when this started. So February. Wow. Okay. So Meta only recently started doing this. Meta started doing this last year. They haven't even been doing it for a year. Okay. So they just have no excuse. They just decided they're going to break some rules. Like, somebody is definitely breaking some rules here. Yeah, I do. I actually, you know what? This previous article talking about how they're going to, that they could get absolutely crushed by DMA, GDPR, and DSA. By the way, I've never even heard of DMA and DSA. These are other European organizations, apparently. I hope that people do get absolutely obliterated by this. Digital Marketing Authority, okay. Digital Service Act, okay. My guess is that they probably won't get all three of them, but I'd love to see Facebook absolutely dominated by these things. Not because I'm rooting for the downfall of Facebook. I'm not someone that's against the downfall of Facebook. I'm just really against this. I'm just pretty sick of consistent tracking and advertising. I really think you should be able to opt in, and it seems massively ridiculous that they knew what was going on and they did it anyways, right? You're rooting for the downfall. I don't root for the downfall of things. That's not really my style of rooting. I'm more rooting for the upswing of consumer rights, if that makes sense. You're not against that. I'm not for the downfall of it. I'm for consumer rights. I want good privacy. I'm rooting for you guys. Like, because here's the deal. Let's just pretend Facebook falls and they get sued so bad that the company literally has to shut down. Another company is going to just jump in and do something probably similar. They're going to find another way to do this, right? There's nothing about it that somehow, it's not changing what I want, right? I don't want the downfall of a company. I want the uplifting of consumer rights. I do want the right to repair. I do want the ability to, I really hate the fact that Steam can sell a game and then that game can be taken from you and you press a buy button, right? Like, now there's one thing that if you pressed a button that said the word rent, right? If it said the word rent and you knew what you were getting into and then you could make a logical decision on whether or not to rent the game, then I'd be fine with it, because then at least you know what you're getting and they know what they're getting. But it's kind of ridiculous. No way in hell they get 32 billion, maybe less than $1 billion. Yeah, my guess is that they'll get nothing, because at the end of the day, I'm not quite convinced any of these big organizations, GDPR, all this, they're actually in favor of serving the consumer. Again, this is just me with my massive, I think the government is an inept, slow, and or corrupt, right? Like, there's only three possible conclusions, which is that the government's so big and so filled with bureaucracy that it's unable to operate. It's so stupid it's unable to operate, or it's so corrupt it's unable to operate. Right? I actually don't think it has any other ability. Right? Maybe all three. Maybe all three. Stupid, red taped, and corrupt. Right? All of the above. I think GDPR is really good limiting European tech innovation. Is really good at limiting European tech innovation. I think it doesn't help, but it also help. In some sense, I'm happy about GDPR. I'm glad that there's at least a movement, because it did make Netflix had to have personal identifiable information not being logged. They had to take out things. They had to try to clean up how things were happening. Like, they actually tried to make things better, which to me is really nice. So I'm like, okay, hey, at least there's a there. They're doing something better with life, because it's making companies around to do something. I fundamentally disagree, but I don't think we're going to have a meaningful conversation on Twitch chat. Disagree with which part? I'm actually curious. Which part do you disagree with? EU has been impressive at getting improvements to reach consumer. Yeah, they've done something. At least that's good. Having put safety rails on bridges really limits the bridge building innovations. I don't think that's what people are saying. There's not all things are a positive, right? GDPR has the perception problem. Many people see it as a negative for some reason. Well, I'm sure I am net pro GDPR. I would want to understand more about GDPR. My only understanding is you can't have personal identifiable information in some capacity. And I know there's like an 18-month window. At least one point there was an 18-month window. I think there's a 90-day window, and I think there's various things with the personal identifiable information, which I think is actually a pretty great thing. I disagree with your outlook that there's only 3 outcomes of government that you described. Well, it's the eventuality. I think when things start, I always think that there's good people that are actually attempting to do good things, but it's just like anytime there's a good king, you don't have a guarantee that the next one's good. The right to be forgotten. The right to be forgotten, I think, is actually a really positive thing. I would love to find out if this is actually upheld. I would love to know if the right to be forgotten is actually real. Well, let's see. Would you take an advantage of this vulnerability to earn a shit ton of money? No, I mean, I personally wouldn't. But, you know, I also don't have the opportunity. You know, I think a lot of people who stand on moral high grounds and say, oh, I would never do all these things, they also don't stand to make millions upon millions of dollars and haven't been for the last perhaps a decade being told, like being given lots of money, lots of notoriety, lots of high fives, and then being pressured by a board, right? Like there's a lot of things that I think that it's super easy to demonize people that do this, not realizing it's not like some dude just walked off the street and is like, hey, let's screw some people. It's more like this is a slow moving process that somebody eventually becomes corrupted over the time of, you know, 10 years. This is not quite the same thing. I'm not excusing the behavior, but I think it's not as simple as people say. People always have it as something that's really like simple. So you're closer to God. I don't think I'm closer to God by any stretch of the imagination. I think I'm just as corrupt as anybody else. The difference between me and somebody who's broken these rules, you know what the difference is? Time and circumstances. I don't consider myself some holier than thou person, right? I am truly just as susceptible as anybody else to corruption. I'm not stupid. There's a reason why when I go out to big things, big events now, I don't drink a lot. Not because I'm like, oh, I would never make a bad decision because I'm drunk. It's because I don't want to put myself into a situation in which I have the opportunity to make a bad decision, right? Because I know myself. Right? It's a completely different situation, right? Yes, exactly. You know what I'm trying to say, Ali, right? Like you don't put yourself into situations. There's always this argument. I forget who it was who made this argument, but it's this idea like you get posed with the hypothetical, and the answer should be, well, I will never be in that hypothetical because I'm never going to make those decisions to get there. If I make those decisions to get there, I've already screwed up. I've already long effed up the entire thing, right? So, anyways. That's why I root for consumer products and I don't root for the downfall, is because there's this concept. G.K. Chesterton has this really cool concept called the second fall of man. He argues that the first fall of man is when man went from knowing only good to knowing good and evil, and the second fall of man is knowing only evil. And you can see this in our language. And he gives this really cool example about two people getting cured from alcoholism, and one of them gets cured from alcoholism by becoming religious and wanting the good out of life and becoming the best man possible. And the other one gets cured from alcoholism by not wanting to be unhealthy, to avoid dying early, to avoid all these kind of negative aspects. And he argues that we are slowly becoming a group of people who only do things based on the negative, not a group of people who do things on the good and are pursuing good things, but instead pursuing not having bad things. And so we're having this second fall, right? And so I want to avoid the second fall, if that makes sense. I want to focus on the good, right? I want to focus on the blah, blah, blah. Okay, anyways, whatever, shut up. You can just go screw off. Bye. Bye. Thank you. The name's the Primogen.
Okay, well, I got really philosophical there at the end. Not that I'm complaining. Let's go ahead and link this guy's channel. Let's give him a like. And then go check out that video if you liked it. And let's go ahead and close this down. And then let's see here. I'm working on a bunch of stuff because I had a chat with Swifty today. And I want to put together kind of a plan for us to work together, but I want to have a plan. So that's what I've been doing over the last hour or so, putting together like, we could start doing this, we could start doing that, you know, what do you want to do? So I'm basically drafting up like a message to send them. I'm going to send them a text and like, hey, let's meet this weekend or early next week and start talking about some particulars and see what we can come up with. So, and then it's getting late. I got to see if I can get back into that government website because I got kicked out of it because they were shutting it down for maintenance. So, that's about all the videos that we had teed up for the day. Let me see if I can't find something else for us to check out. Where is it? Videos for live streaming right there. Now, 2 of these videos are really great, but like I want to watch them and give them my undivided attention. Because they look really good. Like this one's super technical. So like I got like so many questions about what this guy's talking about. I probably understood maybe like a fourth of it, and I need to like look up the definition of words and the context that he's using them, that kind of stuff. And then this guy has a really interesting video here, because there's a couple of things that AI is known to do, and this video is him basically talking about how companies have overcome that. So really interested in that. I want to give that my complete and undivided attention as well. So let's see here. A bunch of this stuff I'm subscribed to, but it's some negative it's like a little negative out. Some of it's outrage bait, and while I appreciate it, I don't want to roll into that on this channel. I want to stay positive. So I'll probably get a dinged for copyright if we check out the charismatic voice, because she listens to she's a classically trained opera singer, or she's classically trained vocalist, and she coaches opera singers or something like that. And she listens to like heavy metal music or something like that. Like she's a like upper middle class white girl, like early 30s. So she wasn't exposed to bands like Metallica or Pantera or anything like that. And it's great to get her analysis on things. And she talks like a classically trained vocalist. So she throws out these words and concepts that I haven't been exposed to. So I end up looking them up, and I learn a lot. Because I definitely like to sing. I've taken a couple of voice lessons. I can't wait to start making like some music videos where I'm singing, but we're just not there yet. Got a bunch of other things in front of that, like working with Swifty, and you know, got laid off 3 months ago, still looking for a job, that kind of stuff. So I'm not letting that get in the way. Let's see. Broccoli hasn't released anything recently. Videos. Oh, here we go. The talk I almost didn't give in Washington. What is this? Let's see about this. The talk I almost didn't give in Washington. That's a super interesting title. Let's see what he talked about. And we've seen a bunch of this guy's content. He does some deep dives into he did this huge 3-part series on America was going to build a particle collider that was like 4 times bigger than what the EU has. But you know, government screwed it up as usual. That's the equivalent of those 3 videos right there. Press saved you 3 hours. Let's see about the talk in Washington.
This video is sponsored by my Nebula original documentary, 17 Pages, which is out right now. Back in March, I spoke at a government conference in Washington, D.C. And if that's surprising to you, well, it was surprising to me, because for a 24-hour period right before I was supposed to fly down, I didn't know if I was going to be allowed to give the talk I wanted to give. So for some context, the conference I was going to is the annual summit for ARPA-E. And ARPA-E is like the federal R&D wing for energy projects run by the US government. Now, normally the summit sees a few thousand attendees, and there's some pretty big names that appear and give talks, like the Secretary of Energy. That was a talk I got to see, so that was pretty surreal. But the talk I was invited to give was a lot more low-key. It was going to be to the student section, which had an audience of around 100 or so people. Now, on the one hand, I love to give talks. I like talking about science communication, everything related to that. I've given talks at high schools, at universities. If you want to invite me for a talk somewhere, please feel free to reach out. But I've never been invited to give a talk at a US government conference like this. Like, this is a big deal. It's a big opportunity, and, you know, I obviously want to take advantage of that. But on the other hand, there were a few things that gave me pause about accepting this offer. The first one, if you've seen the news, it's a little bit of a weird time for Canadians to be traveling to the US. Secondly, I would have had to pay for my plane ticket and my hotel. They were really only going to cover my entrance fee to the conference. And thirdly, and most importantly, I needed to choose something to actually talk about. Like, what topic? Given the focus on energy at the conference, it felt natural to maybe give an abridged summary of my cold fusion documentary. And although that would have been, okay and it would have worked, it felt like a long way to travel for a topic that I didn't really have anything new to add to. So after thinking things over, I finally landed on a topic that felt both timely enough and important enough to warrant a trip like this. In short, I wanted to talk about a case study involving the government and science. Specifically, I wanted to talk about the mass censorship and mass defunding of government scientists by Prime Minister Stephen Harper in the early 2010s. It was a story that made international news at the time, and as a young engineering student who was just entering university, it strongly impacted the way I voted in my very first election. And again, if you've been following the news, I think you can see why an American audience might benefit from a case study like this. Now, I was well aware that giving a talk on this subject at a conference run by the US government would likely be controversial, so I asked the person who invited me if this would be okay, and they said it shouldn't be a problem. And so a few weeks go by, I make my PowerPoint slides, I submit them, and then, it's just a couple days before I'm supposed to get on my flight and head to DC. And then I get an email saying my slides have been flagged. And so I spend the next day anxiously waiting a Zoom call where I'm going to find out if I'm actually allowed to give the talk I planned on giving. In the end, I was allowed to give my talk. Even though the talk was political, I argued that it was both historical and factual, which it is. I was asked to remove 1 or 2 images from some slides, but anything that I wanted to say, I could say verbally. Their original fear was that someone in the audience might take a picture of my slides and post them online without context, and that might be misconstrued as representing the opinions of the agency itself, which might attract the attention of something like Doge. And given that by this point the Department of Energy had been the target of multiple waves of layoffs and budget cuts, this was a concern that I understood fully. As much as I wanted to give this talk, I didn't want it to be at the expense of government employees who were just trying to avoid retaliation from those above them. Right now, there is a climate of fear within scientific institutions in the US. Scientists within the US are at high risk of being fired for political reasons, not scientific ones. Worthwhile research is being defunded based on ideology, not merit. It feels like there's a new example of this every single day, and there's probably going to be more even between the time when I record this and when I upload this. But here are some of the biggest examples. The NSF is being directed to fire 55% of its staff, and its funding is being cut in half. The director, who is actually a Trump appointee, has resigned from his post 16 months ahead of schedule. At the NIH, researchers are being advised to remove any mention of mRNA from any grant applications as they're likely to not be funded. And across the country at many different universities, federal funding for grants has been shut off completely, and some students have had to drop out of school entirely because they can't fund themselves on their own. As you'll see in my talk, this series of events played out in Canada, and it is playing out in the US right now. But what's so frightening to me is that it took several years to get so bad in Canada. In the US, it's gotten worse in the span of just a few months. You should be angry that it's happening, but you should be terrified that it's happening so fast. This is the talk I gave at the ARPA-E Summit on March 17th, 2025. It should go without saying, but these opinions are mine and mine alone.
Okay, so just like you heard just now, my real name is Kevin McKay, but I'm probably a little better known online as Bobby Broccoli. I'm a Canadian-based YouTuber, although I did used to work in tech as a photonics researcher. Maybe you've seen some of my videos on YouTube. This is just a quick sampler of stuff I've done. I mean, like you just heard, I've done documentaries on the history of cold fusion, the failed Texas super collider, and also a bunch of documentaries on cases where scientists may have faked their research and then gotten into a lot of trouble for that. Now, when I was invited to give a talk here, obviously it was quite difficult to actually narrow down a topic. It feels like there's a million things I could speak on. But being a Canadian, it's a little bit of a weird time for me to visit, but there's actually a story from Canada related to science from about 15 years ago that I think might be very useful for all of you as a bit of maybe a lesson or a cautionary tale. So to get started, we're going to go back in time a little bit to 2015. That was the first ever election that I was eligible to vote in. That was notably the election where Justin Trudeau became the Prime Minister. I'm sure that all of you know who he is. He was the Prime Minister until actually just a few days ago. But I'm willing to bet you probably don't know who the Prime Minister was before him, which is totally fair. Like any election, there's a lot of issues that are debated, and generally the ones that make the headlines are the common ones like the economy, the environment, healthcare. We even debated the electoral system back then. But the 2015 election was notable because there was one issue that is very rarely discussed, certainly at the forefront of politics, and it was one that I actually considered pretty, it was one of the issues that influenced my vote in that election because I was at that time in my first or second year of university, and it was going to affect probably my career, the way I voted. And that issue was science. So things really broke into the international news with a protest in mid-2012 called the Death of Evidence March. It's probably not very well known now, especially outside of Canada, but at the time it was quite a big deal. You can see there's scientists dressed in their lab coats. They're walking around downtown Ottawa. They're carrying a coffin. There's someone dressed as the Grim Reaper. There are even people who tied their hands up and were wearing gags. People were wearing a papier-mâché mask of the Prime Minister's head. It was very dramatic. It was very eye-catching. And obviously it seems very dramatic. How did we get to this point? Why were scientists, who are typically considered, pretty apolitical, quiet, not very vocal members of society, why were they protesting the federal government? So to explain that, we need to introduce the Prime Minister before Justin Trudeau, Stephen Harper. No one's ever accused him of being the life of the party. He's a bit of a very boring, dry man, and that was kind of his brand. He was the former leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. He was notable for uniting what was once two separate right-wing parties. He brought them to victory in 2006, and he became Prime Minister. He's also notable for representing Calgary, Alberta, which, for a reference frame, it's like the Dallas, Texas of Canada. It's oil country. And so obviously, Canada has a different political system than the US. We don't directly elect a president. We vote on members of different political parties. And then whichever party has the most seats in Parliament, they usually form government. And there's two ways you can do that. The first is through a minority parliament. You don't have the majority of the seats, so you have to gain the votes of other parties. You have to compromise. But then there's also a majority parliament, which is where you win more than 50% of the seats. And you really get to enact pretty much anything you want from your political agenda. So we're going to talk about the two phases of Stephen Harper's administration in Canada, starting with his minority government, which lasted from 2006 to 2011. And I'm specifically going to be highlighting the ways that his government changed science, science funding, and science communication in Canada in a very drastic way. So one of the first changes was the cancellation of the long-form census, which it's just a boring list of questions that 1 in 5 households in Canada is sent. It's very long, it's very annoying. It asks you questions like how many toilets you have in your house. And also it is mandatory. You do need to fill it out. You don't have a choice in it. And as annoying as it is, it collects a lot of valuable data that is necessary for policymakers to enact effective policy, because it asks stuff like medical outcomes, income, languages, that sort of stuff that is necessary data. But when the Conservatives came into power, they said due to cost-cutting measures and also privacy concerns, they were going to get rid of the long-form census. And many of Canada's statisticians working for the government objected to this because they felt they were going to lose valuable data. And the alternative of making it a voluntary census meant that if not enough people responded to the survey, you wouldn't meet the necessary 75% response threshold for the data to be considered actually useful. It's not representative if it goes below that rate. And it turns out that's exactly what happened when it was made voluntary. It dropped below 75%, data had to be thrown out. But then the government arbitrarily changed the threshold to 50%. And at that point, Canada's chief statistician actually resigned from his post in protest to these changes. So that was one of the first changes. Another major change was the relationship between the media and Canada's government scientists. So prior to 2007, at least in Canada, if you were a science journalist, you could call up a government scientist who had just published a paper. So it's in a journal, it's public. And you just ask for some quotes, ask for some comments. And it was a pretty amicable relationship. It was very easy. And that's how it worked pretty much until 2007. But around that time, journalists started to notice changes in the way they could speak to government scientists. Suddenly, they were being told things like, and this is a direct quote, "I'm available when media relations says I'm available," which is essentially a euphemism for you need to talk to my boss's boss's boss. And suddenly, you had to send official requests to bureaucrats and political staffers who did not work on these papers, they did not work on the science, but they were drafting the responses that were going to the media. Now, these are some actual examples of interactions between scientists, their bosses in the bureaucracy, and journalists. There was a paper on snowfall patterns that required 11 government staffers to vet the responses and 50 emails before it was approved. There was another paper on a flood that happened 13,000 years in the past, and that required official sign-off from the Minister of Natural Resources, so a cabinet-level position. In other cases, papers had to be approved by the Prime Minister's office, so control was that centralized in the government. There's another paper on algae growth that required 16 staffers involved and 110 pages of emails. And another scientist was fully barred from speaking to the public about a paper she wrote on the links between salmon deaths and a virus. So you can clearly see that, I mean, the relationship between the media and scientists took a very clear shift. And, you know, maybe you've noticed a theme between the subjects of those different papers. They were all related to either the environment or natural resources in some capacity. And generally, there were 4 tactics that the government would use to interfere in this media relationship. And the first one was to simply delay. If a journalist had a deadline, they would just not reply until the deadline had passed. The second was if government scientists attended conferences, they would have chaperones from the government follow them around, take notes on what posters they looked at, take notes of what questions they were asked by people at the conference. The third one, which was pretty egregious in my opinion, staffers would alter, omit from, or completely invent responses from scientists and send them to the media. So you had cases where scientists would read an article about their paper, see a quote attributed to them, and they would say, "I never spoke to anyone about this." And then finally, the last tactic was to simply threaten scientists with repercussions of some sort if they spoke to the media. Their job would be threatened, their funding, etc. So a very clear shift when the new government came in with respect to science. Now, keep in mind, that was all just during the years where they only had a minority government in Parliament, so they still needed the votes of the other parties. But in 2011, Stephen Harper's party, they got a majority government. So that means they can pretty much pass whatever laws they want as long as their party agrees on them. And the first real manifestation of this new status quo was Bill C-38 from around mid-2012. Now, on paper, Bill C-38 was a finance or economics bill. Its name was the Jobs, Growth, and Long-Term Prosperity Act, and it sounds like a finance bill. But really, it was a massive omnibus bill. It was 450 pages, and it touched, I think, upwards of 70 other acts that ranged from education to the environment, and of course, science funding. And because of the majority parliament, there was essentially no debate and no pushback on any of these changes. They were really just rammed through. Now, one of the most visible changes that this enacted was it pulled Canada out of the Kyoto Protocols, which was, a very large change in Canada's policy regarding the environment. Canada has always been a leader in environmental science. They helped draft a lot of the Montreal Protocols, which was the predecessor agreement. That is a direct quote from Stephen Harper years before he was Prime Minister, calling the Kyoto Protocols a socialist scheme to suck money out of wealth-producing nations. Again, a reminder that he represents Calgary, Alberta, which is Canada's largest producer of oil. So you can understand where he might be coming from with his objections. But also, during the period of 2007 and 2012, partly because of the limitations of journalists being able to speak to government scientists, media coverage of climate change and natural resource-based issues fell by 80% in that time. Another area of science in Canada that was dramatically affected was the National Research Council. Now, I want to say that the rough equivalent in the US is probably the NSF. It's a very prestigious research organization that I've actually worked with. Two of the papers that I co-authored were with NRC scientists. We've had Nobel Prize winners associated with the NRC, so it's kind of the crown jewel of Canada's science. But there was a new director put in place during this time who made changes to the priorities of the NRC. And he specifically called it a toolbox for industry, and he called it open for business. He gave an example. He wanted it to be like a hotline for the private sector. You would have a private company call up the NRC and say, hey, we have a problem. Can you fix this for us? And essentially that led to a bunch of changes. First of all, there was a 22% drop in the number of scientists and engineers directly employed by the NRC in this time. But the NRC's publication rate went down year after year, down to almost 25% of what it was in 2011. Its patents dropped by nearly 50%. So by making it really just a toolbox for industry, the actual output of the NRC fell dramatically. If you were running a research group that couldn't be themed around some sort of short-term commercial product, your funding was likely to be cut. Oh, skipped a slide. And the part of Bill C-38 that received the most backlash were the many cuts. So full labs were simply had their entire funding erased. The biggest example is the experimental lakes area. Canada has more lakes than any other country in the world. It is literally 9% of the surface area. We carry out more ecological research that other countries simply do not have the scale to carry out. It was shut down, the cited reason being cost savings, but the cost to shut down the lab was equivalent to 25 years of its operating budget. Another lab that was shut down, the Polar Environment Atmospheric Research Laboratory, way up north. It measures weather patterns, climate data. Around 2,000 government scientists were simply laid off. This cascaded into government grants given out to universities. The Department of Fisheries changed their policy from protecting all fish species in Canada to only valuable fish species. And this was a pretty dramatic example. There's actually a picture on the right there of a dumpster full of notebooks. That was the Department of Fisheries archive. It was closed down one day, and all of its notes, data that had been collected for decades, thrown in the dumpster with little to no warning. So there were stories of scientists there jumping into the dumpster and taking those notes home with them because they would have been destroyed otherwise. So a lot of closures in a very short amount of time. So I think with all that context, you can understand why government scientists, who are typically very quiet and apolitical civil servants began taking to the streets in Ottawa and protesting. So again, it was called the Death of Evidence March. They had a lot of dramatic costumes, but they were essentially telling the government that they felt they were being muzzled, that their funding was being cut. They didn't feel that there was an actual separation between the politicians and the scientists being able to do their job. This is a quote from one sitting member of parliament from the time who was critical of these protests, saying, "In my view, scientists should stick to science." And in a vacuum, that's an ideal that we might try to strive for. But what these scientists were saying is that there isn't that separation of the scientists and the politicians. They aren't just advising and then the politicians may or may not take their recommendations into account. They were directly inhibiting or silencing their research in many cases. So obviously, Stephen Harper, he lost the election to Justin Trudeau and his party, and Justin Trudeau's party actually, in the election cycle, made promises that we are going to let scientists speak more freely, we're going to restore funding to a lot of these labs, and the question is, did that change actually occur? Now, labs like the ELA and Pearl, they did get their funding back. They adopted a new scientific transparency model in 2019. And even in the labor contracts for some of these government scientists, it was written into those agreements that they could speak more freely to the public. We have 2 studies that were done of Canada's government scientists that asked them, do you feel comfortable speaking to the public if you have a concern about the environment or public safety? So in 2013, 86% did not feel comfortable. So that's 86% were not happy with the way things were. A year after the new party came into power, that number dropped to 53%, which is obviously a big improvement, but that's still the majority of the scientists. And even today, there was a study from a couple years ago of just the environmental scientists, and 92% of them did not feel like they could speak freely to the public if they had a concern. And what I attribute this to is what I call bureaucratic inertia. Once you have government staffers and government lawyers who are used to things working a certain way in the government, it's very hard to get them to go back to what it was previously. It's very hard to get rid of red tape once it's there. So although there's been positive change, it has not been a perfect solution. So in summary, just to go over the events as they played out in Canada, at first it started with collecting less data. They got rid of the long-form census. They stopped collecting data from, different labs up north. And essentially that removed the ability from the scientists to raise alarm bells about problems if they saw them coming. The second step was the government started to control their communications. They put limits on what scientists were allowed to say to the media, to the public. Sometimes that manifested as information that was on publicly available government websites was wiped overnight. And then the third major change was they simply shut down labs, they shut down programs, and they argued that the private sector can do this more efficiently and for cheaper. So that was how it, played out in Canada. You may or may not be able to extrapolate that to any other scenarios. So that was all I wanted to talk about. Thank you for listening.
Politicians getting involved in science is nothing new. It's been a controversial topic for decades, and I cover one of the most infamous cases of this in my new documentary, 17 Pages. It covers one of the most complex and infamous disputes in the history of American science. It involves whistleblowers, Nobel laureates, congressmen, even the Secret Service shows up. And you can watch it right now, exclusively on Nebula. For this project, I was able to be a lot more ambitious than in my past work. We filmed interviews on location, I commissioned some fantastic art, and worked with talented voice actors. There's even an original score. All things that I couldn't do on my own. So if you want to watch 17 Pages and support all of my future projects, you can sign up to Nebula using my link. With it, you'll get a 40% discount on an annual subscription, which works out to just $3 a month. Not only do I post all my other projects there 2 weeks early, but you're also getting access to dozens of Nebula originals not found anywhere else. Thank you for all of your support, and as always, thanks for watching.
I haven't actually seen that, but that was a good video. I didn't know he posted on Nebula. I went ahead and posted. I gave the video a like, and then I posted a link to that video here in the chats. And you know, if you like that kind of content, be sure to check out. That's even not really representative of the type of content that he makes. He does some in-depth documentaries basically, and it's on some real-world subjects. Example: the conspiracy to kill cold fusion. When the Nortel CEO got fired because of the crap that happened in Canada. America's missing the Hadron colliders in Europe, but the U.S. was going to build something that was like 4 times bigger, but it got screwed over and defunded by the politicians. And he did a documentary on these guys. Like I had seen their face and stuff in like 4chan and memes and stuff, but I had no idea who these guys were. And he did a really good documentary that basically spelled it all out. And they're basically some rich Europeans that come from a very rich family, and they've tried to do things. I don't want to misspeak. Definitely check it out. If that sounds interesting to you, go check out the video. It's wild. So he's got a great channel. Let's check out. We were watching Working Jellyfish yesterday, and he had recently put out a review on Andor Season 2, which is really good. And I like Working Jellyfish. He's very small, actually. He's only got 11,000 subscribers. You can see I'm subscribed. I'm one of those. And he does report on some of the negative stuff because it's basically part of the story in the franchise at this point. But it's not outrage porn. It's not it's not stuff like It's a Gundam, who does hardcore outrage porn. But he's so funny. I like watching it anyway. But we won't watch it here because it's too negative for this for the stuff I want to put out there. Space Marine 2, An Unsalted Appreciation. Ooh, let's watch that because we just recently played Space Marine 2. And I'm just about done brainstorming stuff to work with Swifty on some things. I've been picking out some games he and I could be playing together. Space Marine 2 is one of them. We could make some good content. I don't think he's ever played Warframe. That's gaming's best kept secret in my opinion. So we'll see. We'll see what he thinks. Okay. All right. Let's check out Working Jellyfish, his video on Space Marine 2, and then I should be able to wrap this up and start working on something else.
I do not know who I am. I do not know where I am. All I know is that I must kill.
As a 40k virgin, I was not eagerly awaiting the release of Space Marine 2, nor had I played Space Marine 1 or any other Warhammer 40k title for that matter. Despite that, I, like many, found myself in search of something to fill the void left by the gradual degradation of franchises like Halo and Star Wars, which in modern times have descended into a state of disarray and despair under studios that either don't understand or don't care about them. Unlike Games Workshop, which in my limited understanding has held their ground against the modern trend of corporate creation committee complacency, and have remained a harbour of consistency where 40k lore remains sacrosanct. So with the announcement of Space Marine 2, I got curious. The trailers were solid, the gameplay looked fun enough, and with a combination of recommendations from my fellow Helldivers, and of course, the word of Henry Cavill being law, I picked up the game not long after release. Initially, I felt the gameplay was reminiscent of games like Doom 2016 and Gears of War, and if I'm being candid, I was not completely impressed. There was no co-op collision mechanic, there was limited pathing options in missions, and some areas that appeared explorable were blocked by invisible barriers. The levels were frustratingly linear, and the gameplay began to feel very repetitive very quickly. In all honesty, were it not for the impressive next-gen graphics, I would have called Space Marine 2 a product that belonged in the mid-2000s, an unremarkable hack and slash that failed to innovate anything new and lacked some pretty fundamental mechanics that have been standard since 2005. So subsequently, I put the game down. I pride myself on being fairly close to the mark with my initial reactions, so seeking confirmation of that fact, I sought out various online reviews.
I miscalculated.
And what can I say? I was wrong. So it was evident that I was missing something, because the vast majority of the online reviews were praising the game with 4 to 5 stars, with only the occasional review echoing my feelings on the matter. And in cases like 40k, the masses are not generally wrong. So I sought out my personal 40k historitor, and I asked them what they thought. They loved it.
Naturally.
And confirmed that the game was pure Space Marine fan service. The 40k love letter that most fans had been hoping for. So perhaps it was that simple. As a normie, I lacked the important context to appreciate the game's finer points, and was too busy focusing on it as a general sci-fi hack and slash. So I went to the Warhammer 40k wiki to gain some context.
Oh my goodness!
Having no idea where to start my learning, I returned to my historitor and asked if I should go back and play Space Marine 1, or Dawn of War, or something else. He told me probably not if my problems were lore and context based, and if I was so inclined, perhaps I should read some 40k lore, starting with Horus Rising. So I sat down with the first book of the Horus Heresy and started reading.
Oh my god. I get it.
The hypermasculinity, the visceral blood and gore, the raw military testosterone, the clash of industrial war machine against the raw power of nature and the warp, the heraldry, the brotherhood, the heroism and the horror, the order and the chaos, the grim dark universe that forges men into boys. It's a glorious nightmare, beautifully broken and unapologetically cruel. I love it. So after binging several 40k novels, I jumped back into Space Marine 2. All of a sudden, I could appreciate the dialogue, the characters, the locations, the armor, the bolters, the enemies, all of it. Space Marine 2 is an absolute throwback to a time when games knew who their target audience was, and more importantly, knew how to give that target audience what they wanted. What I initially would have described as overly simplistic or undercooked quickly became an appreciation for the intent behind the game. I was so busy focusing on what
Didn't I say that when I was streaming it for the first time? I was like, this studio knows their audience. I said that multiple times.
Space Marine 2 was not. I failed to appreciate what it was trying to be and what it actually is. And what it is pure, unadulterated awesomeness aimed at its target audience. So grab your bolter, brother.
Burn the heretic! Kill the mutant! Purge the unclean!
Once I recalibrated my sights, I quickly began to appreciate how faithful the game is to the existing lore, which is an absolute novelty in the modern era of Western gaming, and very much appreciated, even by a newcomer like myself. There is nothing in the design of Space Marine 2 that wasn't deliberate and considered, beginning with the small details of the Cadians having purple eyes, to the correct size ratio of Space Marine armor compared to the Astra Militarum, through to command skulls, servitors, and oaths of moment. The game is awash with details that 40k fans will not only notice, but absolutely froth over. And the best part, none of this detail is superficial, it all has meaning and pages of lore behind it. 40k fans will hold you to account if your creation is anything less than authentic, and Saber Interactive absolutely stepped up to bat here. The Space Marine 2 was clearly built from the ground up by people that live and breathe 40k. I hadn't found myself skyboxing and level combing like this since the days of Resident Evil 4. So well played, Saber. The game you've constructed perfectly captures the 40k aesthetic, and I was only too eager to pick through its pieces. Each mission is a veritable masterpiece of environmental storytelling, with the Astra Militarum as its centerpiece.
Looks like a slaughter. No excuse for cowardice.
The sheer scale of death and horror is very much part of 40k's DNA, and each mission of the campaign delivers on it with raw, unapologetic detail. So when you do manage to save a platoon of Imperial Guardsmen, you really do feel like the hero that they see you as, because you absolutely have to earn it. The campaign commences with a Tyranid invasion on Kadaku. Too bad they didn't invade Kotaku instead and rid us of their stupidity, where Kill Team Primus of the Death Watch have been tasked to deploy a virus bomb in defense of the Aurora facility. Immediately I have froth details. Your character is a Black Shield, which meant nothing to me the first time I picked up the game. But after reading some lore, I can appreciate that as a Black Shield of the Death Watch, your Space Marine has renounced or been cast out of their chapter, meaning their armor pauldron is covered and doesn't display the chapter's sigil, unlike the other brothers of the Watch, whom have their chapters displayed and are evidently in the Watch voluntarily. I'm sure that there are other countless accuracies throughout the campaign that fans will appreciate, but god damn, that is some impressive attention to detail just as an opening benchmark, I must say. You are initially separated from your squad as the game walks you through the movement and combat tutorial. And, as I mentioned earlier, the sheer bulk of the Space Marines in terms of their movement is very reminiscent of Gears of War. The key difference, though, is that Gears of War is primarily a cover shooter. Breaking cover at the wrong time will see you turn to pink mist before you can ask for the number of the bus that hit you. Space Marine 2, much like Doom 2016, encourages a bias for action and aggressive offense. Health and shields only regenerate upon successful counters, kills, and the all-important glory kill, which becomes an essential mechanic of the gameplay. Cover is not your friend in Space Marine 2, because as an Astartes Primaris, you do not require it. You are literally a walking tank, a god amongst common men, engineered to vanquish the Emperor's enemies with absolute prejudice. Something that I didn't appreciate when I first picked up the game. To do this, you are afforded a primary gun, a secondary sidearm, and a melee weapon. During the early missions, the Adaptus Mechanicus will recommend or dictate which weapons you are to take into a mission. But as the game progresses, you unlock more options and are encouraged to experiment with your playstyle to find weapons that best suit you. The game also regularly signposts upcoming segments with weapon drops that are appropriate to the next gameplay area, i.e., you'll be given a short-range weapon for close quarters versus being given a long arm when you're fighting at range. You are eventually spoiled for choice with primary guns, from short and medium-range bolters, plasma weapons and flamers, to long-range sniper rifles through to rapid-fire heavy weapons. And while the game encourages you to use specific guns at certain times, you can melee your way to victory should you choose poorly or run out of ammo. Each melee weapon has their own unique combos and movesets that will lend themselves to either crowd control, tank killing, or PvP. And while in the campaign it is possible to mash your way through problems on lower difficulties, learning each weapon's combos will hold you in good stead should you look like being overwhelmed. Fortunately, the combos are relatively simple to learn, albeit difficult to master, so the learning curve isn't too punishing for players unfamiliar with melee combat mechanics. Everything in Space Marine 2 feels like it has weight. Weapons and armor are massive, industrial and heavy, designed to fight in the grimdark universe, and I think this is why comparisons are being drawn between Gears and Space Marine, as both games do an excellent job of capturing the sheer weight and size of their macho protagonists, and you feel it in the game's movements. There is nothing floaty about the movement mechanic. It's heavy, kinetic, and visceral, something that 40k fans have been waiting to see realised for a long time. And funnily enough, none of these design choices are coincidental. While Saber Interactive has its own proprietary software that we'll discuss shortly, the team has a wealth of experience working on other titles, such as Quake, Doom, and Halo, just to name a few. Warhammer has been around for over 40 years, and whether or not people are aware of it, it doesn't diminish the influence it's had on the world of gaming. Fallout's power armor, the Chainsaw Lancer in Gears of War, and even the original Doomslayer's design.
It's all reverse engineered by studying him.
It's a Primaris Marine.
That's what we call it.
So it's quite appropriate that the games inspired by Warhammer are now helping Warhammer reach its realisation in the video gaming medium. Saber Interactive, the team behind Space Marine 2's development, were keen to make a sequel that was not only a worthy successor to the original, but also cleared the very high bar set by 40k fans. To that end, it took until the proof of concept seen in Doom 2016 before they felt the technology was ready to make that leap. It's unclear how long pre-production took for Space Marine 2, but from my understanding, once Saber were confident that they had the right formula, they took the pitch to Games Workshop and went, imagine Doom 2016's glory kills, but with Space Marines. To which Games Workshop went,
you son of a bitch.
Space Marine 2 went through close to 4 years of active development, including delays that saw the original 2023 release date pushed back to late 2024. From all accounts, this was so primarily because of the inclusion of PvE and PvP modes. Saber were intent on ensuring the progression system was not only workable, but worthy. Imagine that. It also allowed them additional time to polish up the campaign and root out any lingering glitches in the game's design. And to that end, this is the reason why there is no friendly player collision mechanic. In a game dominated by furious melee combat, often in tight corridors, the designers chose function over fashion, foregoing the friendly collision mechanic in favour of freedom of movement, allowing player combos to flow and complement each other against the enemy swarms rather than hindering gameplay. This is a great example of understanding one's medium. Space Marine 2 is a co-op shooter game first and a single player story second, so prioritising the primary co-op gameplay design over the single player mechanics is absolutely the right call in this instance, and is very much a point in favour of, rather than omission due to laziness, as I may have misjudged initially. Not to mention that every design decision, no matter how slight, needed vetting and approval by Games Workshop, from dialogue to world design. Puts fire in my gelatinous spine knowing how much Games Workshop care and actively protect their IP. Microsoft, take note. And I know I speak for the majority of gamers when I say I wish more companies would take this approach and take the time to get it right rather than rushing to failure. Following the tutorial, your protagonist is revealed to be Titus, the main character from the previous Space Marine game, who has now served 200 years in the Death Watch due to accusations of heresy. From all accounts, the story was designed to be accommodating of new players whom hadn't necessarily played the original, but at the same time deliberately targeted at 40k fans. But in spite of this, the story rarely, if at all, takes a moment to stop and explain lore for new players. Things are what they are, and if you don't understand what's going on, you better go read some lore, scrub. And if this is what accessible to newbies looks like, I shudder to think what the gatekeeping version might have looked like. This is a bold strategy, making the game just accessible enough to new players so as to not overwhelm, but also to deliver on the rich lore that 40k fans have come to expect from their IP. And frankly, I'm here for it. While the lore is deep, the story itself is simple in its delivery and is a throwback to a more traditional time when narratives didn't always seek to deconstruct or recontextualize. In the grim dark, everything is trying to kill you, so you need to kill before being killed, and look epic while doing it. But if I was to offer some salty conjecture, I would assess that this is one of the many reasons Space Marine 2 is marketed as a co-op shooter. Because while the game is absolutely brilliant even for a lone newcomer like myself, once you accept that you don't know who or where you are and all you know is you must kill, it is exponentially more fun with a friend who can take the time to elaborate on the lore throughout the story, because it is as vast as it is deep. While the lack of lore explanations isn't necessarily gatekeeping in of itself, it is a steep curve for those new to the franchise. But as I said, Space Marine 2 is a 40k love letter for existing fans in the first instance, and newcomers just have to hold on for the ride. The game knows who its target audience is, and that's all that matters if a developer is looking to have success. And you know what? That's how it should be. In an era where studios are increasingly casting wider and wider nets to catch as many normies as possible, and therefore make the most profit they can, Saber Interactive said, "Hold my bolter, brother." Principal gameplay sees your squad of 3 Space Marines fighting against massive swarms of enemy that literally cover the map and backgrounds with their numbers. This is made possible by Saber's Swarm engine and the AI manager. The Swarm mechanic, known as Swarm 2 in Space Marine 2, is an evolution of the Swarm engine from World War Z, but whereas the zombies in World War Z were stupid and merely relied on their numbers to surge and devour, Swarm 2 has more nuance. Initially, enemies will swarm in massive numbers towards the player, as they did in World War Z, but once they break into the combat area, the AI manager takes over, shifting to more dynamic AI decisions for one-on-one combat situations. The AI manager assesses your style and then seeks to counter it, whether that's through additional ranged enemies to counter your melee prowess, or by seeking to overwhelm your sniper position with high volumes of enemies. The Swarm 2 engine does its best to keep encounters engaging and different with each playthrough. Space Marine 2's gameplay loop is very reminiscent reminiscent of Bungie's 30 Seconds of Fun, nailing the first few seconds of a new encounter that delivers on a dopamine rush that keeps you wanting to do it again and again. Appropriately enough, 40k has seen something of a cycle of inspiration and influence throughout the sci-fi genre and gaming shooters in particular, with Space Marine 1 inspiring Doom 2016, only to have the glory kills of Doom 2016 inspire the combat design of Space Marine 2. From the CCO of Saber, Tim Willits, whether it was Fallout, Halo, Doom or Gears, Space Marine 2 has taken many elements that it originally inspired in others to produce something that is simply great fun to play and an absolute love letter for 40k fans. Complementing the campaign is the co-op PvE operations mode, which runs in parallel to Titus's story. Each mission includes a PvE operation of another Ultramarine squad, which often contributes to the primary objective of the main story. These missions are great fun and allow you to see the operation from a different perspective, increasing the scale of the game's narrative. They're also slightly different each time you play them, which allows for countless replayability, whether you're alone and with the AI or squatted up with your buddies. If I was to be a little critical, the friendly AI can be a bit dopey at times, including failing to revive you and simply watching you bleed out for the crime of weakness. But all things considered, it is a relatively minor nitpick that didn't hamper my experience of the campaign. Still further again, the Eternal War mode is the PvP portion of Space Marine 2, which sees the loyalist Space Marine factions doing battle with their Chaos counterparts. While PvP is not my bag personally, it is a welcome inclusion of many, and the class and progression systems are well fleshed out, providing incentives to keep playing both PvE and PvP post finishing the main story. Saber has also released roadmaps promising continued support to the title, including future story DLC, more operations, and of course, additional character customizations that will allow you to play as your favourite Space Marine chapter. All things considered, Space Marine 2 is a beautifully executed throwback to a simpler era in gaming that not only understands its target audience, but celebrates them in a grim-dark gore fest of military industrial testosterone. And I couldn't recommend it more if you're searching to fill the void left by other IPs. Just take heed, brother. There is no hand-holding in the grimdark universe, so grip your bolter close. But remember, I'm just a brainless lump who pledges eternal service to the Emperor. Hooroo, Skipper.
That was a really good review. I really like that. Yeah, I already gave it a like. Let me link his channel. And he could use more subs too. He's Hey Raz, we just got done watching Working Jellyfish. I'm working on a bunch of stuff in the background. I just got done I was trying to file some claims, but the website shut down for maintenance. Roommate message me? No, he's fine. I'm working on, I had a chat with Swifty earlier today, which is why the live stream started so late. And I'm putting together like a potential plan for he and I to work on together. See if we can't start making some content together again. So we'll see how that turns out. So I'm pretty much done with that. I just need, it's a little bit, I don't know. Is he awake right now? He probably is. Let me check. Is he streaming? Let me see if he's streaming. Not there. Is he on Twitch? Is he streaming today? No, he's offline. Okay. All right, then I will make myself a reminder to message. I'll make myself a reminder right now. Let's see here, noon. Yeah, let's do text Swifty. Text Swifty, thank you. And line up another call. Okay, so I just got done doing that. Okay, let me put the draft of the text I have right here. It's very wordy, so I need to trim it down a bit. Okay. Let's see here. We can delete all that. And then I need to add that stuff to... here, let me put on something else to watch while I'm still finishing this up. And then we'll see if I can't, if the website's up. It's getting late and I'm getting tired though. We might switch over to some gaming in a little bit, and I might go to bed in an hour or two. I really slept in today. I'm not gonna sleep a full 8 hours if I go lay down. I don't think I should stay up another 48 hour, another 28 hours or whatever like I did last time. I just need to get up off my lazy ass and not lay in bed past fucking 3 o'clock. I need to get up out of bed before noon, and it's just me being lazy. That's what the fucking problem is. And I ate super late, so I'm getting tired, so I probably should lay down. But I'm not done yet. I'm not done. The message repeats. Halo Reach, Unsalted Remembrance. How to lose your fans. Let's stay. This might be a little too negative. An interview battle. Oh, anything with Headland's gonna be negative. Bloody nailed it mostly. Let's check out the positive review here of Fallout. I haven't even watched it yet. Let's check it out.
Well, now that is a very small drop in a very, very large bucket of drugs. Look out at this wasteland. Looks like chaos, but there's always somebody behind the wheel. There you are, you little killer.
Outstanding. I was beginning to think it was impossible. I truly started to believe that there wasn't even a remote chance that Hollywood would be able to adapt any video game franchise faithfully. Because one need only look at the recent attempts to adapt a video game franchise to realise how catastrophically it can go. Especially when the ones put in charge of the project don't care about the source material, as they use the franchise name in vain while they tell their new and improved stories that no pre-existing fan wanted or asked for. So when the Fallout show was announced all the way back in 2020, I wasn't particularly excited. And this is even before a AAA studio absolutely butchered their adaptation of one of the most popular gaming franchises in recent history. So having seen Hollywood's adaptations of the various other franchises in the 3.5 years since Fallout was announced, it would be fair to say that my skepticism actually increased. But here I float, pleasantly surprised at what I've just watched. The Fallout show is what happens when a talented filmmaker is given the opportunity to work on an IP that they not only have passion for, but also have a clear vision on how to adapt. Talent, passion, vision, and respect are 4 things that must work in unison if you're going to nail your adaptation. And the respect piece that has been sorely lacking with the recent adaptations is probably the most important part.
Aaron, he was saying that out of the two of you, you were the bigger gamer. You were more into the game than him. Jonah himself, he played a lot of it. Was that a complete waste of time, or did that feel like you were kind of prepping for the show?
It wasn't a waste of time at all. I wanted to get the absolute most out of this experience, and I think you have to deeply, deeply respect the source material, at least for me, and I love to throw myself into all of my research, but this was so fun. There's so much lore and so much passion behind the games and so many details, and it made it even more exciting when I put the Vault suit on or the Pip-Boy for the first time. Like, that moment was not lost on me, what a big deal that was. So no, it wasn't a waste of time.
Because even if you bungle the execution, at least fans can see that you gave it your best shot. But fortunately for us all, Jonathan Nolan can talk the talk and walk the walk. The aesthetic, the tone, the characters and music are just some of the pieces of the puzzle that have been so well put together with this show. But I don't expect you to just take my word for it. So join me on an uncharacteristically pleasant dive as we take a look at the Fallout show. I'm of two minds about how to talk about this show, because I want to talk about it in great detail, because there's plenty of great detail to discuss, but at the same time it is such a good show and adaptation that I don't want to spoil it for those who haven't seen it yet. So I'll err on the side of caution and speak in general terms. There will be some spoilers, but I'll do my best just to give you the wave tops so you can still go and enjoy the show if you haven't seen it yet. I'll also flag major spoilers before I talk about them so you can skip ahead if that's what you're after. But I would actually encourage you to pause this review and go and watch the show for yourself first before joining me on this dive. Because if you like the Fallout games, hell, even if you're just a fan of good television, Fallout is 100% worth your time. But don't worry, I'll still be here in 8 hours after you've watched one of the best video game adaptations I think's ever been committed to screen. Disclaimer, I am somewhere between a casual fan to an actual Fallout fan. My introduction was Fallout 3, I then played New Vegas and Fallout 4. My personal favourite is 3, but I played the shit out of all 3 entries. So from a bias of passion perspective, I am not a lore expert, nor am I as invested in Fallout as I am with Halo as an example. I just want to clearly set the expectation before we continue. Righto, with that said, be warned, mild Season 1 Fallout spoilers are inbound. First and foremost, I don't want to undersell how difficult the task of adapting a much-loved video game franchise must be. I say this because there is literally a graveyard of failed projects all the way back from 1993's Super Mario Bros. Right the way through to the latest season of Halo. For every success, there are a dozen failures. So I can imagine Fallout would have been an even more daunting task, as the Fallout role-playing games are popularised by the player's ability to make choices that affect the story, world and ending. As a player, you also have a level of customisation from the outset with your character's appearance, background, skills and personality. And that's not to mention the joys of mods. In short, every person's Fallout experience will be individual, based on their playstyle and preferences, which would make the games fiendishly difficult to adapt. So how do you strike it well in a completely different medium? How does the viewer see the karma and choice systems that are so intrinsic to the DNA of Fallout? And more importantly, how do you please the collective audience who may have drastically different playstyles? The showrunners have created a fairly elegant solution to the problem by writing 3 different characters that champion the variation of moral choice to the problems of the wasteland. Lucy the Vault Dweller is the paragon for good and morally justifiable choices. She strives to live by the golden rule, which is to treat others how you would like to be treated. Maximus is the emissary of moral ambiguity. A victim of circumstance and opportunity, he makes both morally good and morally bad choices, and is the neutral balance of the show's character archetypes. The Ghoul is the renegade. The shoot first, shoot some more, and then when everyone's dead, steal their stuff and shit in their shoes character that represents the morally bad. Between the 3 characters, we get a broad spectrum look at the sort of choices that get made on a day-to-day basis in the wasteland. The show spends an equally fair amount of time with all 3 characters, whose paths naturally cross throughout the season. Watching how each character approaches a situation of moral choice is one of the many joys of the show, as it highlights the strengths and weaknesses of each character, and inevitably strikes a chord with fans of the games as they consider how they would have approached the same situation. The plot borrows the very Fallout appropriate trope of the kidnapped family member, when, spoiler alert, Lucy's father is taken from Vault 33 by raiders. Lucy then ventures out into the wasteland with a gentle heart, tight, feminine, soft yet toned core, and a can-do attitude in search of him.
Okie dokie.
Much like in the games, the basic plot of a kidnapped or disappearing family member is merely the catalyst to get the main quest started and push the protagonist out of their comfort zone and into the wasteland. But as we all know, the real fun comes from the side quests. On her journey, Lucy encounters many of the iconic Fallout prerequisites: eccentric side characters, raiders, cultists, fellow vault dwellers, and of course, monsters and ghouls. Ella Purnell does a wonderful job as Lucy, bringing a wholesome and innocent portrayal of a character well out of her depth. And it was a nice change to watch her character actually struggle and grow throughout the show. There's been a trend of rather insufferable and infallible female leads in Hollywood over the last 10 years or so. Characters that don't complete a traditional hero's journey and just sort of breeze through the problems of their stories. Because modern writers seem to be labouring under the impression that strength can only come from being physically stronger or smarter than your opponents, failing to realise that it is in fact the struggle of a character that the average audience member identifies with. And to be completely honest, I was fully anticipating this to be the case with Fallout, particularly given that it was written by the same creators as Westworld, which 100% fell into this trap post Season 1. Fortunately, Lucy is not immune from the horrors of the wasteland. In fact, she gets knocked around more than Charlize Theron in Atomic Blonde. She's forced to learn from her mistakes and grow as a character. But at the same time, she maintains a sense of optimism and her commitment to trying to do the right thing by others. By the season finale, she's been totally put through the mill both physically and emotionally, and this pluckiness made her a joy to watch even as the weight of the plot demanded her to break her golden rule. Walter Goggins and Aaron Motten do equally good work with their characters, but if I was splitting hairs, I'd have to give the MVP to Goggins. His performances of both the Ghoul and Cooper are one of the highlights of the show for me, bridging the gap between the pre-war and post-bomb stories, providing a bit of important context for those who may not have played the games, but also raising a fairly loaded lore question that we'll touch on later. All the principal performances are solid and backed up by a decent to good ensemble cast, with one obvious exception.
Fuck were they thinking every time I walk into my own house, my own voice saying, "Hello, sir, do you want to sit down?" It's fucking awful.
I'm simply going to harvest your organs.
Whomever had the idea of casting Matt Berry as Codsworth didn't get paid enough. While not many side characters' performances are going to win awards, they're all serviceable and don't distract too much from the main plot, which is fortunate because there's a lot of them. But the real highlight of the show is the attention to detail in the production design. The level of respect and, dare I say, reverence for the source material is clearly on display with the sets and props that look like they've come straight out of the games. It wouldn't even be fair to call the little things Easter eggs because every element of the games has been replicated in immaculate detail. This is more than window dressing, it is physical world building. At the micro level, there's Nuka-Cola bottles, sugar bombs, stim packs, weapons, chems and costumes, and they're perfectly translated into live action props, which gives the show a sense of legitimacy. It's like I'm watching the game come to life. The sound department have also crushed it. Iconic sound effects and music have been lifted straight out of the games, and it's fantastic. After all, there's no need to fix what isn't broken. Saying that feels kind of wrong talking about a Bethesda property.
All of this just works. It's not, I'm not kidding.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
This is all helped by the use of physical sets and actual locations, all of which are tangible for the actors who physically react to their environments, rather than faking it for a green or blue screen. CGI is used sparingly to enhance pre-existing locations, or to add elements that couldn't be done for either physical or fiscal reasons. And it goes a long way to selling the wasteland as a real and explorable place the same way it is in the games.
Here are these games in which you have these epic vistas, this vision of a world that's been completely transformed, then all the way down to every object that you can pick up. You can read the journals that people have left behind, the comic books, from the sublime to the particular. Every detail of this world is kind of explorable. So to give the audience that feeling of a universe in which you can simultaneously feel the grandeur of it, but also the detail of it, was something that, you know, I'd happily take credit for it, but it's really our incredible crew, led by our production designer, Howard Cummings, who just, you know, with a love for the material and the games, and we had a lot of fans of the games on our crew, just faithfully building out this universe.
Nailing both the micro and macro elements of world design is something that many adaptations have struggled to do, but Fallout has bloody nailed their aesthetic. If I was being super critical, I would say that some locations look like someone went a bit overboard with their green foliage modding, but I'm willing to accept the real life foliage if it means the show is shot in real locations with actual dilapidated and abandoned buildings, because it looks great and it's hard to plausibly fake that stuff on a budget. The creature effects are also a blend of practical and digital, and again, it was fantastic to watch an actor physically tangle with something tangible, firing pyrotechnics that interact with blood squibs that spatter across the set. As for the tone of the show, once again, the showrunners and directors need to be given credit here. The Fallout franchise is a bipolar experience of dark comedy and horror that can swing on a dime depending on which quest you're playing at any given time. For 1 minute, you're picking through desiccated corpses of your fellow humans looking for caps in order to buy ammo, and then the next, you're watching two morons dressed as supervillains trying to conquer a township.
Now, fool, tremble before the might of the antagonizer.
You'll never get away with terrorizing this town. Not while it's under the protection of the Mechanist.
Player choice plays a huge part in how you individually experience Fallout, because the game can be as comical or as horrific as you play it. And I personally think the show has struck a good balance between the two. Not all the jokes land, but I never felt tonal whiplash moving from joke to horror to drama, which is no mean feat. And I think Jonathan Nolan needs to be given the bulk of the credit on that particular front.
And I just got sucked in by the incredibly expansive, immersive world of the game, but also the tone of it is so weird. It's so unique. It's dark, it's violent, it's funny, it's goofy, it's political, satirical, subversive. It's all the things that I like in one package, and that doesn't usually work, right? It's not usually all things to all people, but for me in these games, especially with the degree to which you could explore them, you really could, you could pack all of these wonderful things in there. So we've tried to with the series.
Don't get me wrong, the show's not perfect. There are plenty of modern day Hollywood DEI progressivisms in the mix, and if you're hypersensitive to that sort of stuff, you may be inclined to call the show woke. I personally hate the term because it's far too generalist, lacks nuance, and is the equivalent of pigeonholing your critique so you don't really have to think about it.
Why are you gay?
And I don't think this particular critique applies to Fallout, because despite the show being quite progressive with its casting, the showrunners are creative, competent, and smart enough to work within the constraints of modern hiring policies without compromising on the story. Because there is no way a quote-unquote woke show would allow a female protagonist to be duped into having sex, only to get bashed, stabbed, and taken prisoner by a man. There is no way it would allow harm to befall a trans actor's character, which ultimately removes them from being central to the story's plot. There's no way it would allow a strong independent woman of colour to leave the fate of the world in the hands of a man who works for the hyper-masculine bastion of mechanically overpowered patriarchy champions. But basically, Fallout is diversity done right, which shouldn't be a shock to anyone who's played the games, as they've always been very rich in their diversity of character.
Yes, sir. Vestal reporting for duty. Please assume the position.
The actors, just like the props, are there to enhance the world of the Wasteland and tell a Fallout story, and for the most part, they've done a stellar job. I've got some personal criticisms for sure, and if I had to pick barnacles off an otherwise sturdy hull, I'd say I'm getting a little sick of the subversion of the military trope, peeling back the armour only to reveal a scared little boy hiding inside. But it's a personal bias point for me, and the show freely admits that the Brotherhood of Steel isn't the powerhouse it once was, so I guess I'll let it slide for now. Some of the plot points were a little convenient at times too, and there were some moments that were downright contrived. Seriously, if I see one more scene where the soldiers are defeated by somebody turning the lights out, I think I'll scream. But overall, I had far too much fun with the other elements of the show to pay it too much mind. As for the lore controversies, the show either retcons or violates two rather significant pre-existing lore points, at least to my casual eyes. Be warned, massive Season 1 spoilers are inbound, so skip to this timestamp if you want to avoid that. The first is the firing of the nuke that ended the world. In the lore, it was originally Communist China that fired the first shot, which led to a chain reaction of counter-missile fire that destroyed the planet. This made sense in terms of the Sino-American Great War, as China had recently been defeated at the Battle of Anchorage in January 2077. They were also on the back foot with the American invasion of mainland China, so their hope was to strike all major military cities in the US and cripple the US's ability to command and control. It was an everything or nothing type of gamble, which ultimately led to the mutually assured destruction of the planet. However, in the show, which is canon to the games, it is heavily implied that Vault-Tec fires the first nuke. This is done to ensure the success of capitalism, leaving the big tech corporations of the US with the ultimate monopoly over all the survivors. I know in the games Vault-Tec was sketchy at best, given all their experimentation, but this seems a little bit Bond villainy for me. And while I'm no economist, I can't imagine the company's bottom lines would look too flash after the global banking system was destroyed by EMP. In real world terms, I guess I understand why Amazon made this change so as not to offend the Chinese entertainment market and miss out on those precious international dollars. But personally, I didn't care for the change. I mean, it's not like the game really points fingers after it's all said and done, because regardless of who shot first, the end result was still the same. But as I said, it's not confirmed whether Vault-Tec went through with their plan, but on the balance of probability, it looks pretty bloody likely. The other, and for many fans, more contentious change is the nuclear destruction of Shady Sands and, by extension, the new Californian Republic. For those unaware, Shady Sands is the principal settlement of Fallout 2 and the first city founded by the NCR, whom are a principal faction in the Obsidian-produced Fallout New Vegas, the only modern Fallout game not produced by Bethesda. Anyway, New Vegas is widely considered the fan favourite of the franchise, and is set in the year 2281. There is a widely held belief that Todd Howard, Bethesda's game director and executive producer, harbours a personal dislike toward New Vegas, and resents the success that it found under Obsidian Studios. While Howard has never personally stated anything as such, the lack of references to New Vegas in Fallout 4 was enough evidence for a witch hunt from some New Vegas loyalists. If there was cause for mistrust and speculation about Howard's alleged dislike for New Vegas before, the show has done nothing but throw fuel on that thermonuclear fire. The show is set in 2296 and indicates that Shady Sands and the NCR were bombed in 2277. And yet there is no mention of this rather significant event in the New Vegas game, leading people to speculate that the game is being pushed out of the Fallout canon timeline as a result. Although the show does end on a reveal of New Vegas, admittedly in a state of ruin, and does set up Mr. House as one of the fools that sold the world, I guess there's a bigger plan at play here. But adding further insult to injury for New Vegas fans, what is left of the NCR, whom were made to look like raiders throughout the show, were all but slaughtered to the last man by the Brotherhood of Steel in the season finale. Not to mention the iconic NCR armour being relegated to that of sun protection for cap farmers, that fall victim to bandits and bounty hunters, the likes of which they used to dispatch with their anti-material rifles. So the NCR really got nothing in the way of love from the showrunners or producer.
Nay, worse than nothing!
So at least in the opinion of this jellyfish, I can see enough evidence to this claim to warrant the online concern. While I appreciate the frustration of watching your favourite faction not get the ending you felt that they deserved, this treatment is less affronting than a lore disparity to the greater whole, as it is based on a personal preference, rather than being a flaw in the writing. The timeline faux pas, however, is either a massive oversight on behalf of the New Vegas continuum, or it's a deliberate retcon. Either way, not ideal in a show that otherwise sticks the landing from a lore point of view, at least as far as I can see it. But I will freely admit I am not a Fallout scholar. Otherwise, I think Fallout has done an exceptional job of adapting the source material into a new medium that should please the majority of Fallout fans and even drag a few non-gaming normies along for the ride. Anecdotally, Mrs. Jellyfish is not a gamer, nor is she a fan of Fallout, but even she couldn't help but get swept up in the immersiveness of the show, which just proves what we gamers have been saying all along. If you create your adaptation with the fans in mind, treating the source material with the appropriate respect, and competently execute on a clear and faithful vision, you will not only please those fans, you will also gain others who may or may not have been exposed to the video gaming medium, because it's like that source material was worthy and cultivated by fans all along. Because despite what some insist on telling themselves and others, it is possible to respect the source material while telling a completely new story. Personally, I think Fallout has set a new benchmark for live-action video game adaptations. It fills me with a sense of hope that the standard of others will lift as a result of this competent competition. God bless capitalism. But remember, I'm just a brainless lump who has the overwhelming urge to go back and play Fallout 3 all of a sudden. Hooroo, mate.
Oh, that was great. I laughed at that several times. Let's make sure we give that a like, and then let me link this in the chat. Like, definitely check him out. Um, there we go. Be sure to check out his channel. I really like this guy. He's a little known. I think his content's like right up there with some of these other big guys like Echo Chamberlain or Critical Drinker or Disparu. Like I think he does a great enough job to actually compete with those guys, but he just doesn't have the following that those other folks do. Maybe the market's saturated. I don't know. I like a bunch of different. I can talk about fucking movies and video games all day, so maybe I'm just the target audience. So, yeah. Jurassic Park, no rival. Oh, must not. No. Let's move on. Let's save that for another time. Okay. All right, let's do this. It's fucking 1:23. If I go to bed at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I wake up 10. That'll be 6 hours of sleep. That should be fine because I slept like fucking ever. I went to bed at 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah, I laid in bed for 15 hours today, man. I wasn't sleeping that whole time. I was listening to an audiobook a little bit, but I just got to get my ass up. That's all there is to it. I don't think I'm depressed. I was just lazy. I'm just lazy. I spent all that time working on reading that book and typing stuff up for the side hustle, and I was like, okay, that's enough. I gotta be more ambitious. And I guess we're gonna do that because I got in touch with Swifty today, and I just got done writing. Let's see here, publish. So I got like a whole big long list of stuff to talk to him about now. I'll message him tomorrow because he's not live streaming right now. And I'll try and set up a chat with him within the next couple of days to talk about these things. I got some long-term goals that I want to let him know about, but some short-term goals for him would be to, start doing some collabs together and get the viewer count up there and, capitalize on the big grand reunion tour and things like that. He hasn't even set up a Patreon yet, and so I can definitely help. Open up some new streams of revenue and stuff like that. If he's trying to make a living, like there's active revenue, and that's live streaming, right? You make money when you're doing it, and then there's passive revenue, which is like you release a well-edited YouTube video, and then that collects ad revenue passively even when you're sleeping. So nowadays, like, you got to have kind of a balance, and I'm not criticizing the guy or anything, but it seems like he's just a little over reliant on the active income, right? So I want to help. He's got a lot of great things going for him, and I think with my B2B knowledge, all of my new business development knowledge, my B2B experience working with vendors and stuff over like the last 8 years at my last job, I can really open up a lot of things, try to leverage a lot of the things that he's got going for him to open up, generate new streams of revenue, and increase the current ones. So I know I sound like I'm running a business or something, but it's kind of getting to that point. You kind of have to take that approach to these things. It was fine to wing it back in 2011, 2012, back when I was my mid 20s and thought I knew everything. And now I know enough to know what I don't know, and I'm a much more humbler man, or I try to be. Okay. Let me see if the let's see here. Let me see what we got going on. Okay. Well, we barely have anybody. I see you, one person watching the stream. Who is that? Is that you, Raz? Is you watching? I see you talking in Twitch. I guess I should maybe, I don't know, it helps me focus, I guess. And now it's really late too. There's typically a lot more people watching if I start live streaming before. When did I start? How long we've been doing this? I should look at it over here. OBS shows. Okay, so we've been streaming for 5 hours. It's 1:30, so 12:30, 11, 10, 9, 8:30. So yeah, I can't be starting live streams at 8:30, man. I did get some stuff done today. We had a fruit fly problem. It's my first time living in Puerto Rico, and if you see a couple of fruit flies, you need to take care of that shit right away. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot more than a couple of fruit flies around in a few days. It took me like an hour and a half to get all that stuff cleaned up, and kill all those little bastards. And the thing that got me was we had my roommate had like an Amazon delivery, so I broke up the box and I set it down on the tile floor in between the trash can and the space in the kitchen countertop where the trash can fits in, and all the flies and stuff had laid all their eggs like under that box. So when I moved the box, there was like all these egg sacs and maggots, and it was just the grossest thing. And and I got down there and I started scrubbing and bleaching and all this stuff. So it's all clean now, and I'm not going to let that happen again. So lesson learned. That's what happened in Nexius's world today. He cleaned up a grody mess. Got some ideas here to collab with John on. We can do some Helldivers 2. We'll probably do some World of Warcraft. That'll be a crowd pleaser. Do we do like some vanilla servers, or do we try retail? Do we do both? What does he want to do? You know, it's up to him too. I'm collabing with him. I'm not trying to dictate what we're doing. But we should definitely play some Space Marine too, because I'm a huge Warhammer nerd. I don't think he knows much about it. There's Dark Tide. You probably have a good time watching Swifty play in Dark Souls or Elden Ring. Warframe's gaming's best kept secret. We could do some cool that's like evergreen content, Warframe content. I haven't done any of it yet, but we can make some cool content out of that. Marvel's Rivals is the big team shooter now, so I've got it installed. I've played like two matches. That's it. I should have a lot of fun playing with him, I think. And then there's all the old school games. We could do Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. We could do The Force Unleashed 1 and 2, Dark Forces 1 and 2, System Shock Remake, Dead Space 1, 2, and 3, Magicka, Skyrim, or Fallout. We could do like a themed version like Spiffing Brit does. And then there's a bunch of new and upcoming games, that we could we could start making content on the moment it's released and let the algorithm work for us, because people are searching for content on those new games to see if they want to buy it or not. So there's just a bunch of different things we can do. And I definitely don't mind editing videos for them again. I just want to make sure we agree to do something besides me just edit videos. I want to like grow, and do other things. So, I got a bunch of different ideas. I want to see what he likes, and we'll do those. And I also got done writing down my medium to long-term goals, which is, learning Stable Diffusion and other generative AI techniques, and leverage that technology for like my own VFX pipeline. Learn Unreal Engine 5. That'll help in prototype game development, which I'm interested in, and VFX for filmmaking. Then I can utilize the AI models that I create for shorts, short films, episodic content, and I could leverage the success of that to create tutorials for others, or even I could sell access to those developed tools and models for other creators or studios. And then I've always, it's about time to get a 3D printer. Can't wait to start making content on that. And I can use a 3D printer to make props and stuff for all of these projects I'm talking about. I can make like a Star Wars blaster or a lightsaber, a bolt pistol, all kinds of shit. Can't wait. So that's all the stuff that's in the works there long term. In the meantime, I just got to figure out the immediate revenue shortage and start plugging that gap. So I got a lot of things in the work, but just nothing's come to fruition just yet. A lot of behind the scenes work, which is why we've been, watching all this content while I'm working on stuff in the background, developing these things. Okay. All right. So let me. Here, I can share my big screen. Right there. We can uncheck that. So this is the big, huge document I just got done writing. I think Swifty's got a lot of European viewers, so he should definitely do so. I'll help him make some quick content on the Stop Killing Games stuff. We've only got like less than 28 days left for people to sign that, so it would be a good thing for the whole gaming community. It's about consumer protection. I can't find any downsides to it. I think it's something we should do. So I'd be happy to talk him into it, which is what I'm going to try to do. There's a bunch of things we need to look into: YouTube channel memberships, ad revenue, cross collabs with other people. I don't even know if he has if he's even selling T-shirts or anything like that. And then there's how do we want to grow the channel? What things do we want to focus on? Like here's all the games I think we could play together and make some great content on. Here's the things, from a business perspective we need to keep an eye on. We could start seeking out some sponsorships. These are just the two off the top of my head. I'm sure I can think of a couple more, and then these are my long-term goals. So I just need to get in touch with him tomorrow. I'll text him tomorrow and try to set up a time to chat with him about these things and see what he thinks. So we'll see. Let's see here. So we've got, so I need to get up tomorrow at what did I say? If I go to bed at 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I get up at 11. So if I go from here to here, and we say sleep. Let's make that green. Okay, and then I just need, that's fucking Instagram stuff. I'll do that later. I don't even have Instagram installed right now. That's dinner. Yeah, let's move that out of the way. That can wait. That renews annually, and I just got charged last month, so we can do that the next day. I haven't gotten my money yet, so I can't pay Squeegee back. Set up chatbot notifications for subs. Maybe we can do that. Let's do that tomorrow. I need to focus on that. These things can wait until tomorrow. Let's do this next Monday because I'm filing the things today. So let's move that over to Monday. Okay, so we sleep here. The moment I wake up, let's shower and shave. Let's have breakfast. Let's do breakfast first. I need to shower and shave. That's probably going to take me longer than 30 minutes because of the beard. So let's move this down. I got to call a recruiter that emailed me. He mass mailed me, so it can wait. But I would like to get a recruiter helping me look for stuff. Find and manually switch over to ads. Okay. So if I start that and then here, let's make this purple because purple is my streaming stuff. I got to text a buddy of mine. I got to text Swifty, just reminders to do that. Okay. Let's do 12. Let's call it at midnight. There we go, simulcast. Okay, so we'll stream for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12 hours tomorrow. And 11 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those hours will be dedicated to work in the background, and they'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours where we can game. Okay. Okay. Good golly. All right. Well, I think I may as well call it since it's late. And I really should start these live streams a lot earlier. Let's back that up there. And then if I go to bed, let's see. I'm going to see if I can access that website and file some more claims. So if I can do that over the next 45 minutes, go to bed at 2:30. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Yeah. Okay. So as long as if I go to bed at 2:30 and get up at 11, that'll be a lot better. Because I need to start live streaming at 12. So I get up, I can eat quickly, shower and shave. Let's make that 15 minutes. It shouldn't take me long. You know what else I need to do is I need to make ice cream. We've got a bunch of fruit that will go bad in the next couple of days unless I do something about it. So let me make a calendar thing here. And let's do make ice cream with bananas and strawberries. I'll make banana ice cream, strawberry ice cream, and banana strawberry ice cream. Because I got a bunch of fruit. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Thank you, the one person who's out there still watching, whoever you are. I love you. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'll start the live stream by noon Eastern time tomorrow. I'm going to try and get some good sleep, and I'm not going to be lazy tomorrow. I'm going to get my ass up. Oh, we got to move. This is going to be exercise. Here, let's do that tomorrow. Let's do that tomorrow when I apply for the day after. Yeah, tomorrow when I apply for jobs. Okay. And then 1, 2 hours after lunch, we can exercise. There we go, because I skipped exercise today. I did it yesterday, but I skipped it today. Okay, and then this can be gaming, relax. Gaming, relax time. Okay. All right. I'll feel really good tomorrow if I actually stick to something resembling this schedule. It might not be exact. I need to get my ass up and get everything on here done. I really do. Okay. All right, everybody. Thanks a lot. I will see you folks tomorrow. See you then.